Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 2MTFI. 11%. Chapter 51 Akainu is gone. D. Carl Lily's 100 million Baileys. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that Yi Fei was fine, Marco was relieved. Immediately, Marco yelled at Whitebeard. Father, Yi Fei is fine, Yi Fei is too tired. Marco looked at Yi Fei on the ground, and the mace in his hand, which was completely different from the one in Yi Fei's hand before. The one in my hand just looks like a high-end product. Where the hell did this guy get it from? Marco put his hands over his eyes, wanting to see where Akainu got knocked down. The result? No idea where he went. Everyone doesn't know. After hearing Marco's shout, Whitebeard was relieved. Yi Fei, are you okay? Marco squatted down and raised an eyebrow at Yi Fei. Captain Marco, I'm fine. Hoo. Yi Fei was panting heavily while talking. With this move just now, Haki has been used to ultimate, and the strength of his whole body is almost exhausted. Now, Yi Fei discovered that using two kinds of fruit abilities at the same time would consume a lot of energy. That move almost exhausted all his strength. Yi Fei also finally knew that the combination of Mara fruit and Shenlong fruit used in moves really consumes a lot of stamina. However, this move had achieved the effect Yi Fei expected. Very tired. Have to lie down and take a good rest, and wait until the strength returns before I can stand up. That's good. Hearing Yi Fei's response, Marco was reassured. It's good that he's fine. Then he stood beside Yi Fei, not letting others approach him. Advertisement. The Yi Fei at this moment is no longer the Yi Fei he knew at the beginning. Being able to knock Admiral into the air at least shows that he has almost matched the strength of the four emperors, and maybe even stronger. Meanwhile, in a tavern in East Blue. The moment D. Carl Lily saw Akainu being blown away, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Just watching a duel, I have already 100 million won Baileys. Where's my 100 million berries? D. Carl Lily asked. The 100 million Baileys won, plus his own principal of 5 million Baileys, is 105 million Baileys. Hearing this, the people in the tavern looked at the man with the scar at the same time. That young man, he doesn't seem to have won. The man with the scar stepped forward and explained. As the initiator of this bet. This time he himself bet money on Akainu. Unexpectedly, that young man beat Akainu out of sight with just one move. He was instinctively unwilling to accept the fact of failure. Didn't you see him being beaten into the air? That's lost. D. Carl Lily asked rhetorically. But he didn't fall. Your money, I can give you back now. Should be considered a draw. The man with the scar replied, at the same time, a little afraid to look directly at D. Carl Lily. As soon as he finished speaking, several pirates behind him also echoed. That's right, everyone is gone, so it shouldn't be counted as his victory. Their money is all for Akainu to win, so they will naturally talk to the man with the scar. D. Carl Lily sneered softly and looked at the man with the scar. Advertisement. Where did you fly to? Can you find it back? Give me back 5 million Baileys. Then you can ask me about the knife in my hand, do you agree? The black knife beside her had already reached her hand at some point. Moreover, it has been unsheathed. That shimmering cold light made people shudder when they saw it. The man with the scar broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't notice D. Carl Lily move at all. The knife suddenly came into her hand. Unbelievable. As a pirate, the man with the scar had heard of this woman. D. Carl Lily, who has been very active recently, is said to be extremely powerful. I'm afraid this kind of role is not something I can handle. After a moment of silence, he had to admit the fact that Akainu was defeated. Since she lost, the money should be given to her. The man with the scar came over and put the money bag in front of her. This is 20 million Baileys. 20 million Baileys. Isn't it 100 million Baileys? You want to cheat my money? D. Carl Lily looked slightly angry. It seems like it's about to start at any moment. Seeing this, everyone immediately backed away in fright. Don't get me wrong. The man with the scar was very nervous, the sweat on his forehead unconsciously slipped down from his forehead. Regarding D. Carl Lily's doubts, Shikai immediately explained. The original odds were almost 20 times, but you bought 5 million Baileys by yourself. The odds have been quadrupled, so it's 20 million Pele. In the tavern, a few people also bought Yifei to win. Advertisement. So they also win quadruple. Why didn't you tell me sooner? D. Carl Lily asked. Everyone was watching the duel just now, and I forgot, all the money is here. I didn't get a point. The scarred man looked helpless. Originally, he didn't know who this woman was. But since someone else said her name, he felt a little flustered. He dared not get angry at all with D. Carl Lily. Not to mention lying. D. Carl Lily stared at him for a few seconds. Seeing him, the man with the scar was extremely nervous. And it doesn't sound like a lie. Never mind. D. Carl Lily put down the knife, drank the last bit of wine in the glass, then picked up the big money bag that was full and got up to leave. Until her figure completely disappeared. The crowd gathered together again. Damn it, where did this woman come from? It scared me to death. She almost drew her knife just now. That woman, who won all our money at once, is disgusting. Keep your voice down, be careful, she will come back later. It is said that D. Carl Lily wiped out 5 pirate groups in North Blue in one day last month. At the same time, he also handed over the captains of these pirate groups to Marine in exchange for a lot of bounties. In one day, eliminate 5 pirate groups. Don't be kidding. Who are you kidding? 2 days ago, I heard that she also caught a lot of pirates in West Blue. I didn't expect to come back to East Blue so soon. The speed is so fast, the strength must be extraordinary. Fortunately, she didn't attack us just now, otherwise it will be troublesome. 11%. Chapter 52. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Blackbeard Pirates appear. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A few pirates made a false alarm. Immediately, they started the discussion again. Why haven't I heard the name D. Carl Lily before? It seems to have appeared recently. It has only emerged in the last 2 or 3 months, and I can't figure out what's going on. It is said that his swordsmanship is very powerful, and the sword in his hand is the legendary Zonlong, made by the Master Forge of Wanokuni. You are so beautiful, why do you want to be a pirate hunter? It's really amazing. In the tavern, all the pirates were talking about D. Carl Lily. However, the video phone bug quickly diverted their attention. At this moment, Summit War is not over yet. For them, that was the biggest news of the day. In no time, they put the D. Carl Lily affair and losing all their money behind them. While drinking, discussing and analyzing the current situation. Meanwhile, Marineford, Yifei just hit Akainu, and the video of the video phone bug has spread all over the world. Akainu was beaten without a trace. No one could find him. This little-known pirate actually beat Marine Admiral and disappeared. In the eyes of Marine soldiers, this man named Yifei has already defeated Akainu. However, Yifei doesn't think so. Because he didn't get the prompt from the system. Once the opponent is defeated, the system will reward the corresponding experience points. Not now, so it can only mean that Akainu was just sent flying. Besides, it just happened to trigger a rebound just now. As for whether he can really defeat Akainu or kill him, Yifei himself is not sure. After all, his strength is really too strong, and it is normal that he cannot be killed. At the moment, Marine's morale is extremely low. Advertisement. Garp, things have come to this point, we can't sit still. Sengoku said angrily. Even if Akainu is beaten away, he's still here. Yifei has stripped Marine of his dignity. Now, it must be suppressed. Akainu is missing, and Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, has realized that the time for his action is coming. For so many years, he rarely shot. Today, he is ready to do it for the second time. On the side, Garp just stared calmly at Yifei below, without making any move. Garp's behavior made Sengoku very angry. Garp, you as Marine Vice Admiral. Never forget who you are. Now, our Marine morale is low. At this time, we must maintain the dignity of justice. Say it, Sengoku. Garp raised his head. Sengoku, stop talking, I know. Then he looked at Yi Fei again. At this moment, he has stood up from the ground. Boy, I'm sorry. Garp rolled up his sleeves. Ready to fight Yi Fei again. At this moment, behind the huge building of naval headquarters, a huge figure appeared. San Juan Wolf. Everyone looked at the huge figure behind naval headquarters in shock. Many soldiers, just seeing the huge figure, instinctively backed away in fright. This kind of terrifying height makes people daunting when they look at it. Even Marshal Sengoku looked surprised when he saw it. San Juan Dire Wolf, isn't he in the submarine prison impelled down? Why did he appear here? Sengoku stopped and asked angrily. You know, San Juan Wolf is a vicious pirate, nicknamed Giant Battleship, with a height of nearly 180 meters. Among the Titans, he is considered extremely tall. Because of his brutal crimes, he was imprisoned at the bottom of Impel Down. Advertisement. However, this time the criminals actually ran out from Impel Down. You know, Impel Down is the most heavily guarded submarine prison in the world. Sengoku was very angry, why there was no report from Impel Down. So Marine was also very puzzled, but they soon found out. Thief, ha 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 ha. Just when everyone was puzzled, a rough laughter suddenly came. When everyone turned around, a group of people had already stood on the square in Marineford. The Blackbeard Pirates. Suddenly, everyone's jaw dropped. Especially Marine soldiers. They didn't know about their appearance in advance. Nor have they been notified. A group of people suddenly appeared in naval headquarters just like that. Teach. Whitebeard frowned, a fierce gleam in his eyes. That's right, this group of people is the Blackbeard Pirates, Captain Marshal D. Teach, and Giza's Badgers, Shiryu of Rain, Vanoka of Yoyu, and King of Evil Government, Baro Pizarro, Ghost Security Officer, Lafitte, Crystal Moon Hunter, Katrine Diami, Giant Battleship, San Juan Dire Wolf, Big Wine, Basque Chote, Shinigami, Poison Q. Blackbeard Pirates, 10 members, all present. Most of these guys just came out of Impel Down. On the first run out of Impel Down, came to naval headquarters. Seeing this, Yi Fei smiled slightly, the one who should come, has indeed come. Shiryu, you bastard. How's Magellan? How's Impel Down? How did you get here? Sengoku asked through gritted teeth. Of course, it would not be surprising if Blackbeard Teach came alone. After all, his current identity is 7 warlords of the sea. This time, in order to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, Shichibukai Teach is also within the scope of the call. But he came with a group of people. Moreover, most of the group of people he brought were prisoners in Impel Down. Those who can be locked in Impel Down are all vicious prisoners, desperados. For this, Sengoku also had to ask. Advertisement. At this moment, he already clearly felt that something was wrong. Shiryu of the Rain held a cigar in his mouth, smiled slightly, and puffed out smoke rings as usual. We appeared here, didn't we just answer your question? Marshal Sengoku. Shiryu of the Rain had just finished speaking. Blackbeard let out another burst of wild laughter. Thief, ha 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 ha. All the members of the Blackbeard Pirates also started laughing. Then, Shiryu of the Rain spoke again. If you want to know the specific situation, you can confirm it yourself later. All in all, I'm going to join forces with these guys, please give me more advice in the future. Shiryu of the Rain was holding a cigar in his mouth, with a look of disdain. Previously, he was the warden of the submarine prison. However, because of his brutal nature, he was sentenced to death with a reprieve by the warden Magellan, and he was locked up on the 6th floor of Impel Down. This time, he was invited by Blackbeard Teach to join the Blackbeard Pirates. To escape Impel Down, he rescued the Blackbeard Pirates who were poisoned by Magellan, and cooperated with Blackbeard Tiki to wound Magellan. At this moment, he seems to be the captain of the 2nd Division of the Blackbeard Pirates, the captain of the 2nd ship. The number 3 figure in the entire Blackbeard Pirates. Shiryu of the Rain had just finished speaking. A Marine hurried to Sengoku. Master Marshal, I have never had a chance to report to you. The door of justice was opened just now, and an uncertified warship broke in. Marshal Sengoku turned his head and looked at the Blackbeard Pirates. This is the group of people, right? But there should be only sailors in the power room, and no abnormal reports have been received. Why are these people able to come here? If the door of justice is not open, it is impossible to come here from prison. Marshal Sengoku's doubts were soon told to him. Oh hee. Before our Blackbeard pirates wanted to impel down and set sail, I performed hypnosis on the sailors in the power room. As long as first found a marine at the gate of justice, I would let them go. Looks like it helped others. Ghost Security Officer Lafitte helped his hat and said with a smile. Chapter 53 teaches ambition, Whitebeard's wrath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ghost Security Officer Lafitte can use the ability to hypnosis others. Hearing this, Sengoku already understood why Luffy the Straw Hat Kid came here. Everything that I couldn't figure out at first became clear at this moment. It was Teach who opened the door of justice. This allowed Straw Hat Luffy and the others to reach naval headquarters from Impel Down. That's right, that's it. Blackbeard finally revealed his purpose. The reason why he wants to enter Impel Down is to win over the most vicious criminals in it. However, to enter the undersea prison Impel Down, one must pass the gate of justice. But if a pirate wants to cross the gate of justice, it is impossible to be allowed. Only by becoming 7 warlords of the sea can you pass through the gate of justice and reach Impel Down with a convenient identity. So, why did he give the Fire Fist Ace to the Marine government? The purpose, not for the title of Shichibukai. He was just looking for someone who could be his partner. This also has to show that this person is really very smart. Shichibukai's identity is dispensable to him. His purpose is already in 4 emperors, even One Piece. As for 7 warlords of the sea, Teach doesn't like it at all. Knowing the reason why Teach broke into Impel Down, Field Marshal Sengoku was so angry that he didn't say a word. Only then did he know that Tiki had been using Marine all along. The Whitebeard pirate group has not been solved now, and a Blackbeard pirate group suddenly appeared. For a moment, Sengoku was lost in thought. But in the distance, a voice suddenly came. Advertisement. It doesn't matter anymore. In the distance, Whitebeard lowered his voice. While speaking, he has already stepped forward. Stretching out a huge arm, the white ball cover immediately enveloped his fist. Beside him, Marco immediately knew that Dad was going to activate the fruit ability. Bang! Whitebeard's iron fist slammed down, and a shock wave from the white space immediately hit the Blackbeard pirates. Along the way, the marine soldiers who were affected by the shock wave suddenly fell on their backs. Boom! With a loud bang, the shock wave hit the entire Blackbeard pirate group. Immediately, Blackbeard and his crew were instantly shot down from a height. Behind Whitebeard, there was a burst of cheers. Father, your strength is really not simple. Well done, Dad, you helped us with Teach. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates shouted excitedly from behind. However, Yi Fei had a calm face. In the original book, Whitebeard does exactly that. But this trick, not to mention too far away, basically doesn't have much effect on the Blackbeard pirates. You must know that these subordinates of the Blackbeard pirates, like him, are not vegetarians. Tiki, needless to say, most of the gang were repeat offenders of Impel Down. And it came from Impel Down. Seeing this, Yi Fei showed a worried expression. Immediately, Yi Fei walked up to his father. Papa, be careful, Blackbeard is not easy to deal with. Advertisement. Yi Fei reminded. Yi Fei, who knows the original book, also knows Whitebeard's character very well. Once someone he dislikes, he will not let it go easily. Currently, however, Whitebeard doesn't necessarily kill Teach outright. First of all, Father Whitebeard has fought many times today, while Blackbeard has just arrived, and his strength is still quite well preserved. Plus Blackbeard had just recruited so many powerful helpers. At this time, it seems impossible to defeat the entire Blackbeard pirate group. Moreover, at present, Tiki's identity is still 7 warlords of the sea. Yi Fei was very worried about this. Because he knew that Whitebeard would do anything to fight Teach. Okay, I know. Whitebeard didn't answer Yi Fei's words directly, but just responded with a deep voice. Blackbeard has been on the ship for many years, and he knows that Teach hides his strength. But no matter what, this hatred must be avenged. He absolutely does not allow the person who killed his family to appear in front of him, but he does nothing. After receiving Dad's reply, Yi Fei nodded, and then began to watch the Blackbeard pirates attacked by him. Sure enough, here is exactly the same as the original. There are 10 members of the Blackbeard Pirates, except for San Juan Wolf standing in the distance. None of the remaining 9 people, including Blackbeard, were injured. These are really amazing people. Beside Whitebeard, Marco said something. Faced with Dad's attack, these people can still behave like normal people. At least it shows that these people's strength is not bad. Thief, ha ha ha. Father, you really don't show affection. I'm your son, did you treat me like this? Advertisement. Blackbeard stood up from the ground, dusting himself off. The rough smile seemed to have made his position clear. Of all my family, only you are not worthy to be my son, Teach. You violated the only iron rule on my ship and killed your companions. The last wish of Sage, the captain of the 4th team, is for me to take your bastard's life, so that he can rest in peace. Let's end it, Teach. Whitebeard raised the supreme sharp knife in his hand, and Kong Yun cut. Quickly run to Teach. With a huge shock, Whitebeard has already moved to kill. This was the first time he took the initiative to rush over and kill someone. At the same time, seeing this, Blackbeard Teach also activated his fruit ability, Dark Fruit. Dark Cave. The Dark Fruit ability activates. Both hands smashed the darkness to the ground, and then, the entire ground was surrounded by darkness. The bodies of some Marine soldiers were originally on the ground, and the weapons gradually sank. On the side, some Marine soldiers, seeing this scene, turned pale with fright. And Whitebeard has already jumped up and hit Blackbeard with the Shock Fruit ability in his hand. Dark Water. Faced with the attack of 4 Emperors Whitebeard, Blackbeard Teach did not dodge. Instead, activate the fruit ability and rush towards Whitebeard. Shock Fruit and Dark Fruit collide. Soon, the shocking ability in Whitebeard's hand was completely absorbed by the darkness in Blackbeard's hand. Thief, ha 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 ha. Father, how is my ability? This is the strongest fruit ability, the Dark Fruit ability. After absorbing Shock Fruit's ability, Teach smiled proudly. Chapter 54, the ability of the Dark Fruit to absorb everything. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Obtain the Dark Fruit, thanks to killing Thatch. Otherwise, Teach will never get the ability of the Dark Fruit. Killing Sage was definitely the right choice for him. Whitebeard was startled secretly, his face extremely serious. No one has ever been able to resist his fruit ability, but this time he was absorbed by others. The Dark Fruit is indeed unusual. Immediately, activate the fruit ability on Teach again. However, soon, it was absorbed by Teach again. Thief, ha ha ha. Father, your ability has no effect on me. Any capable person has no effect in front of my fruit. The fruit of darkness is the most powerful in this world. Blackbeard laughed. For Teach's arrogance. Whitebeard Edward Newgate was naturally dismissive. It is shameful to gain abilities by killing your companions. Teach is proud of it. However, Yi Fei was very worried. Father Whitebeard in his heyday, against Teach, naturally had nothing to say. But now, after all, Whitebeard is old and his physical condition is deteriorating. Compared with his peak state, his combat effectiveness is greatly weakened. Physical strength may not be able to keep up with Teach. In addition, there have been duels with 3 admirals today. Now it's time to fight Teach again. Advertisement. Obviously, at a disadvantage. If this continues, won't it be the same as the original book? He will be killed by the Blackbeard Pirates. How can this work? Yi Fei shook his head and firmly refused. In the original book, in addition to suffering from Akainu's ability, Whitebeard suffered a total of 267 knife wounds, 152 bullets, and 46 shells. These are basically the masterpieces of the Blackbeard Pirates. This time Yi Fei traveled through Summit War, while preventing Whitebeard from being hurt by Akainu. But if the Blackbeard Pirates swarm Father Whitebeard, it must be difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Yi Fei suddenly had the urge to rush forward. Help the old man. After all, he is also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and he has just been promoted by Whitebeard to be the captain of the 4th team. This is your job as a crew member. Wouldn't it be a joke if you didn't do anything? But based on Yi Fei's understanding of Dad, he certainly won't let himself do it. Because, Dad definitely doesn't want his crew to take risks and fight Blackbeard desperately. In addition, in his opinion, Blackbeard was his prey, and he wanted to avenge Shanks himself, so naturally he would not let others do it. Suddenly, Yi Fei hesitated. If you don't shoot, you are worried that your father will be in danger. If he made a move, the old man would probably not allow it, because that was his dignity as the captain. Captain Marco, why don't we take action? Finally, Yi Fei finally couldn't bear to say something. If you can't make a shot yourself, you can encourage Marco to make a shot. From Yi Fei's point of view, Dad doesn't necessarily listen to him. But maybe it will listen to Marco. He hopes Marco will stand up and say something to Dad. Maybe, with Papa Whitebeard's permission. Advertisement. Yi Fei, when Dad is fighting with others, he doesn't like others to intervene. Especially, this time with Teach. Yi Fei, don't forget, Dad should have said last time, once you meet Teach, you must leave it to him. We can't go against Papa's word. Marco replied calmly. As the captain, he is very clear about his father's strength. Although Teach has the upper hand at present. But he's confident that Pop will turn things around soon. Daddy's okay with Blackbeard. But those guys. Yi Fei replied worriedly. At the same time, Yi Fei also quickly remembered. In the original Pirates, Whitebeard's fruit ability is absorbed. But soon, he discovered Blackbeard's weakness. Although the dark fruit can absorb fruit abilities and objects. But it is difficult to absorb the slash. Therefore, Blackbeard will soon be killed by the big knife in Whitebeard's hand. Now just leave it alone, Blackbeard's minions will do. You know, before they joined the Blackbeard Pirates, they were all notorious big pirates, and their strength should not be underestimated. The crew of Blackbeard was staring at Whitebeard. They have long been ready to launch a sneak attack on the old man at any time. Once successfully attacked by them. Then, Blackbeard could have the upper hand right away. They must not be allowed to do this. Yi Fei, when did you become so cautious? I thought you were brave just now. Marco didn't take Yi Fei's words too seriously. He had seen his father's strength. Advertisement. For so many years, he has basically never encountered an opponent that the old man can't handle. Forehead. Yi Fei looked embarrassed. Yi Fei couldn't agree with Marco's self-confidence. But at this moment, he is really not good at intervening. I had to keep a close eye on Teach's subordinates. Once they make a move, they will definitely make a move. Meanwhile, the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard continues. After being continuously absorbed the fruit ability, Whitebeard Edward Newgate was very depressed. Teach, I didn't expect you to hide so much strength. Being on my boat for so many years must be very reconciled. Whitebeard said coldly. Judging from several fights, this kid is really not easy. Previously, everyone recommended him to be the captain, but Teach was still unwilling. It turned out that he had premeditated. Sage, captain of the 4th Division, was killed. Ace is determined to go his own way and stop at nothing to catch him. Whitebeard he didn't stop. Later, Shanks also made a special trip to his boat and told him not to underestimate Teach. At the time, Whitebeard didn't pay much attention. In his opinion, Ace's ability has surpassed Teach. After all, Ace is his very valued son. Now, though, from his fight with Teach, he quickly learned why Ace lost. Everything is because Ace underestimates Teach. So it was a big mistake. If he had listened to Shanks at the time and sent someone to retrieve Ace, things would not have come to this point. Chapter 55 The Weakness of the Dark Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thief ha 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 ha. Father, this is the first time you recognize me. Blackbeard Teach laughed. In the Whitebeard Pirates, he has always hidden his true strength. The purpose is just to wait for the opportunity. When the dark fruit appeared, Teach knew that his chance had come. Therefore, he immediately killed Shanks without hesitation, even if he was his closest companion. Even so, you are not worthy to be my son. After Whitebeard said that, He clenched his fist and hit hard, hitting the white dome. However, it was quickly absorbed by Blackbeard's dark fruit again. Just when Blackbeard looked smug, Yi Fei couldn't bear it anymore. In order to let my father know quickly, I decided to tell him immediately. Dad, his fruit can absorb devil fruit ability. Key points are in his hands. Can try it with a knife. Behind Whitebeard, Yi Fei reminded loudly. Dark fruit, in the original work, also gave some explanations. Includes absorbing bullets, blades, attacks, fire and lightning and any physical and energy attacks. However, it does not use body elementalization to avoid attacks like other Logia fruits. Of course, this may be related to the black hole ability of the dark fruit. So every time in battle, Blackbeard must use both hands to activate ability absorption. Once the hands are controlled by others, they will not be able to absorb the fruit ability. In the original book, Whitebeard seems to have discovered this too. After controlling Teach's hands, the original devil fruit attack was changed to a knife attack. Here, Yi Fei decided to tell him in advance. Hearing this, Whitebeard was slightly taken aback. He was at a loss for what to do with Teach, and was thinking about using a knife just now, but unexpectedly, Yi Fei said it in advance. Yi Fei. Advertisement. Blackbeard Teach is a little weird. Isn't this kid only good at drinking and drawing nautical charts? Why are you with Marco? Also, he knows how to deal with me. He Teach is still in doubt. Of course, he didn't know about the match between Yi Fei and Akainu just now. Because he was just on his way. I don't know much about the fighting situation here. However, he also felt the huge vibration in Marineford just now, and conquerors in the distant sea. If he knew that it was the result of the battle between Yi Fei and Akainu, he wouldn't look at Yi Fei that way. Just before Teach figured it out, Whitebeard Edward Newgate's big knife, Kongyunchi, has fallen. Teach instinctively raised his hand, trying to block it with the ability of the dark fruit. However, Whitebeard's knife did not attack his hands, but directly slashed at his chest. Puff! Kong Yunchi directly slashed Teach's chest. What? Blackbeard yelled, and a gash was cut in his chest immediately. Blood flowed from his chest. A piercing pain hit. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Blackbeard rolled on the ground in pain. The dark fruit has a particularly big weakness, that is, it must bear double the pain. Yi Fei, who knows the original work, is naturally very clear about this point. Yi Fei felt relieved when he saw that Blackbeard was cut. When Teach fell, Whitebeard couldn't help but sighed in his heart. This kid knows a lot, but it really works, kid, he really has a way, he knows how to deal with Teach. Taking advantage of the moment when Teach fell down and rolled on the ground, Whitebeard stepped forward, quickly lifted Kong Yunchi, and opened another gash in Teach's chest. Advertisement. Just when Teach screamed in pain, Whitebeard didn't let him go. Instead, he directly pressed his right hand with the handle of the knife, and stepped directly on his left hand with his foot. Wait until after controlling his hands. Whitebeard stretched out his strong hand, grabbed Teach's head directly, and pushed him to the ground hard. Teach. Conceit. Rashness, this is your greatest weakness. Whitebeard said coldly. After all, the veins in his arm popped out, and his ability had already been activated. Blackbeard's mind was immediately inside Whitebeard's white dome. Teach couldn't resist. Seeing the white dome cover, I was immediately frightened. You know, this is Dad's killer move. Directly aimed at his own head, what would be the consequences? As a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Teach naturally knows it very well. But this time, his hands were suppressed by him, and he couldn't use the dark fruit ability at all. Stop it, Dad, stop it, I'm your son. Are you really going to kill me? Yami roared. Unable to move, Teach had to desperately beg for mercy. At this moment, he knew that Whitebeard was really angry. However, at the moment Blackbeard Teaches begging for mercy, Whitebeard didn't respond. Activate the fruit ability directly. Bang! The white dome exploded directly on Blackbeard's head. Bang! Advertisement. Activate the fruit ability 4 or 5 times in a row. Teach's head fell into the ground with the explosion. Seeing this, Yi Fei immediately thought of the original work. This place is still the same. However, watching it on the spot seems to be more enjoyable. While reading, Yi Fei began to recall some relevant information about the original work. In the original book, Whitebeard can no longer move, and then is attacked by the entire Blackbeard pirate group. That part was really tragic. In the original book of pirates, it is rare to see the original characters die. Of course, the author of the original work just wanted to avoid being so violent. But the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace were indeed too tragic. Of course, Yi Fei knew that there was a reason for that. The original book tried to exaggerate the ending of the Great Pirate, but the purpose was just to let Luffy and others rise in the new era. But now, Papa Whitebeard's strength has been preserved fairly well, and he has not been attacked by Teach. Because, Yi Fei has quietly changed the original trend of the original book, including allowing Whitebeard to escape the sneak attack and Akainu's attack. Today, Dad didn't get hurt too much. Against Teach, it's okay so far. Until now, his subordinates must be guarded against. Yi Fei has already made up his mind. Never let Whitebeard die. Once he's dead, the entire Whitebeard pirates must be in disarray. In the original book, after Whitebeard died in battle, Marco took people to seek revenge from Teach, but was beaten miserably. The Whitebeard pirates fell apart. In the Whitebeard pirates, Papa is the soul. Yi Fei did not want to see this situation. It is necessary to continue to change the original work, so as not to give the original author any face. Chapter 56 Fighting Champion Badgers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just as Yi Fei made up his mind, Shock Fruit's ability continuously exploded on Teach's head, which caused unprecedented cheers from the Whitebeard pirates. Woohoo! Dad, well done, just kill Teach and avenge Thatch. That's right, after killing Teach, we can go back to the New World. New World is waiting for us to go back. For Teach who betrayed them and being taught by their father, they have an indescribably happy feeling. Captain. Some people are happy, some people are sad. Behind Blackbeard Teach, his crew were terrified. You know, Teach is their leader now. Moreover, the Blackbeard Pirates have not been formed for a long time, and the foundation is not yet solid. Once Captain Teach is killed, then, their fate is either to be killed, or to be imprisoned in Impel Down again. How miserable. This is the truth that one loses all, one prospers all. Naturally, they did not want to see this result. Way ha 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 ha. A unique laugh suddenly jumped out from behind Blackbeard first. This person is the first captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, Giza's Badgers. Giza's Badgers, who has the title of fighting champion, can knock down super large buildings with one punch, and has a very high jumping ability, which can be regarded as a powerful character. Previously, he had been the one Luffy and Zoro wanted to challenge. Seeing his captain Teach being abused by Whitebeard, it is natural to stand up and help. Whitebeard, punch me. Advertisement. Giza's Badgers fell from the sky. A huge iron fist hits Whitebeard, who was using the fruit ability on Teach. However, at this moment, Whitebeard's sense of knowledge already had a premonition that Badgers was coming. But the opponent's speed is too fast. Whitebeard is not a speed type per se. Also, he's playing against Teach and can't move his hands. For a moment, he had to widen his eyes, looking at the attacking fist. Badgers was extremely strong, and even Whitebeard couldn't stand his punch. Bump. Just when Badger's fist was about to hit Whitebeard, a mace directly blocked in front of him. Whitebeard was startled, and after a closer look, it turned out to be Yi Fei. Today, it was the second time that he stood in front of him. Immediately, Whitebeard felt relieved. Being able to make a decisive move under such circumstances, this kid is really good. Whitebeard smiled like a crescent moon. As expected of my son. Teach, it's not that easy for you to take my head off. Yi Fei's ability, I'm afraid you can't imagine it. Who is it? Badgers was taken aback. He didn't know the strange young man in front of him. Whitebeard Pirates, Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled slightly. The mace in his hand directly resisted Badger's fist. Have not heard. Badgers replied strangely. The Yi Fei in front of him was simply too unfamiliar to him. Advertisement. Not even Teach, the former Whitebeard crew and now Blackbeard captain, ever said it in front of them. But this person directly blocked his fist. You know, his punches can smash the entire building at once. Even Whitebeard probably couldn't bear it a few times. This person actually caught it directly. However, what Badgers didn't expect was that Yi Fei not only fought Akainu, but also made Akainu disappear. You'll find out soon. Yi Fei's tone was extremely cold. In the original book, he was about to attack Sengoku, but was knocked down by Garp. Taking advantage of the time when the father is dueling to sneak attack, this kind of person must be obliterated. At this moment, Yi Fei had already made a murderous move. It's time to teach them a lesson. Way ha 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 ha. I really want to see and see. However, Badgers didn't know Yi Fei's thoughts at all, and instead laughed. Yi Fei just took another move. He didn't think how strong Yi Fei was. Frankly, Badgers is well aware of his abilities. Moreover, this ability was recognized by the captain Teach, otherwise, it would not be his turn for the captain of the first team. Whitebeard looked up at Badgers. For this kind of person, he despises. It was at the same time that Badgers and Yi Fei were facing each other. Whitebeard looked up and gave Badgers a disdainful look. After using Shock Fruit's ability on Teach several times in a row, Whitebeard was already feeling a little tired. Immediately, the movements of his hands stopped. At this moment, Teach, who was lying on the ground, took advantage of the gap, took out a pistol from his waist, and pointed it at Whitebeard. Bump. After a gunshot. Advertisement. Whitebeard was shot in the arm. Severe pain hit. Whitebeard frowned, and instinctively let go. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Blackbeard Teach immediately stood up and fled backwards. Before running a few steps, he fell to the ground and was picked up by his subordinates. Daddy. The captain of the first team, Marco, suddenly panicked. Fly forward immediately. At this moment, Whitebeard had covered his arms. At the same time, he also felt a sense of powerlessness all over his body. Seastone bullet. Whitebeard said angrily. As a demon fruit power, once he touches the seastone, the fruit ability will disappear immediately and cannot be activated at all. But the bullet was already in the arm, and for a while, it was impossible to get it out. Teach, it seems that you are still prepared. Whitebeard clutched his arms and looked at Blackbeard angrily. Father, I'll help you take it out now. Marco, who is the ship's doctor, spoke immediately. But at this moment, he remembered that he didn't bring his scalpel. For a while, I had to support Whitebeard, not knowing what to do. Ahem. Thief, ha 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 ha. In order to kill you, I have to make some preparations in advance. Father, you should die sooner. Now, the bullet hit your arm, unless you cut it off, otherwise, you can't use the fruit ability, ha 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 ha. Ahem. After coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, Teach laughed wildly again. Then, he lay on the ground again. Chapter 57. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just now, he ate his father's more than 10 attacks in a row, which has already caused him serious injuries, and his head is still blind. Take a good rest now. This time at Naval Headquarters. The purpose of Teach is to remove Whitebeard's head. At the same time, get his abilities. However, this time it was unsuccessful. He also suffered multiple fruit attacks from Whitebeard in a row. The whole person can't even stand upright now. Now, he just wants to lie on the ground to recover and start the battle mode again. However, even if he was lying on the ground, he still did not forget to give orders. Little ones, if we can get Whitebeard's head off, our trip will not be in vain. At the moment, Whitebeard takes his seastone bullet. Now is the best time to cut off his head. Teach just finished speaking. Behind him, all the crew immediately swarmed up. A series of figures rushed to Whitebeard immediately. At the same time, Teach's words also aroused the anger of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's captains also rushed forward. Immediately, the two sides started hand-to-hand combat. The battlefield fell into chaos again. The sound of swords, explosions, screams, and so on. On the side, all the soldiers of Naval Headquarters seemed lively. This time, they came to deal with the pirates, but unexpectedly, the two pirate groups fought. Marshal Sengoku, shall we take this opportunity to remove Whitebeard's head? The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider suddenly asked. As a marine hawk, his first thought was to kill Whitebeard and execute the same absolute justice as Akainu. Advertisement. Don't be in such a hurry. At this moment, Marshal Sengoku calmed down. Although now is the perfect time to take Whitebeard's head. But Sengoku has a better way. That is, let the two groups fight each other. After they both lose. If Marine makes another move, wouldn't that be just sitting back and reaping the rewards? Whitebeard has been unable to move, and now among them, only Yifei and Marco can fight. Might as well consume it. In this way, people from both sides can be resolved. Wouldn't it be better to kill two birds with one stone? Two dogs fight, play off. Of course, Sengoku has his reasons for doing this. He is extremely disgusted by Blackbeard Teach's betrayal of Marine. You know, 7 warlords of the sea is recognized by the world government. They need to accept the call of the world government at any time, so it can be said that they are allies of Marine. When the Shichibukai was called, Teach was at the meeting. But he didn't expect that his purpose was not to help Marine. The Summit War had just started. Not only did he not come directly to help Marine, but, without Marine's consent, he went to Impel Down without permission and released the most notorious prisoners there. Teach's behavior has already committed a felony, and Sengoku knows that since Teach released the prisoners in Impel Down, he has been unable to cooperate with Marine. Besides, the Straw Hat Luffy gang wouldn't be here at all if it wasn't for him. That alone would allow Sengoku to have the world government disqualify him from 7 warlords of the sea. Now, with them facing off against the Whitebeard Pirates, wouldn't that be the perfect time to weaken them? Wouldn't it be better to solve 2 troubles at once without spending too much effort? Thinking of this, the corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly. It has to be said that he is still very witty, and he deserves to be called the resourceful general. On the battlefield, 2 gangs fight together, inseparable. Why, Yifei, although I don't know you, it's an honor for you to die by my hands. Advertisement. Badgers smiled confidently. The fist in his hand was still resisting Yifei's mace. You can try it. I'm right here and want to take my head, you can come. Yifei responded with contempt. He is familiar with the original work, and he is quite clear about Badger's strength. In the Blackbeard Pirates, to be the captain of the first team does have some strength. However, he is not demon fruit power. Therefore, he can block his mace. Why, eat my punch. As soon as Badgers finished speaking, his hand clad in metal armor slammed at Yifei. Fire punch. The burning fist directly received Badger's attack. Nani. Fire punch. Badgers was taken aback, and then, severe pain began to hit. What? Badgers yelled. His entire arm was instantly engulfed in flames. It's hot, it's hot. Badgers kept shaking his arms. Only then did the flame go out. Looking at the blackened arm, Badgers wanted to cry but had no tears. This is the first time he has been hit by a fire fist. However, compared with the pain, he was more shocked, why the person in front of him has the ability of the fire element. Fire fist, this is Ace's move. Earlier, Ace and Blackbeard had a big fight. On Banaro Island, Ace finds Teach because of Thatch's death. Advertisement. Ace and the Blackbeard Pirates fight. Badgers was there at the time, and he saw Ace use Fire Fist. Under the circumstances at the time, if there was no Captain Teach, maybe a few of them would be directly eliminated by Ace. What surprised Badgers was that Yifei also had this ability. Why do you use fire? Badgers stopped, a little stunned. Want to know when you reincarnate in your next life? Yifei replied coldly. In the original, Dressrosa, Badgers for burning fruit. Fight with Sabo. Obviously, he also really wanted the ability to burn fruit. Of course, the more he hopes, Yifei will let him know the pain of disappointment. Being able to follow someone like Blackbeard Teach shows that he has already made the necessary awareness. Hearing this, Badgers raised his arms above his head. In front of Yifei, he showed off his muscles. The V-shaped figure shows Yifei that he is not that weak. Why, if you want to kill me, you can try. Captain Teach is the greatest man. Badgers smiled strangely. At this moment, he seems to know that Yifei has the ability of the fire element. This means that he must have eaten the devil fruit related to fire. Well, Now, as long as he kills Yi Fei, he can have the ability of the fire department. You know, their captain, Blackbeard, has the ability to take the fruit. No matter who is there, Blackbeard Teach can do it. Badgers has always wanted to have the ability to burn fruit. And, so far, he hasn't eaten devil fruit. As long as Yi Fei is killed, Teach must have a way to do it. 12%. Chapter 58 Badgers is knocked down, Teach's ability is restored. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In this regard, Badgers is very confident. Judging from the two moves just now, Yi Fei's strength is also not simple. Since he is facing such a powerful man, you can't treat it carelessly, you must use the strongest force to knock him down with one blow. Thinking of this, Badgers immediately activated armament hockey. With a bang, Badgers has already turned on the armed form of his whole body. Immediately, the whole body was hardened by the armed color. Black hockey wraps around his body. Why, I want you to know that this world is cruel, Badgers said proudly. The whole body is armed and hardened, and even if Marine's cannon hits him, he can remain unscathed. In his unarmed form, he can knock down a house with a single punch. In his fully armed form, he can smash a well-equipped Marine warship. Of course, from the confrontation between the two just now, he felt that Yi Fei's strength was also good. Therefore, he opened his strongest form. The goal is to defeat Yi Fei in one hit, so as to capture the burning fruit that you want most. If you say it, I will return it to you intact. Yi Fei said coldly. After waving the mace twice in his hand, he entered the armed state again, ready to defend. Just now duel with Akainu, the move from the fusion of two fruits consumes a lot of stamina. Although he hadn't fully recovered at the moment, Yi Fei knew that it was more than enough to deal with a character like Badgers. Yi Fei, take your life. Badgers bounced into the air. The fist in the armed form has been punched down. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yi Fei swung his ultimate move again. Longya hit Badger's fist with precision. Advertisement. So far, apart from the ability of the fire element, Yi Fei only knows this move. However, this trick is enough. To deal with Akainu, Yi Fei used the ability of two attributes. But with Badgers, one will do. Bump. The black fist and mace collided together. Hockey spreads out. Creak. What? Badgers clutched his bent arm in pain. Just at that moment, he heard the sound of his arm bone breaking. Your ability is nothing more than that. The Blackbeard Pirates, are they all just this kind of subordinates? I thought it would be amazing, but it turned out that Teach just took some fun. Yi Fei mocked coldly. The electric current of the mace in his hand was sizzling, but it didn't dissipate. Since hitting Akainu, he feels that other opponents seem to be weak. Quote. Badgers clutched his arm in pain. Him in his full armament hockey form. To be able to break the bones of the hand with one move. How can that be? Badgers couldn't believe it. But the pain in his hand was so real. Soon, he accepted the fact. Once a person accepts the fact that others are better than him, then the next step is to be afraid of this person. Breaking his hand bones with one move. Badgers stared in horror at the weapon in Yi Fei's hand. Mace. This is very similar to Four Emperors Kaido's. And during the duel just now, he also felt the power of the thunder and lightning inside. Earlier, Blackbeard Teach told them something about Kaido. Yi Fei's move just now is very similar to the Thunder 8 trigrams that Captain Teach said. Advertisement. But that's Kaido's trick. Moreover, it is still his big move. But he was tricked out by Yi Fei in front of him. Who are you? Asked Badgers in shock. Does he have anything to do with Kaido? You do not need to know. Yi Fei didn't want to give any explanation for this. It didn't wait for Badgers to react. Actively jumped over. Thundering 8 trigrams were used again. Badgers broke out in a cold sweat. The pain in the arm hadn't disappeared yet, and the opponent attacked again. Facing Yi Fei's roaring weapons, Badgers had no way to retreat. He had to instinctively stretch out his right hand with metal armor to resist. Bump. With the dragon tooth of high-level armament hockey, it hit the metal arm. There was a loud noise. The metal armor on Badger's arm was instantly shattered. The whole person also fell down. At the same time, the armed arm made another creaking sound. Right hand bone, the inside has been broken. Yi Fei's 2 consecutive moves directly broke Badger's 2 arms. Moreover, they are all under his armed color form. What? Badgers broke out in cold sweat with pain all over his body, and at the same time, an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Is that human being? You know, he, Badgers, and the General Marine Vice Admiral level cadres are not necessarily his opponents. But now, 2 tricks, just 2 tricks, 2 hands, was directly crippled. He couldn't think of it anyway. Advertisement. I have traveled across the sea for decades, and today, I was defeated so easily. Moreover, I don't even know this person at all. Baffling. However, at this time, he was more afraid. What? At this moment, Badgers could no longer care about the duel. The severe pain in his arms made him unable to stand. He fell to the ground. Had to struggle to climb back. He wanted to escape from the demon, Yi Fei. Behind him, Yi Fei's footsteps were slowly approaching. For Yi Fei, Badgers at this moment is already meat on the chopping board. Can eat him anytime. Badgers. Yi Fei was behind him, calling out to him silently, carrying the mace on his shoulder. With a steady pace, slowly follow behind him. Yi Fei didn't seem in a hurry. The purpose is only for everyone to hear Badger's miserable cry. Help me. Badgers. On the side, Blackbeard Teach has gradually regained consciousness from the impact of shock fruit, and at the same time, his ability has recovered. Seeing Badgers on the ground, Teach was very surprised. This was the first time he saw Badgers being defeated, and he remembered that Badgers was very powerful. Soon, Teach noticed Yi Fei behind Badgers. Yi Fei. He seems to have grown taller. He seems to be short, but he's just an alcoholic. Before that, I drank with him every day. As a navigator, Yi Fei also told him to travel all over the world and draw all the maps. He knocked Badgers down. How is this possible? Does he have such strength? When Teach was in doubt, Badger's shout brought him back to reality. 13%. Chapter 59 Clear Badgers, Teach Wrath, and Shiryu of the Rain appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain, help me. Badgers lay on the ground and shouted heart-piercingly. Lying on the ground, he felt Yi Fei's footsteps with infinite killing intent. At that moment, he was really scared. He desperately wanted to stretch out his hands and ask Blackbeard for help, but his hands were completely disabled and he couldn't move them at all. The moment he saw Teach, Badgers rekindled hope. Badgers, tell me, what's going on? Teach asked with a strange face. He was a little stunned by Whitebeard just now. In addition, 2 gangs fought together on the battlefield. Teach didn't notice the battle between Badgers and Yi Fei. Moreover, I didn't expect Badgers to be defeated by Yi Fei so quickly. Captain, save. Thunder 8 trigrams. Badger's words hadn't come out yet. Yi Fei's mace had already hit Badger's head hard. As Yi Fei's mace fell rapidly, the entire ground suddenly collapsed. Badger's head sank instantly. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Host defeated members of the Blackbeard Pirates and gained 15,000 experience points. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical sound of the system sounded in Yi Fei's mind. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Judging from the experience value, Badgers seems to be stronger than the average Marine Vice Admiral. The experience value of 15,000 points is enough to explain everything. It can be exchanged for many things. Badgers never imagined that he was actually killed by a small fish from the Whitebeard Pirates in Marineford. However, if he saw the match between Akainu and Yi Fei, then, he will definitely not be arrogant enough to become a rival with Yi Fei. Yi Fei pulled out the bloody mace from Badger's head. Turning to look at Blackbeard Teach calmly, he wondered, what is Teach's reaction now? Advertisement. Quote. Blackbeard's mouth widened in the shape of an O. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak at the scene in front of him. Looking at Badgers whose head has been smashed and sway. Blackbeard looked at Yi Fei again. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. At the same time, Marine was also dumbfounded. Was the big pirate Badgers who crossed the sea so easily killed? Even Sengoku was surprised. This person named Yi Fei is not only super powerful, but also ruthless. Teach, Next, your opponent is me. Yi Fei waved the weapon in his hand, and then, it hit the ground heavily. For the Blackbeard Pirates, Yi Fei has no intention of being soft-hearted. Whether as a time traveler or Yi Fei from this world, neither world allows the Blackbeard Pirates to exist. Kill badgers. He just wanted to be in Teach's face. Just to let Teach know. The Whitebeard Pirates, not so easy to deal with. If you offend the Whitebeard Pirates, you must understand your fate. I have to say that here, Yi Fei has a lot of emotions. Especially seeing the ruthless attack on Whitebeard by the Blackbeard Pirates in the original book. This deepens Yi Fei's dislike for them. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach doesn't seem to be reacting yet. After he reacted, Yi Fei, Teach turned to look at Yi Fei with an extremely cold gaze. This person was not the Yi Fei he knew. Shiryu. Help me kill him. After a moment of silence, Blackbeard ordered suddenly. In the Blackbeard Pirates, Badgers can be regarded as his deputy. Since killing Thatch, Badgers has followed him. Even though he was fleeing, Badgers did not leave. Advertisement. And he is the captain of his own #1 ship. Compared with other newly joined crew members, Badgers can be described as loyal. How could he not be furious when he was killed like this? Captain. With a cigar in his mouth, Shiryu of the Rain just fought off a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kill him. Blackbeard looked at Yi Fei and said coldly. Yes, Captain. Shiryu of the Rain drew out the saber from his waist again. Opposite Yi Fei, however, he was still taken aback when he saw Badgers lying dead on the ground. Little devil, did you do this? Rain Ji Shiryu looked at the handsome young man in front of him with some shock. You know, as a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, although he has just joined the Blackbeard Pirates. But for the strength of Badgers, Shiryu of the Rain is still very clear. Together they took down Magellan the Poisoner at Impel Down. Badgers is naturally not weak. How did it get killed? Shiryu of the Rain still couldn't believe it. Did he do it, or Marco did it? He was fighting just now, but his attention was not on this side. That's right, it's me. Yi Fei nodded. Forehead. Shiryu was stunned. Do you want to be like him too? After Yi Fei shook off the bloodline on the mace, he carried it on his shoulders. At the same time, he also noticed the knife on his waist. Famous sword. Thunderstorm. It is said that it can emit thunder attributes similar to itself. If you get it, maybe you can have the ability of swordsmanship in the future. Hee, kid, don't be ashamed of your big words. Shiryu of the Rain let out a sneer after spitting out the cigar in his mouth. Even so, he felt that Yi Fei seemed to have an extremely powerful aura. Advertisement. Of course, he, Shiryu of the Rain, has not seen anything. There are many felons in Impel Down, and there are not a few who know hockey. Then, he pulled out the knife from his waist. It must not be easy for someone who can kill badgers. Shiryu of the Rain is a very smart person. For the young people in front of you, you must not be careless. As a Marine, you actually hang out with pirates. It's a pity to put this knife in your place. Yi Fei said with some contempt. Originally, he and Magellan were called the two trump cards of Impel Down. But this person doesn't seem to be content with the status quo. Follow Blackbeard wholeheartedly. Since following Blackbeard, then, it is against the Whitebeard Pirates. The opponent is the enemy. I'm dead in prison. Instead of staying in that dark place, it's better to come out and fight. Kid, what do you think? Regarding Yi Fei's words, Shiryu of the Rain sneered. He was given a suspended death sentence for murder. Since Blackbeard wanted to invite him so sincerely, why did he refuse? Besides, he has always disliked staying in that dark prison. With Blackbeard, burning, killing and looting is just to his liking. And, more freedom. Teach defines his purpose as a pirate. Hearing this, Yi Fei was stunned. Shiryu of the Rain had the right idea, but Yi Fei was speechless for a moment. I had no choice but to say, your strength is good, but the end of your pirate journey is today. Little devil, stop being crazy. Shiryu of the Rain was furious, and the thunderstorm in his hand had already launched a slash. A white sword chi flew over. Good. Yi Fei murmured to himself. His own observation hockey has already felt that this move is very strong. just when Bai was about to approach Yi Fei. 13%. Chapter 60 Shiryu of the Rain is defeated, teaches tactical change. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In an instant, Yi Fei jumped into the air. The white sword energy streaked across. The huge iron cannon on the square was split into two by the sword energy. The upper layer rose into the air, and then fell into the sea water in the bay, causing huge waves tens of meters high. Good swordsmanship. To be able to recruit this kind of person to his subordinates, Teach still has some skills. Hawkeye Mahawk looked towards the turret. The incisions cut by the sword energy are neat and uniform. As a great swordsman, he also admires Shiryu's swordsmanship very much. Just never got to see it. This time, I finally saw it. I also have to admire it. As a swordsman, he likes to compare swords with others, especially the great swordsman. This is the former warden of Impel Down. On board, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also secretly surprised. Although they admire Shiryu's swordsmanship. But they knew that Yi Fei would be able to escape. After all, they had just seen with their own eyes, Yi Fei knocking Akainu into the air. You know, that's Marine Admiral. Avoided. Shiryu of the Rain was taken aback. This move, he has almost used his full strength. But he didn't expect to be dodged by Yi Fei. Just when Shiryu of the Rain was puzzled. In the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed across. A figure is falling rapidly. This person is Yi Fei. After seeing it clearly, Shiryu of the Rain was startled, and the sweat on his forehead suddenly burst out. Stretching out the sword, he resisted instinctively. When the two weapons meet, hockey free. Advertisement. Time seemed to freeze. For a while, neither of them moved. As expected of a great swordsman, he was able to block it. That's why Teach asked you to be his subordinate. Yi Fei gave a cold cry. In the original work, Shiryu of the Rain rarely shows his strength. But Yi Fei knew, just because of that moment. Shiryu of the Rain is no easy feat. The Warden of Impel Down, this title is not for nothing. Humph. Shiryu of the Rain snorted coldly. He indeed took Yi Fei's trick. However, he caught it with all his strength. Fortunately, the knife in his hand is a famous knife. If it were an ordinary weapon, it would have been interrupted by Yi Fei long ago. At this moment, from the bottom of his heart, he had to start feeling afraid of this opponent. No wonder he could kill badgers so easily. It seems that you can't hold it anymore. Yi Fei smiled slightly. In the duel of masters, the level between the two is well known to each other. Immediately, he pressed Longya down hard. Although Shiryu of the Rain is still resisting, the sweat on his forehead and trembling hands have shown that he can't last long. He who used to have one hand turned into two hands to resist. On the side, Blackbeard Teach was shocked. Yi Fei's ability has exceeded his expectations. Shiryu of the Rain, that was resisted with both hands. In contrast to Yi Fei, he only used one hand. At that moment, Teach already knew that Shiryu of the Rain would definitely lose. Originally, he just wanted Shiryu of the Rain to test Yi Fei's strength. It now appears that Yi Fei has already surpassed Shiryu of the Rain. Fire Punch. Yi Fei gave a loud shout. Withdrawing his other hand, he activated the ability of the fire element. Hit Shiryu of the Rain in the chest at close range. What? Advertisement. Shiryu of the Rain yelled, and the whole person flew out with flames. However, Yi Fei didn't stop. Leapt up directly and followed the past. Hateful. I didn't expect that this kid can not only use fire, but also be smoother than Ace. Teach muttered to himself. While resisting, it can also activate the fire ability. With the fire fist out, Yi Fei has already appeared in front of Shiryu of the Rain. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yuji Shiryu, who was still being beaten into the air, hit Yi Fei hard on the chest in midair. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spewed out from his mouth. Boom. Shiryu of the Rain fell heavily to the ground, making a deep hole. Shiryu of the Rain just fell. A familiar voice sounded in Yi Fei's mind. Ding. Open black lens bracket host defeated Shiryu of Great Sword Rain, and rewarded 15,000 experience points close black lens bracket. Yi Fei smiled slightly. The reward for defeating Shiryu of the Rain is the same as badgers. In other words, the strength of the two is almost the same. At the same time, everyone stopped immediately. Shiryu is defeated. The entire Blackbeard Pirates froze. You know, he is a very important person to Captain Teach. All of a sudden, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates retreated behind Teach one after another. Teach was also stunned. How could he? Originally, after seeing Badgers defeated, he wanted Shiryu of the Rain to try Yifei's ability. Unexpectedly, this is just a few tricks. He was directly crushed by Yifei. This is Yifei, Captain. In the deep pit, Shiryu of the Rain stretched out his hand with difficulty, wanting their captain, Teach, to rescue him. Advertisement. It was Yifei's move just now. It directly broke 6 ribs in his chest. At this moment, he was unable to stand up again. Like Badgers, he can only lie on the ground. At the same time, Yifei had already fallen by his side. After glancing at him coldly, he looked at Blackbeard Teach again. Teach after a while of silence. He didn't pay attention to Shiryu who was lying on the ground. Instead, he laughed again. Thief, ha 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 ha. Yifei, you shocked me so much, I didn't expect that you, like me, like to hide yourself. Would you like to join my pirate group? I can let you be my deputy captain. Papa Whitebeard is a man of the past. The sea in the new era is our world. As long as we join forces, Marines, pirates, and the Revolutionary Army are no match for us. Teach clasped his hands, making a gesture of wanting to control everything. At the same time, he also extended an invitation to Yifei. He can ignore the death of his favorite General Badgers and the serious injury of Shiryu Yum. Those people, compared with Yifei, are far worse. If you want to become one piece, you have to learn how to make your opponent your friend. He, Teach, can do. Teach. Aside, Marco hated his teeth itching. You killed Sage, captured Ace, and now you want to recruit Yifei. Never seen such a brazen person. Anything else? Yifei asked coldly. Teach thought he was interested, so he said loudly. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me. After we captured the Whitebeard Pirates, their territory will be split between you and me. Dad is old, he can't hold his ground. Sooner or later, it will be divided up. Why don't you and I join hands and divide it? None of them will be our opponents. New world is our world. Well, do you want to consider it? 13%. Chapter 61 Yifei refuses, Shiryu of the Rain is sent back to Impel Down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Facing Teach's invitation, Yifei stood there calmly without any reply. Yifei, don't listen to Teach. Yifei, don't listen to his nonsense. This kind of person who kills his companions has no morals. He could betray Dad yesterday, and he can betray you tomorrow. Marco was a little anxious. At this moment, he was really worried that Yifei would change his mind. Although, he knew, that possibility was very small. But Yifei's strength is really too strong, if he suddenly agrees. Well, for the Whitebeard Pirates, it was a devastating blow. He never dared to gamble. Marco's worries were not without reason. Previously, Yifei had a very good relationship with Blackbeard Tiki on the ship. We often drink and chat together until dawn, almost talking about everything. So, Marco was worried. Those captains who knew the relationship between Yifei and Teach were also worried. However, Yifei doesn't think so. In his opinion, Teach obviously underestimated himself. Although, in my own memory, the relationship with Teach is very good. But Yifei doesn't belong to the pirate world, in his eyes now, it's just a memory. Of course, Yifei from the original One Piece world didn't know that Tiki had such big ambitions. At that time, Yifei only regarded him as an ordinary crew member. Yifei, how about my conditions? How are you thinking? Seeing that Yifei didn't reply for a long time, Teach asked with a smile on his face. He thought that the conditions he set were unassailable. He didn't think too much about Badger's death and Shiryu's injury. His goal is to win over Yifei and become the One Piece King. At this moment, in his eyes, only the strong are worthy of being called his partners. But obviously, he underestimated Yifei too much. Hearing this, Yifei smiled slightly. Your conditions are indeed very tempting. I am a person who can do everything, but not be a traitor. Advertisement. Teach's ambition is really extraordinary. No wonder they can endure decades on board. This kind of person, Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. Above this point, Yi Fei has to admire him. But it is absolutely impossible to cooperate with him by himself, even if he had a very good relationship with Teach in his original memory. After hearing Yi Fei's words, Di Chi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, "Thieves, ha 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 ha. Yi Fei, you are getting more and more masculine. Why didn't I find out before? It seems that you, like me, like to keep a low profile. If you don't agree, then we can only be enemies." Thief, ha 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 ha, comma. Teach's actions made Yi Fei feel a little strange. She obviously rejected him, but she was still so happy. Quite strange. Suddenly found that this person is actually so interesting. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility. Teach has extremely strong confidence in his own strength. In the original, it seems to be the same. After the ability to capture the dark fruit, he can challenge Whitebeard without fear. After taking Shock Fruit's power, he turned against Marine to take down naval headquarters. It is conceivable how big this man's ambition is. This also proves what Dad said. Teach is not only conceited, but also extremely arrogant. However, Teach does have arrogance. Just when the two were talking, Shiryu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spoke. "Captain." Shiryu of the Rain pleaded again. He hoped that Teach could make a move and take him away from Yi Fei. As long as the captain takes action, then he may be safe. Shiryu. Teach wanted to step forward. However, Yi Fei was watching his every move. Advertisement. Being stared at so directly, Teach felt a little nervous. This feeling is particularly bad for him. He was about to step forward, but stopped immediately. He hesitated. The subordinates who were about to make a move also stopped. Blackbeard was too afraid to come forward, let alone his crew. You know, Yi Fei just killed badgers, and also wounded Shiryu of the Rain. Captain. Seeing Shiryu of the Rain lying on the ground without Teach's group making any moves, a burst of despair surged in his heart. Instinctively turned around and saw Yi Fei behind him. He seemed to be staring at himself with a weird smile. "What do you want to do? Don't come here." Shiryu of the Rain asked tremblingly, his eyes full of fear for Yi Fei. It was just a few tricks, and he was defeated miserably by him. This opponent was so powerful that he couldn't imagine it. "You'll know soon enough," Yi Fei replied calmly. At this moment, killing Shiryu of the Rain is as simple as crushing an ant to Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei had better plans. "Marshal Sengoku, this traitor out of your marine, I leave it to you now." After stopping, Yi Fei shouted towards Marine Marshal Sengoku not far away. "Wherever it came from, just go back there. This is the best result." Shiryu of the Rain belongs to Marine, so returning him to Marine is a good choice. In this way, at least it can be regarded as giving Marine a face. Of course, Yi Fei has his own ideas. Forehead. Sengoku didn't respond. What is this guy up to? Sengoku didn't understand, but when he saw Shiryu of the Rain, the face pulled down instantly. "Shiryu, you traitor. Marine uses you so much, but you want to be with Teach." Sengoku cursed harshly. Advertisement. I can't help but think of Shiryu's words just now. Then, he said loudly to the Marine soldiers beside him. "Send me this traitor back to Impel Down for strict surveillance." Shiryu of the Rain turned pale instantly. It took him so much more, to get Teach to take him out of Impel Down. Now, I'm going to be sent back to that place again. He doesn't want to go back. You just got free, and now you want to take me back. Life is precious, love is more expensive. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. Captain, my, I don't want to go. Shiryu of the Rain shouted heart-piercingly. He never wanted to go to that dark and dank prison. He longs for freedom, he yearns for freedom. Humph. Yi Fei sneered in his heart. There should be the place where he should stay. Quote. Teach was stunned for a while, he wanted to come forward. The strength of Shiryu of the Rain is good, and it is a pity to let Marine take it away. But Yi Fei stood in the way. He is really not good at shooting. After all, Yi Fei's strength, he has seen, is definitely not a simple character. Before he was absolutely sure, he would not make a rash move. Plus, being at naval headquarters right now, with a wounded player, is a liability. At this moment, what Teach has to consider is the consequences of confronting Yi Fei. Although pompous and arrogant, Teach is a very smart guy who knows how to judge the situation. Shiryu, I have wronged you. Teach smiled helplessly. Finally, he decided to give up Shiryu of the Rain. Then, several sailors watched as they tied up Shiryu and carried him away. No matter how Shiryu yelled, Teach didn't say a word, just watched everything coldly. Teach, our account, it seems that we haven't settled yet. Whitebeard stood up tremblingly, glaring at Teach. Chapter 62 Yi Fei's Decision, Armistice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Whitebeard still has no intention of letting Teach go. Thief, ha 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 ha. Father, you still want to kill me in this situation. Teach sneered heavily. The seastone bullet just now had already penetrated his arm. Now, he has no way to activate Shock Fruit's ability at all. The current Whitebeard is, at best, a cripple. In this regard, Teach has no worries about him. Instead, he is now worried about Yi Fei. Father, you go back first, I will take care of the matter here. Yi Fei returned to Whitebeard, and said flatly. Woo. Whitebeard held his chest. The seastone bullet just now made him unable to lift any strength. At this moment, he has no way to fight. After all, the old injury on his chest suddenly broke out, and the seastone limited his strength, causing Whitebeard to sit on the ground again. Seeing this, Yi Fei looked at Diamond Chowzi. Captain Joes, please send Dad back to the ship. Take the bullet out of him. Yi Fei arranged. As Yi Fei, who was familiar with the plot of the original work. Naturally, once Dad and Blackbeard meet, it will be life and death. And now, it's really not the time to fight Blackbeard. Because, Marine is watching. The reason why Marshal Sengoku didn't let his subordinates take action was nothing more than seeing the two gangs fighting and profiting from it. This time, Dad happened to be injured, and Yi Fei could take this opportunity to get him back. Quote. Advertisement. Yi Fei, you have to be careful. Here, it's up to you to decide. Seeing this, Whitebeard could only sigh. He really wanted to solve Teach himself. But now, he couldn't move at all. Sage, my son, I'm sorry for not killing this heinous bastard. Whitebeard blamed himself secretly. He knew that if he couldn't kill Teach today, he would definitely have no chance in the future. For him at the age of 72, he can no longer travel long distances to chase down an extremely evil person. At that moment, there was endless regret in his heart. But he can't help it, this is naval headquarters. If you go to kill Teach at all costs, then, the entire pirate group might be in great danger again. You know, Marine is still here. The entire pirate group cannot be ruined because of one person. This point, Whitebeard is very clear. Therefore, he handed over the leadership of the entire Whitebeard Pirates to Yi Fei. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Diamond Joes carried him back. Naval headquarters, Shichibukai, Blackbeard, no one came forward to stop them. Because they saw Yi Fei holding a weapon and standing there without saying a word. Captain, are we letting Whitebeard go like this? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Didn't you say? Yin Yu, Van Oka was a little confused, why Captain Teach refused to make a move at this moment. On the way here, Teach told them that he wanted to kill Whitebeard with his own hands, and then take his fruit ability. Just let Whitebeard go, then, today's trip is for nothing. If not, go and try it out. Teach looked at Van Oka with displeasure on his face, and then at Whitebeard who was walking away. Today, his plans were completely disrupted. Originally, he ventured to naval headquarters to kill Whitebeard, and then take the opportunity to gain his shock fruit ability. Advertisement. Finally, turn against Marine again. But now, Whitebeard isn't killing it. One of his subordinates, Badgers and Shiryu of the Rain, died and the other was captured. The plan fell through completely. All because of this young man in front of him, Yi Fei. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach also had to make new changes. Forget it. Yinyu. Fan Oka replied with interest, and retreated behind Teach. He agreed to join the Blackbeard Pirates, but only for his own benefit, and he didn't want to take any risks at all. At the same time, Yi Fei raised his mace. Teach, shall we still fight? Yi Fei asked. When Yi Fei asked this sentence, he actually didn't want to confront Teach. If he really wants to fight Teach, I won't talk so much nonsense with him. The most urgent thing is to maintain your physical strength. Yi Fei was very tired just after facing off against Akainu. Then came the fight against Badgers and Shiryu of the Rain. Yi Fei himself didn't know how long he could fight. Once you actually fight Blackbeard. Was taken advantage of by Marine. Was handcuffed with a sea stone and sent to impel down. That's really troublesome. You know, there must be someone in Marine who can do it. Garp and Sengoku haven't really shot yet. Although these two old men are old, their strength is not weak at all. At this moment, Yi Fei absolutely did not dare to be careless. He needs to preserve his strength. Then, when it is not absolutely necessary, you can't easily do it with Teach. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Let's forget about it today. Teach sneered. Of course, Teach also has his own plans. Now it is impossible to kill Whitebeard. In the current predicament, he has already made enemies on both sides. Needless to say, the Whitebeard pirates were simply killing their fathers. In addition, he broke into Impel Down this time and released many heinous criminals, who are already on the opposite side of the world government and Marine. Go to war with Yi Fei and the others. Once attacked by Marine, it will definitely not be so easy to leave naval headquarters. Even if you don't make a profit, you can't put yourself in it. Okay, let's stop fighting. Yi Fei replied directly. On the side, Marco walked up to Yi Fei with a puzzled look on his face. Yi Fei, Teach is the enemy of all of us, let him go like this. Marco whispered. Just now, in order to kill Teach, the old man has already gone all out. Now, Yi Fei wants to have a truce with him, so, isn't it contrary to his father's wishes? However, Yi Fei did not answer directly. Instead, he glanced at him, and then at Marine. They are sitting on the mountain watching tigers fight. There is time for Blackbeard to solve it, but not now. Captain Marco. Marine. Yi Fei replied softly, with a particularly serious expression on his face. Immediately, Marco understood what Yi Fei meant. He wants to keep the entire pirate group. Immediately, no more words. On the opposite side, Teach suddenly burst out laughing. You can bend and stretch, Yi Fei, you really have a way, thief ha 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 ha. 3%. Chapter 63 Fishing in Troubled Waters, Diki's Purpose. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The two gangs all stopped, and they just stalemate. Hateful. Aside, Field Marshal Sengoku stared wide-eyed. You know, he didn't let Marine make a move just now, the purpose was to make the two groups fight. But now, the two gangs didn't do anything again. This is completely different from what he expected. Today, he used 100,000 Marines, 7 warlords of the sea, a dozen Marine vice admirals, and 3 admirals just to execute Ace and kill Whitebeard, but he didn't expect that things would develop to this point. All because of the man named Yi Fei. Marshal Sengoku. Yi Fei, who was standing at the bottom, looked up and shouted at Sengoku. The anger on Sengoku's face did not disappear, and he felt a little strange when Yi Fei called him that. I just returned Shiryu of the Rain to you. Now you should do something. Yi Fei said loudly. In his opinion, he just helped Marine. That being the case, they should give something back. What do you want? Marshal Sengoku asked. At this moment, he had roughly guessed what Yi Fei was going to say. Stop. Let's go back. Yi Fei replied flatly. Today, the main task is to rescue Ace. Now, the task is complete. Then, it's time to go back. Advertisement. The new world belongs to the Whitebeard Pirates. Marine, Blackbeard's account, can be calculated slowly in the future. Akainu has been beaten, and the remaining 2 Marine admirals are just releasing water most of the time. If Sengoku does not order, then they will definitely release water to the end. In this, They are very different from Akainu. So, the final decision is in the hands of Sengoku. The Whitebeard Pirates want to leave here, but only if Sengoku agrees. Stop kidding, you can come and go when you want, Marineford. I will not compromise with pirates. Faced with Yi Fei's request for a truce, Sengoku directly refused. At the same time, the sailors under him raised their guns and aimed at Yi Fei. Just wait for their Marshal Sengoku to give the order. Okay, I'll play with you. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Although I don't want to fight with you, but if you still want to make a move, I will accompany you to the end. After finishing speaking, Yi Fei slammed the mace on the ground heavily. In an instant, a huge crack opened on the ground. All the sea generals backed away in fright. They were afraid that Yi Fei would use the trick he used against Akainu against them. While everyone was waiting for Sengoku's order to go to war, Sengoku didn't speak for a long time. He hesitated. He really wanted to kill Ace and Whitebeard. But now, he had to make new considerations. First of all, Yi Fei's sudden appearance has already disrupted his previous plan. After so many battles, Yi Fei's strength exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect that Yi Fei could even fly Akainu. Advertisement. This kind of person is definitely not a character to mess with. How much would it cost to defeat him? In addition, the Marine soldiers have already suffered huge casualties today. If this continues, Yi Fei may not be able to be defeated immediately, but the casualties of the Marine soldiers will definitely continue to increase. As a Marine Marshal, the lives of Marine soldiers are what he must consider. Unlike the hawkish Akainu, Sengoku is much more merciful in this regard. Most importantly, Blackbeard Teach will definitely profit from it. Presumably this is exactly what he came here for. Once and Yi Fei continue to fight, the ultimate beneficiary must be Blackbeard Teach. Although he didn't know what the purpose of Teach was, it was definitely not that simple when he came to Marineford this time. Once he took advantage of Marine and Yi Fei's fight, and beat Marine from it. So, Sengoku hesitated. Seeing Sengoku's hesitation, Teach, who was at odds with Yi Fei, suddenly burst out laughing. Thief, ha ha ha, Marshal Sengoku, where is your spirit from back then? As a dignified Marine Marshal, would you be afraid of a nobody? World government, where is justice at naval headquarters? Even a badly wounded Whitebeard in his dying days couldn't handle it. Also, don't you forget, the Whitebeard Pirates rescued Fire Fist Ace, that is Roger's son, isn't that what you have been expecting? Now, Ace is on board, and you're standing here, doing nothing. Marine's justice really makes people laugh out loud. At this moment, his biggest thought is that naval headquarters and Whitebeard Pirates are fighting again. As long as the fight continues, both sides will definitely suffer in the end. Then, he still has a chance to kill Whitebeard and take his fruit ability. Hearing this, Yi Fei was slightly startled. It appears that Blackbeard Teach is not only ambitious, but also very smart. Advertisement. By this time, he hadn't given up, he was still fanning the flames. Sengoku knows how to take advantage of the fight between the two pirate groups. Teach is also known to use aggressive methods on Sengoku, so that they can fight against themselves. As a time traveler, Yi Fei knows Teach's mind clearly. Shock fruit, that's Teach's dream. Only then did he risk his life and came to Marineford. He definitely didn't want to leave empty-handed. Teach is very smart, but Yi Fei believes that Marine Marshal Sengoku is definitely not a vegetarian. But Sengoku is unaware of Teach's ability to take the papa fruit. Taking advantage of Sengoku's lack of rush to answer, Yi Fei was the first to say loudly, Teach, isn't the purpose of your coming here just for Dad's shock fruit ability, and then to turn against Marine? Why, did you forget? Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Yi Fei suddenly burst out laughing. In the original book, Teach does exactly that. However, this time, it was shaken out by Yi Fei in advance. The purpose of Blackbeard Teach was revealed to the public. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Knowing the truth, Sengoku's face changed drastically, and a ball of anger in his chest suddenly burned. Teach, you still have to turn against us, we haven't settled with you yet. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, was also stunned. Damn it, you kid, how did you know that? Laozi's purpose has never been told to anyone. Yi Fei, what you said is true. How do you know? Behind Yi Fei, Marco asked in shock. Chapter 64 Teach, your identity as 7 warlords of the sea has been lifted. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain Marco. Otherwise, why do you think he dared to bring the prisoners from Impel down here? Teach him a very ambitious man. He can hide on the ship for decades for the dark fruit. Similarly, he can also kill Dad for shock fruit. The death of Sachi is the best proof. Yi Fei replied calmly. Of course, Yi Fei will not say that he has read the original work. Faced with Marco's question, just convince him with your own reasoning. Of course, Marco was quickly fooled by Yi Fei. Because what Yi Fei said is true, Teach can do anything. He doesn't care about the feelings of the Whitebeard Pirates at all. Sachi, Ace is the best example. So it is. Marco finally understood. Just now he was wondering why Teach came to Marineford. It turned out that his real purpose was to kill Dad. The ability to capture shock fruit. Regarding the dark fruit, Marco has learned some news about the dark fruit. It is said that it can get the ability of demon fruit power. Maybe it can really take away the old man's ability. Damn Teach. Marco looked angrily at Blackbeard. This person is simply heinous. Advertisement. Killed his companions, took Ace, and now he's back in Marineford to kill Pop. Marco wanted to rush up immediately and kill Teach directly. But he is not a very impulsive person. What's more, the current Tiki is no longer something he can solve. On the ship, it has been hidden for decades, not only hiding its strength, but also hiding its ambition. Earlier, someone in the Whitebeard Pirates wanted to recommend him as the captain. However, at that time, Teach directly rejected it. This is enough to show that Teach is a very scheming person. He doesn't like the position of captain at all, the purpose is to hide himself. At the same time, Teach was immediately stunned. He couldn't figure out why Yi Fei knew about his plan. Moreover, it is so clear. Could it be that he could eavesdrop on his own voice? Crap. Yi Fei, what are you talking about? Blackbeard Teach pretends to be calm. The secret in my heart, being discovered by others, this kind of feeling is indeed very bad. But he still had to pretend nothing had happened. Hearing this, Yi Fei just smiled coldly. Teach, isn't what I'm telling the truth? Or else, what are you doing here? Give me a perfect explanation. Help Marine. Are you that kind? You broke into Marine's big prison just now, and now you are here to help Marine deal with us. Isn't that a big joke? Hearing what Yi Fei said, the sweat on Diki's forehead unconsciously burst out. How did this guy know? Yi Fei asked him to explain why he came to Marineford, but he really couldn't explain it. Advertisement. Because of breaking Impel down, then, it must not be helping Marine. Otherwise, it would really be a joke. Help Whitebeard. Is that even more ridiculous? So what is he doing here? Seeing him staying there, Yi Fei smiled slightly. Then, look at Sengoku. On the opposite side, Sengoku was also lost in thought. He knew that Dekilai was not that simple. Unexpectedly, he actually had such an idea. Fell against Marine, how crazy is this guy? Do you think naval headquarters doesn't exist? However, Sengoku was still somewhat puzzled by what Yi Fei said. Why would he know? But at the moment, Sengoku didn't have the time to wonder why Yi Fei knew so much. However, there is at least a lot of truth in Yi Fei's words. Di Chi let go of a group of prisoners. Logically speaking, they should have escaped a long way. But now, Teach just didn't escape, and instead came to naval headquarters where Marine's strongest combat power was assembled. This is enough to prove that Teach must have his own purpose when he came here. Otherwise, you won't risk your life. At the same time, this further verifies Yi Fei's words. Therefore, he chose to believe in Yi Fei. Marshal Sengoku, Teach's crime of trespassing on Impel Down should not be small. Seeing Sengoku frowning, Yi Fei continued to add fuel and vinegar. The purpose, of course, is for Marine to deal with Teach. You Blackbeard can turn Marine against us. Then, I can also provoke Marine to deal with you. Advertisement. Don't forget, the account of Impel Down, Marine has not yet settled with you. Thinking of this, Yi Fei smiled slightly. As soon as Yi Fei finished speaking, Marshal Sengoku looked at the Blackbeard Pirates. Shiryu of the Rain, Katarina Dupont, San Juan Wolf, Bacchus Choate, Abalo Pizarro, these are all the heinous prisoners of Impel Down. Teach, using Shichibukai's convenient identity to reach Impel Down, set them all free. Although Shiryu of the Rain is now caught again by Marine. But the rest of the prisoners are still at large. Teach, from now on, your Shichibukai identity is taken back. Sengoku said angrily. Usually, to take back or deprive the title of 7 warlords of the sea requires a high-level meeting of the world government to discuss and agree. After all, that was the great pirate appointed by the world government. But this time, Sengoku directly bypassed the world government high-level meeting. Sengoku knew very well that even if he didn't say anything, he would soon receive higher-level orders. Teach's Shichibukai status will definitely not be kept. Only, Sengoku spoke up ahead of time. Of course, that's because he was too angry. Take back my Shichibukai identity. Marshal Sengoku, it's not that far yet. I'm giving ace to you. Just because of such a small thing. Teach spread his hands, trying to be as light as possible. You know, this identity has brought him a lot of convenience. In the world of pirates, as long as a pirate becomes 7 warlords of the sea, the original bounty will be stopped immediately. Even if he meets Marine on the sea, he will not be caught, and Shichibukai can still enjoy the treatment that other pirates cannot enjoy. But if the identity is abolished, then the original reward will take effect immediately, and Marine can also directly dispatch troops to destroy it. That's the convenience of 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 65. Blackbeard, Yi Fei, and Marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Originally, Teach planned to turn against Marine after gaining Whitebeard's ability. But now, Whitebeard is not killed, nor does he have the ability to obtain shock fruit. Instead, Marine wants to remove his identity first. Then, the next thing may become very troublesome. Things were not as he expected. That's right, your identity has not only been abolished. Also, these subordinates of yours must also return to Impel Down. Sengoku replied. Of course, even if Blackbeard quibbles. But trying to fool people like Sengoku. Teach isn't that easy to do yet. Hearing this, Blackbeard froze. You know, he ventured into Impel Down because of lack of teammates. Now, Sengoku wants to take the fruits of all his hard work. Then, everything I did would be a waste. Blackbeard, absolutely no. Thief, ha 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 ha. Marshal Sengoku, then you should try it out. If I abandon my men, I will overthrow your entire naval headquarters. Blackbeard Teach, the ability to reach out and ignite the fruit of darkness. Badgers was killed and Shiryu of the Rain was captured. Although he suffered heavy losses, this did not affect his own strength too much. In addition, these subordinates are all outlaws who were killed from the Impel Down, and the strength of these people is extremely powerful. Advertisement. These, Teach has seen with his own eyes. In order to escape, these fugitives will do anything to fight Marine. It is impossible for him to give up all his current subordinates. He needs these people to strengthen his pirate group. Teach knows this very well, so he is very confident. As soon as Teach finished speaking, all the subordinates immediately raised their knives and guns and aimed at Marine. Damn it, Teach, do you want to fight against Marine? Field Marshal Sengoku was furious. So what? You still want to take us back? Teach sneered. It was hard to get them out. He absolutely didn't want to waste all of his thoughts in vain. You know, if these minions are captured back to Impel Down, then, wouldn't I have to run around like before? As long as you have these subordinates, you can still find a sea area of your own, why not do it? Hateful. Sengoku muttered secretly. But then he hesitated, but he is not a very impulsive person. He's sane and, moreover, smart. Teach's pirate group has been formed. If you want to eliminate it, you must pay a high price. Besides, today, there is also the Whitebeard Pirates present. One Whitebeard, and that's enough trouble. Facing the 2 pirate groups of Black and Whitebeard at the same time, Marine must be tired of coping. Advertisement. Also, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Most importantly, there is this young man. Yi Fei. The identity of this person is still a mystery. Just now, his strength has been known to the whole world. It's not that simple. For a while, Marshal Sengoku was deep in thought, unable to make up his mind at all. Meanwhile, all marine soldiers, cadres, Shichibukai, are waiting for his reply. Sengoku is caught in a dilemma. It would be really reconciled to let them go like this. In a fight, there is no absolute chance of winning. The current situation has shown a three-legged situation. Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard Pirates, Marine. No one wants to let others take advantage of them. They are all thinking about each other. Sengoku couldn't make up his mind for a long time. Blue, blue, blue. Just as Sengoku was still unable to make up his mind, the exclusive phone bug he carried with him suddenly rang. Get out the phone bug. Sengoku was a little surprised. It was from 5 old men from the Holy Land Mariajoy. They should know what's going on here. Sengoku muttered to himself. This time, it was originally for the execution of Fire Fist Ace, so the video phone bug was used to broadcast live around the world. Everything that happened here, the 5 old men of Mariajoy must know. HMPH, I don't know these 5 old guys, what do they think? Advertisement. Without thinking too much, Sengoku connected directly to the phone bug. Sengoku, this is the end of the matter. A voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Sengoku. What do you mean? Over there. Sengoku, you are not a fool. Sengoku. What do you mean, just let them go? In fact, he had already understood it, but it was only on purpose. Obviously those 5 old men meant a truce. If it's over, let them go. Yes. The other side replied. Firefist Ace and Whitebeard are alive. There is also Teach, this person is obedient and obedient. If they are just let go, where is the justice and dignity of Marine? Sengoku asked, pretending to be annoyed. Roger's son, and Whitebeard don't matter anymore. That young man, he's more dangerous than Whitebeard and Roger's son. We need to think long term. The matter on your side, after solving it, rush to Mariajoy immediately. Having said that, over there, he hung up the phone bug. Hey, hello. Sengoku was about to argue, but stopped when the words came to his lips. The young man they were talking about was Yi Fei. It seems that the 5 old men have noticed him. You know, these 5 old men, known as the 5 elders, are the highest authority in the world government, and they can decide anything. Chapter 66 Leave Blackbeard, World Government's Plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Now that the 5 old men have already made a decision, all they have to do is execute it. This also avoids the current situation of riding a tiger. You know, if Sengoku himself lets them go, or goes to war. Once the 5 old men blamed it, wouldn't it be very troublesome? Now, they made a decision directly and have nothing to do with themselves. At this moment, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just arguing on purpose. This trick is called advancing as retreating. However, say the words of direct release from his mouth. He was a little speechless. Marine let the pirate go directly, this kind of thing rarely happened. After struggling for a few seconds, Sengoku finally spoke. Today, Marine's casualties, too many casualties. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Blackbeard Marshal Teach, you can go. On the sea, if you still dare to mess around, Marine will never let you go. Also, Teach, starting today, the world government will officially restore your bounties. After all, Sengoku turned his head and looked at the corpses and wounded scattered on the ground, quite sad. Most of those who fell were Marine soldiers. If this continues, the number of casualties will increase. He had to obey the 5 elders and let them go. For the Blackbeard Pirates, 5 elders did not give an explanation. While Sengoku announced his disqualification from Shichibukai. Advertisement. But this matter needs to be released publicly by the world government. In addition, from the phone bug, Sengoku also heard the meaning of the 5 elders, and they seemed to want to let Blackbeard Teach go. According to Sengoku's conjecture, 5 elders means to use Teach to contain the Whitebeard Pirates. So, there is no plan to eliminate Blackbeard just yet. Because they saw the new strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. If you directly teach them. Then, on the sea, the Whitebeard Pirates will lose a powerful opponent. The scales will tip. This situation is extremely unfavorable to Marine. There must be opponents to check and balance them. It's better to let them all stay and fight each other than Marine to kill each other. The conflict between these two pirate groups may not be so easy to resolve. As expected of the world government, even this place is considered well. Sengoku muttered to himself. Letting go of Black Whitebeard, Sengoku's move, made many people puzzled. Not long after he announced the results. Immediately someone stood up. Marshal, should we let them go like this? Let the tiger go back to the mountain, there will be endless troubles. Today, Marineford has been devastated like this. It's all their fault. We must not let them go. That's right. This place has been naval headquarters for hundreds of years. No one has ever dared to offend here. These people must be eliminated. Even if we fight to the death, we must maintain the justice and dignity of Marine. Advertisement. Among Marine, there are some members of the Hawk faction. They absolutely do not agree to let people go. However, Sengoku rejected them with a word. This is the meaning of world government. If you want to go, I will never stop you. Hearing this, these hawkish people immediately stopped talking. You know, they just saw the abilities of Whitebeard, Yi Fei, and teach with their own eyes. Just because people like them want to go up, they are clearly courting death. Marshal Sengoku, thank you very much. Seeing this, Yi Fei smiled slightly, finally satisfied. My own goal has been achieved. Teach is not resolved today. Yi Fei felt a little regretful. But the top priority is to allow the entire Whitebeard Pirates to go back, which is the most important thing. As for Teach, the future is long. Yi Fei was thinking about how to deal with Teach in the future. Unexpectedly, Teach spoke first. Yi Fei, I remember you. Teach sneered. Today, he let himself lose two important subordinates. For his pirate group, it was a huge loss. This account, of course, must be settled on the heads of Yi Fei and the Whitebeard Pirates. Teach, you are welcome anytime. Yi Fei smiled. Advertisement. Originally, Yi Fei hoped that Marine would help him deal with them. Unexpectedly, Sengoku planned to let them go. I really don't know what he was thinking. However, Yi Fei didn't think too much about it. Instead, he turned around and started walking back. In front of all the Marines, Shichibukai, and Blackbeards, Yi Fei didn't look back. Seeing Yi Fei leave, Marco followed up instinctively. Yi Fei, they let us go so easily, it's not that simple. Marco asked. He turned around from time to time to see if anyone was following. Captain Marco, don't worry, you'll be fine. Yi Fei shook his head. Sengoku spoke in front of so many people, so naturally he won't go back on his word. Oh, Marco responded. Without saying much, he just followed Yi Fei. Watching their backs going away. Teach pondered for a moment. Thief, ha 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 ha, we should go too. Teach smiled awkwardly. Then, he flicked his sleeves and turned away. This adventure came to Marineford, got nothing, and took two people. This deal is not worth it. 14%. Chapter 67. The battle is over. Shanks embarks on the Moby Dick. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just after Yi Fei boarded the ship, the Whitebeard Pirates had just pulled anchor and set sail. A huge pirate ship suddenly appeared in Naval Headquarters Bay. Red Force. Yi Fei smiled slightly when he saw the pirate flag on the bow. Redhead, finally here. However, the battle is now over and the Whitebeard Pirates are ready to sail back to the New World. Shanks seems to be a bit late. Captain, the battle here seems to have stopped. Red Hair Pirates Kadri Laji Lu pointed to the Naval Headquarters square while eating meat, and shouted into the cabin. Not far away, Marine soldiers are cleaning the battlefield, and next to them, the Moby Dick has raised its sails. Inside the Red Force cabin, a middle-aged man with red hair and firm eyes, wearing a black cloak and a western sword on his waist, walked out slowly. This person is the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Shanks. What? Shanks froze for a moment, looking surprised. Then, looked towards Marineford Square, and then looked into the bay. The war has stopped. What's going on? Could it be that I am late? Impossible. The latest news I got, the war here is not over. Only then did he rush over. But now, it's clear the fighting has stopped. Shanks turned to look at the Moby Dick advertisement. That moment when he saw Whitebeard and Firefist Ace, and Luffy looked very shocked. What's the situation? Shanks didn't react for a long time. Naval headquarters gathered 3 admirals, 7 warlords of the sea, and 100,000 marines today, just to execute Ace and deal with Whitebeard. Now, the two were sitting on the boat intact. Shanks had no idea what was going on. So, decided to find out. At the same time, members of the Whitebeard Pirates had already discovered them. Shanks and Red Hair Pirates, they are very clear. Before that, he came to the Whitebeard Pirates specifically to prevent Ace from chasing and killing Blackbeard Teach. This at least shows that Shanks is not their enemy. See Shanks looking this way. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted loudly. Among them, Luffy's voice is the loudest. Shanks. Luffy, grow up. Shanks smiled. These are the first words he said when he set foot on the Whitebeard Pirates. The last time I met him was in Windmill Village. After being separated for more than 10 years, Shanks was full of emotions. I really miss the old days. At that time, Luffy was not only competitive, but also a crybaby. Unexpectedly, I came to Marineford now for the firefighting Fist Ace. It can be regarded as a man. Hey, advertisement. Luffy scratched his head unconsciously, his mouth widened, revealing a simple and honest smile. Saving Ace from Sengoku was enough to make him proud for a while. Then, Luffy's smiling face suddenly froze. Because, he saw Shanks' empty left arm. Back then, Shanks was bitten off by Sea Kings just to save himself. Thinking of this, Luffy's mouth suddenly curled up. Woo. Luffy couldn't help but choked up. My straw hat, you kept it well. Shanks didn't say much, but patted Luffy on the shoulder. At the same time, look at the straw hat. It was given to Luffy by him many years ago. Roger gave it to him many years ago. The straw hat was given to Luffy in order to let him inherit Roger's will. Woo. In front of Shanks, Luffy couldn't bear it anymore, and suddenly burst into tears. It's been so many years, and I'm still a crybaby. I thought you were a man. Alas, I misread the person. Shanks made a point on purpose. In his opinion, although Luffy has grown up, his personality is still the same as before, and he likes to cry. Aside, Yi-Fei was also touched in his heart. In the books, Shanks and Luffy haven't seen each other since he left East Blue. To meet each other, that is just to see each other on the reward order. But he didn't expect that the two would meet again because of his appearance. Advertisement. Suddenly, Yi-Fei felt an indescribable feeling. Aside, Luffy heard Shanks say he was a crybaby. Argue immediately. Nonsense. I'm not a kid anymore. After all, Luffy fought back to wipe away his tears. What happened back then is still fresh in his memory. If it wasn't for me, Shanks' arm must still be there. Luffy then brought Shanks to Firefist Ace and Yi-Fei. Shanks. This is my big brother Ace, and the big brother I just recognized, Yi-Fei. Luffy couldn't help rushing to introduce Shanks. Just now, Yi-Fei and Marco just boarded the boat. Yi-Fei was pulled over by Luffy. You must worship him as your eldest brother. Forced to do so, Yi-Fei had no choice but to agree to him. Of course, there is nothing wrong with accepting a younger brother. Ace. Shanks, the first to look at Firefist Ace. At the moment, Marco is dealing with burns on his legs. Ace bowed his head. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered heavy casualties today. It has made him extremely guilty. The source of everything is just because he is too impulsive. Why didn't you listen to your father? 15%. Chapter 68 Meeting. Shanks wants to pull Yi-Fei aboard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing him bow his head, Shanks didn't say much. Then, looking at Yi-Fei, he asked Luffy. Yi-Fei. Is he your big brother? Shanks looked confused. He had never seen that strange and handsome face before. Luffy nodded repeatedly. Yes, if it wasn't for him, Ace and I would have been killed by Marine Admiral now. Luffy rescued Ace from the execution block. But if it wasn't for Yifei to block Akainu, then Ace would definitely not be able to survive. Hearing the news, Shanks was very surprised. He doesn't know what happened yet. Still, as the man with the top conqueror's haki, he felt that there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power in Yifei. Then, Luffy told Shanks what happened one by one. After hearing the news, Shanks finally understood. Why did Summit War end so quickly? It turned out that it was this young man named Yifei. He changed the course of the war. Captain Shanks. Yifei stepped forward and greeted him first. Yifei respects the red-haired Shanks very much. In the world of pirates, this is one of the few pirates with a sense of justice. And his character is, "You can hurt me, but you can never hurt my friend." Advertisement. Shanks is such a person. You were able to save your companions on the battlefield of Marineford, which already shows your courage. Young man, I admire your courage. Shanks looked at Yifei with full affirmation. But there are still some doubts in my heart. Only in his 20s, so strong. Captain Shanks, I just don't want to see my mates being bullied. The purpose of our coming this time is to save Ace, he is our companion. Yifei nodded. Hearing this, Shanks smiled lightly. This kid, his personality is quite similar to his own. It is definitely not easy to be able to fly Marine Admiral. I wish I could compete with you. Shanks looked him up and down. Especially after hearing Luffy describe the scene at that time. Shanks has this in mind. Can compete with Captain Shanks. It's a great honor for me. But this is not a good place. Yifei replied, pointing to naval headquarters. Competing in this kind of place is probably not the best choice. Still, for the bout Shanks raised, Yifei really wanted to try it. After all, Shanks is a well-deserved 4 emperors. Moreover, swordsmanship is extremely superb. In the world of pirates, his swordsmanship is probably only comparable to Hawkeye. Advertisement. He really wanted to know how big the gap was between himself and the 4 emperors. Okay, if I have a chance, I will definitely compete with you. Shanks nodded. Then, continued. From now on, Yifei, you are my friend. Shanks was so proactive, Yifei didn't refuse directly, and nodded immediately. However, what Shanks said next made Yifei feel that he had been tricked. I saw Shanks suddenly change his style of painting. Oh, now that we've become friends, Yifei, would you like to join my pirate team? Shanks had just finished speaking. The boat was suddenly quiet. What followed was that the members of the Whitebeard Pirates almost jumped up en masse. Yifei looked helpless. Shanks, is it fake to make friends with me? Is it true to pull me on board? It turns out that your purpose is here. Facing Shanks' request, Yifei didn't say anything. But the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates are not calm anymore. Hey, Shanks, it's not fair for you to do this. What? You want to pull our Yifei aboard? Tell you, it's impossible. What do you mean, Shanks? I just made friends with Yifei, and immediately dragged people onto the boat. It's inhumane. That's right, Yifei is now the captain of our 4th team. He just saved our Whitebeard Pirates, and he is today's hero of the Whitebeard Pirates. Stop dreaming. What's so great about your red hair pirates? We are the Whitebeard Pirates, we are the strongest pirates in the world. Shanks, please disembark immediately. Walk slowly, don't send. A group of crew members launched a public opinion offensive against Shanks. Advertisement. An attempt to use the power of public opinion to force Shanks into submission. Marco looked embarrassed. Shanks, what's the matter with you? Just got on the boat and want to pull our people. Last time it was me, now it's Yifei again. What are you doing? Is there too much food on board? West Blue Kid, stop wishful thinking. On the side, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who hadn't spoken for a long time, dismissed Shanks. The seastone bullet that had just been taken out of his body was taken out, and the wound was being bandaged. At the same time, his nose was again catheterized. He is 72 years old. Physical fitness, compared with the past, is indeed much worse. Today, although not too much damage. However, he was hit by Teach's seastone bullet, and despite medical care, he still felt unwell. Captain Whitebeard, We meet again. Shanks replied coldly. I can't help but feel a little sad. I told you last time. I told you to send someone to bring Ace back. If you don't listen, you screwed up. Seeing that Whitebeard was still catheterized, Shanks didn't say anything. Last time, the two met and exchanged swords. Up to now, there is no winner. Shanks was still thinking, when will he face the sword again next time, or maybe there will be no chance in the future. Immediately there was no further mention of Yi Fei getting on the boat. After all, he was just joking just now, just like he did to Marco last time. He knew that Whitebeard would not agree. What did you come to Marineford for? Whitebeard Edward Newgate looked at Shanks suspiciously. 5%. Chapter 69 Whitebeard Pirates, Deputy Captain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I was here to end this war. Now that the war is over, I'm here to see old friends, and I saw Luffy here, so I came over. Shanks looked rather embarrassed. But he is a very straightforward person, and he didn't hide it. Originally, he hurried to Marineford today. It is hoped that all parties will sell him face and stop the war. If the fight continues like this, people on both sides will suffer huge losses. But this time, I seem to be a little redundant. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, Whitebeard laughed when he heard that he was here to end the war. Hula la la. It's so ridiculous. Does my pirate group still need you to come? West Blue Kid, do you think too highly of yourself, or of us? Whitebeard smiled smugly. Today, he has another powerful son. However, Shanks probably wanted to help himself when he came this time. If you admit it, then, don't you owe him a favor? I, Whitebeard, don't owe people favors. Humph. Still, the kid doesn't look too nasty today. Shanks had black lines all over his face. Not much to argue about. Since I'm here, I'll drink here before leaving. I came in a hurry this time, and I didn't bring wine from my hometown. Just use what's on your ship. Shanks was also welcome. Originally also wanted to help the Whitebeard Pirates. Since I don't want to hand over Yi Fei, I have traveled all the way and even got into a fight with Kaido, so I can't just let it go. Then, you must invite this drink. Forehead. Whitebeard Edward Newgate froze for a moment. He didn't answer directly, but in his heart, he didn't feel very good. Damn, do you want to stay here? Take my people away. Advertisement. I remember he was polite before. Why this time? It's okay to drink, but you can't take Yi Fei away. Because he is already the vice captain of our Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard replied. He knew that Shanks couldn't take Yi Fei away. But what is Yi Fei thinking? For the son of Yi Fei. Whitebeard didn't know very well, in case he did go away with Shanks. For the Whitebeard Pirates, the loss is huge. In addition, although he is puzzled about why Yi Fei has such a strong strength. But judging from all Yi Fei's actions today, he protects the members of the Whitebeard Pirates everywhere, which is enough to show that he has no second thoughts about the Whitebeard Pirates. As for how he obtained such a powerful force, Whitebeard Edward Newgate didn't care. As long as he is strong, the Whitebeard Pirates will be strong, and all the family members will be safer. Such a person must be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Vice Captain. What? Let Yi Fei be the deputy captain. In one day, from the most ordinary crew member, to the captain, and then to the deputy captain, isn't that too fast? Whitebeard Pirates, but there has never been a vice captain. Dad is going to make an exception today. What do you call it? Yi Fei saved Ace directly today, as well as Ace's younger brother, and Dad, his credit. Dad, Yi Fei is the deputy captain, there is nothing wrong with it. Vice Captain Yi Fei, congratulations. Woohoo. Captain Yi Fei, woohoo. The crew on the Moby Dick immediately exclaimed. They all agree with Whitebeard's decision. Among them, the happiest is the Whitebeard Pirates' fourth team. Since Sage's death, the entire 4th Division has been in a state of depression. Today, however, they have a strong captain. Moreover, this captain will now be appointed as the deputy captain. The excitement in their hearts is unimaginable. Woohoo! Captain Yi Fei. Advertisement. The crew members of Division 4 cheered collectively. Yi Fei became the deputy captain, and no one dared to say no. Because they did see Yi Fei's strength. In addition, on today's battlefield, his contribution is the greatest. In terms of rewards for meritorious deeds, it is true. Everyone could see clearly that after the father made such an announcement, everyone began to congratulate Yi Fei one after another. All eyes looked at Yi Fei at the same time. Originally, he was about to sit down and drink, but he immediately seemed a little uncomfortable. After thinking about it for a while, immediately stepped forward. Daddy, Executive Captain, I don't think I can be. Yi Fei blurted out directly. Hearing this, the faces of all the crew members present immediately changed greatly. Captain Yi Fei, what are you talking about? Father trusts you so much, yet you treat him like this. Are you still the captain of the 4th Division of our Whitebeard Pirates? It's the dream of all of us to be the deputy captain on Papa's ship. Captain Yi Fei, what do you think? Captain Yi Fei, Dad values you so much, please don't be like this. Yi Fei, you don't mean to leave, then I don't agree. If you leave, you are no longer our brother. The money you borrowed from me last time must be returned to me immediately. Everyone talked about it. It's because Yi Fei is a little ignorant. The father trusts you so much, but he still doesn't agree. Others can't get what they want. On the side, Marco walked up to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, what's the situation with you? Dad has already spoken, so you still don't want to. Marco raised his eyebrows and patted Yi Fei on the shoulder. His former subordinate had been promoted so many levels in one day. Now, the position on the ship is about to surpass himself. Although Marco was a little unwilling. But Yi Fei's strength is indeed much stronger than him. In this regard, Marco did not blame anyone. Skills are not as good as others, so you can't blame others. Captain Marco. Yi Fei still called Marco very politely. Advertisement. Then, look to Whitebeard. Father, it's not that I don't want to be, it's just that something doesn't conform to common sense. Yi Fei replied flatly. Hearing this, Whitebeard looked puzzled. Yi Fei, talk about it. Yi Fei immediately replied. Father, you have always treated all the crew members as family members. So, you are the captain and consider all the crew to be your sons. If I become the vice captain, wouldn't I be equal to you? So, am I going to call them sons too? I can't say that. Hearing this, Whitebeard froze for a moment, then raised his head and laughed loudly. Hula la la. Yi Fei, you are so interesting. Whitebeard's laughter immediately drew laughter from the entire crew. Captain Yi Fei, you are too funny. It seems that there is some truth in what you said. We are called Daddy Whitebeard. Then, if Yi Fei becomes the deputy captain, shouldn't we be called Daddy Yi Fei? No, he's only 20 years old, and I'm almost 40. I can't say it out loud. The deputy captain can still call me, but the captain, we always call him Daddy. It feels a bit messy. Ha 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 ha, Moby Dick burst into laughter instantly. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei is so interesting. Why does it feel a little different from before? What's going on? On the side, Shanks also opened his mouth wide. Luffy is already rolling on the floor laughing. Yi Fei, you really don't want to be the deputy captain. Whitebeard Edward Newgate suddenly stopped laughing. Just kidding. But he still really wanted Yi Fei to be the deputy captain. As for titles and the like, they can be changed, but that's not a big deal. Now, he really wants to know Yi Fei's attitude. Don't really want to go. At the same time, everyone's laughter stopped immediately. We are all waiting for Yi Fei's reply. Chapter 70 Yi Fei's plan, Whitebeard's idea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That's right, Dad. I think I'm too young. I feel like I need to practice more. Dad, don't worry, I will never leave here. Yi Fei replied. At this moment, he could already see his father's worry. The reason why he suddenly wanted to make himself the deputy captain may be because he was worried that he would leave. So, while refusing, Yi Fei also chose to comfort Papa Whitebeard and his companions on the boat. Then look at Shanks. Captain Shanks, I'm sorry, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates never abandon their families easily. That's the iron law of the Whitebeard Pirates. Of course, as a pirate, Yi Fei has ambitions. But now, it is indeed a bit out of date. It's only just becoming the captain now. To be the vice captain again, it is estimated that some people will not be convinced in their hearts. They are cheering now, but it is just a moment of excitement. From the psychological point of view of most people, if a person suddenly goes up so many levels, some people will definitely feel uncomfortable. Once you become the deputy captain, you are the closest person to the captain's position. Also, the most important point. That is, the old man just made a request, and he immediately agreed. Would appear too greedy. Too much purpose will make people mistakenly think that they really want to be the captain. So, now is not the time. At the same time, Yi Fei also had doubts about whether his father really wanted to be the deputy captain. After all, Shanks pulls people directly in front of him. Advertisement. Dad was worried that he and Shanks would leave, so he said it in a hurry. Yi Fei is still unclear about Whitebeard's true intentions. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to agree. Ahahaha, Yi Fei is the real man. Shanks laughed again. Unexpectedly, one of my own jokes could make Whitebeard so serious. It seems that he is really worried. But Yi Fei is quite interesting. However, Whitebeard's concerns are not without reason. Yi Fei's conjecture is a bit redundant. Whitebeard Edward Newgate was 72 years old. As an ordinary person, it is almost the age of sunset. In his own words, I am the remnant of the times. In case one day let go. So, what should the Whitebeard Pirates do? In this regard, Whitebeard had to do some preparations in advance. Originally, in the headquarters pirate group and the 43 pirate groups, there were two candidates. Marco, the captain of the first team, and Ace, the captain of the second team. Marco is powerful, but he can only be used as a general. As a commander in command, he still lacks something. Fire Fist Ace, the son of One Piece Roger, has the talent of a king and is extremely talented, but he acted too impulsively, otherwise, there would be absolutely no possibility of such a large casualty today. He still needs too much experience, and at present, he is not a suitable candidate. Previously, among the two, he was more optimistic about Ace, not because of anything else, but because he was young, and he still had many opportunities. But Marco has been with him for decades and is loyal. For these two, Whitebeard has been hesitant. But now that Yi Fei came out, Whitebeard took a fancy to him at a glance. Not only does he have the appearance of a king, but he is also powerful. Moreover, he is very calm, and low-key, which can be seen from his hidden strength for more than 2 years and his refusal to be the deputy captain today. In addition, from the fact that he risked his life to save Fire Fist Ace and himself, he felt that Yi Fei is a very moral person. Advertisement. At this point, there is the most fundamental difference with Teach. The same is to hide strength, fight against Marine, fight against Blackbeard, and maintain Whitebeard Pirates everywhere. All this is exactly what he needs. Whitebeard really needed someone like that. Yi Fei fits the bill for a captain. But Yi Fei's rejection now made him a little depressed. What does this kid mean by rejecting me with a joke? After a moment of silence, Whitebeard wasn't about to think about it, either. Cool la 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 la. Yi Fei, if you don't want to now, then I won't force you. I will reserve the position of vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates for you at any time. Whitebeard laughed out loud. He put the huge wine bowl in his hand directly to his mouth, and then drank it in a big gulp. Ahahaha, I'm going to drink here for 3 days. Shanks laughed. Yi Fei directly rejected Whitebeard, which immediately made him full of curiosity about this person. In order to resolve the embarrassment, he transferred all the atmosphere to the wine. With Shanks laughing, the atmosphere at the scene began to become more relaxed. The two main ships started to leave Marineford side by side. And Naval Headquarters can only watch helplessly. Just when the Whitebeard Pirates left the headquarters. On the bottom of the sea, a submarine quietly emerged. This is a pirate ship named Polar Diving. Good at lurking underwater. This ship is none other than the Trafalgar Law known as the Death Surgeon in the original book. Advertisement. It seems that my trip is redundant. Master the Straw Hat, see you next time. Trafalgar Law smiled to himself. Then ordered the ship to sink. And above Marineford Square, Sengoku watched Whitebeard's boat leave with a sigh. At the same time, He also saw Shanks' ship. But he didn't notice the submarine that popped out. Redhead, you were originally going to end this war, right? Sengoku muttered. Then, he looked at Garp beside him. Redhead, the man who led Luffy to the pirate road. Hateful. Garp's face was livid, and he clenched his iron fist tightly. I can't wait to rush up and give Shanks a little color. Garp, now is not the time to say this, don't be too impulsive. It's true that redheads are at fault, but the main responsibility lies with your grandson. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. You always say that your grandson was dragged into the boat by him. But your son Long was not fooled by others, right? However, Sengoku is well aware of Garp's character, and the old partner's character is such a straightforward one. Forget it, I should go. Garp glanced at the Moby Dick, turned and left. Luffy and Ace are finally okay. The stone in Garp's heart also fell to the ground. Although he hates Shanks. But the way of the pirate is Luffy's own choice. For this, he can't blame others. Chapter 71 Sengoku's Plan, Marco's Doubts. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That being the case, then, it's time for Garp to make some plans for the future. As Marine Vice Admiral, it is his duty to catch pirates. But his grandson is a pirate again. This makes his position in Marine very awkward. If it wasn't for my previous contributions, it is estimated that Marine and world government would have already persuaded me to leave. Just like today's scene. Let him fight his grandson duel, the mood is extremely complicated. But for Luffy, no matter what, Garp couldn't bear to do it. Looks like it's time to leave Marine too. Garp left, Sengoku didn't say much. As a marshal, he must focus on the overall situation. Then, start ordering to the marine below. Now, hurry up and find Sakazuki. Started from just being knocked into the air. Akainu never came back. Sengoku also tried to contact him with a phone bug, but couldn't get through at all. Since he didn't come back, someone must be sent to find him. He is Marine Admiral. Hearing this, the Marine messenger was a little puzzled. Sakazuki Admiral he. Sengoku replied directly. He won't die so easily. Follow where he flew to. As a marshal, he naturally knew that Akainu would not be so easy to kill. He just got kicked out. Now he must be found as soon as possible. Advertisement. Yes. After the orderly saluted, he quickly ran away. Kuzan, you and Borsellino guard Marineford, stabilize the morale of the army, strengthen the defense, there are still many things to do here. Tomorrow, I'm going to Mariajoy with Garp. Sengoku looked at Aokiji. All right. Aokiji nodded slightly. Then, he lazily put his hand into his pocket and walked towards the headquarters. I feel a little chaotic today, I'm too tired, I have to go back to sleep. After the two were gone, Sengoku looked at the devastated Marineford again. There are many emotions in my heart. You must know that this place has been established by generations. It was actually made such a fuss by the Whitebeard Pirates. Today's battle situation has been known to the whole world. This time, Marine lost face. Next, I have to go to the Holy Land Mariajoy to explain to those 5 old men. The sea is bound to be in chaos again. Marshal Sengoku sighed. The sudden emergence of the Whitebeard Pirates' huge combat power is very likely to change the pattern of the world. This incident was too sudden. You know, knocking Marine Admiral Akainu into the air means defeating him in his opinion. As Marine's strongest combat power, once defeated, it means that Marine's status in the world will be greatly affected. That's why the 5 elders summoned themselves to Mariajoy in such a hurry. Advertisement. This shows that they have paid close attention to this matter. Sengoku guessed so. Thinking of this, Sengoku also had to make some preparations in advance. Send warships to monitor every move of the Whitebeard Pirates. Report their movements at any time. After Sengoku gave the order, he turned and left. At the same time, the Whitebeard Pirates. As soon as all the ships sailed from Marineford, a grand reception was held. Not only to celebrate the successful rescue of Ace, but also to celebrate the acquisition of such combat power as Yi Fei. Moby Dick is buzzing. The crew raised their glasses to celebrate the victory. Yi Fei, the captain of the first team, Marco, pulled Yi Fei out of the crowd. Captain Marco, let's have another drink. Yi Fei blushed, raised the wine glass in his hand, and was about to toast with Marco. Although this kind of rum has less alcohol than liquor. But it tastes really good. Originally, Yi Fei didn't plan to drink much. However, there are too many people on board. In addition, Yi Fei has just become the captain and made great contributions. Plus Ace just got rescued. After several drinks, Yi Fei felt a little overwhelmed. Advertisement. Yi Fei, tell me, did you eat some devil fruit? Seeing that Yi Fei's face was flushed and he was a little unsteady, Marco took the opportunity to ask. He wanted to ask Yi Fei while he was drunk. You know, this problem has been bothering him today. It has been 2 years since Yi Fei was on board. His performance, at best, is just an ordinary pirate. Today, he actually defeated so many famous opponents. This made him unable to figure it out anyway. Marco's words made Yi Fei sober up a lot in an instant. However, Yi Fei still drank the wine and replied. Captain Marco, I don't know what's going on. I just remember being shot by Doflamingo, and then when I woke up, I got power without knowing it. I really want to be able to replicate a lot of abilities. Of course, the matter of binding the god-level system. I guess I told Marco that he couldn't understand it either. Even if Yi Fei drank, he would never talk nonsense. It is even more impossible to say that he is a traveler and has the memory of 2 worlds. However, Yi Fei is not completely lying. After all, he got his abilities after being killed by Doflamingo. Speaking of this, Yi Fei suddenly thought of Brother Doflamingo. You know, he shot himself. Today in Marineford, Yi Fei didn't see him, maybe because the battle situation was too tense at that time. Yi Fei didn't continue to look for him. However, having said that, it is thanks to him to bind the system this time. Chapter 72 Make up your mind and dominate the pirate world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If it weren't for this, I don't know how long it will take to bind the system. It is even more impossible to change the situation on the battlefield today. But no matter what, Yi Fei has already recorded this shot. Shot by Doflamingo. Is it okay? Marco suddenly felt a little strange. Gained abilities after being shot. How can that be? Is it too bloody? However, Marco quickly remembered. After Yi Fei was hit in the chest by Akainu's magma, he was able to fight again intact. Well, what he said should be true. As for what exactly is the ability to copy fruit? Marco was very curious about this. Kindness. Yi Fei couldn't help nodding. Marco grows his mouth. This is how Yi Fei acquires his ability. But judging from Yi Fei's simple and honest appearance, he couldn't be lying. After thinking for a long time, Marco couldn't figure out the reason. Immediately, I didn't ask much. Even if you continue to ask, I'm afraid you won't be able to ask anything. It also prevents people from suspecting that they are always suspicious of others, which is not good. Forget it. Yi Fei can become so strong, I should be happy. Advertisement. Marco muttered to himself, blaming himself for being a little nervous, and at the same time a little petty. Then, he drank the rum in his hand in one gulp. Pulling Yi Fei, continue to come into the crowd. Celebrations continue from day to night and into the night. At the same time, all ships have long been far away from the naval headquarters Marineford's sphere of influence. In the middle of the night, Yi Fei opened his eyes from the deck. Then step onto the bow and untie the. Looking back, at this moment, almost everyone on the boat was lying there stumbling. Whitebeard sat on his throne. With an infusion tube inserted into his nose, he snores louder than anyone else. Yi Fei also heard people talking in their dreams with wine glasses in their hands from time to time. Is this the life of a pirate? Yi Fei murmured to himself. Very comfortable. Immediately, Yi Fei stepped onto the bow of the Moby Dick. Looking at the stars. The sky full of stars greeted Yi Fei's eyes, which made people feel refreshed. This feeling, Yi Fei has never experienced before. Could it be that this is freedom? Before time traveling, Yi Fei was just an ordinary office worker. The never-ending work leaves him no time to look outside. Most of them just read novels and animations. But in his heart, He has always yearned for a free and carefree world. Advertisement. Coming here, Yi Fei suddenly experienced this feeling. You don't have to think about how to make money, how to work, and how to live. Just like to do what you like to do. Don't feel too good. This may also be the reason why the original pirates are so popular. Maybe somewhere in everyone's heart, they want to gallop on the sea and enjoy freedom. I don't want to go back. I will stay in this world and be the overlord. Yi Fei spread his hands and muttered to himself. At this moment, Yi Fei has made up his mind to dominate the world of pirates. Suddenly, Yi Fei remembered what his father had said to him during the day. The vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. The reason why Whitebeard's request was rejected today was not that Yi Fei didn't want to be the deputy captain. It's just not at that time. It is estimated that many people, including Father Whitebeard, are puzzled by the fact that they suddenly have such great strength. It's just that Marco has asked several times, and that's not counting the others. In this regard, Yi Fei is not easy to explain. Because he couldn't explain it at all. For now, keep it as low-key as possible. Wait for your own strength to crush everything. Thinking of this, Yi Fei immediately remembered the bound system. While everyone is asleep now. Just in time to take a look. Advertisement. At this moment, Yi Fei has already sobered up a lot. Call the system secretly, and then open the system panel. Today, after defeating several powerful characters, plus some ordinary sailors, my personal experience value has soared to more than 50,000 points. You can exchange a lot of good things from the system. Open the Devil Fruit class in the first column and watch it. Yi Fei noticed that in the system mall, the burning fruit had turned into a gray profile picture. This shows that the burning fruit is gone. Yi Fei understood that the system mall is the same as Pirate World, there is only one fruit of each kind. Thinking of this, Yi Fei felt a little lost. Originally, he planned to build a fire-type pirate team. Then he looked again, and when he saw the rubber fruit, Yi Fei stopped. This is the fruit of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece World. The rubber fruit of Paramecia has a strong development value. This point, Yi Fei can see from the plot of the original work. In the original book, up to now, Luffy has been developed to the 4th gear. Moreover, his fruit ability has not been awakened so far. What would it be like if you woke up? Immediately, Yi Fei hesitated whether to exchange it or not. After all, one's own body can now fuse many kinds of fruits. After thinking for a long time, Yi Fei gave up temporarily. The current experience value is not enough. Let's look at the others first. Compared with Paramecia fruit, Yi Fei now wants to obtain the ability of Logia fruit more. Can manipulate wind, water, thunder, fire. Chapter 73 Water System Ability, Yu fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. These are Logia's abilities. It's really exciting. At present, Yi Fei has the burning fruit, which is equivalent to having the ability of the fire element. Thunder 8 trigrams, with the ability of thunder attribute. In other words, Yi Fei now has the ability of 2 attributes. Next, it's wind and water. Looking through the fruits, Yi Fei began to look for them. But there are too many fruits in the mall. Yi Fei searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. If we continue to search like this, we don't know when we will find it. Just when Yi Fei was about to give up, a water-attributed fruit suddenly appeared. Yu fruit. Seeing this, Yi Fei immediately became interested. In the original work of pirates, the fruits of Logia include Mera fruit, burning fruit, thunder fruit, sparkling fruit, lava fruit, frozen fruit. The fruit of the water system has only one water fruit. That belonged to Senor Peak, Cadre of the Doflamingo family. However, Senor only uses that ability for swimming and picking up girls. Yi Fei estimated that he hadn't fully developed the fruit ability, so he was defeated by Frankie. However, this time in Yi Fei's system mall, there is really a fruit of the water system, that is, the fruit of Yu. Then, look at the fruit introduction. Fruit of rain and rain. Logia. After eating, the eater can gain the ability to manipulate rain at will, including making rain, controlling the size of rain, and the user can also change into a water form. Normal physical attacks and non-hockey attacks are invalid to the user. The lower column is a subsidiary column, which introduces Yuyuguo's combat skills. Sensing rain. The rain created by the user can sense the enemy within the range of the rain falling, which can be used for detection and defense. The range is determined by the user's ability. Arrow rain. The falling rain can be turned into countless rain arrows falling from the sky, attacking enemies in a wide range. Arrow rain max. An upgraded version of arrow rain, the speed and attack power have been increased by more than 10 times. Rain gun. A weapon after rainwater fusion, usually used for offense. Advertisement. Rain shield. Defense system. The shield after the fusion of rainwater can resist swords, bullets, and shelling, and can slow down the enemy's attack power. Rain lightning. Create a thunderstorm. Use the thunderstorm to accurately hit the enemy. Rain fist. After the user creates rain, the rain can be fused into rain fist. Rain god water dragon. Make heavy rain. Use the water dragon created by the ability to attack the enemy. Rain god gravity rain ball. Use the ability to increase the density of rainwater while the volume of water remains unchanged, thus hitting the enemy. Rain god gravity big water balloon. After the heavy rain merges, it will form a huge high-density water ball, which will fall from the sky and is effective for a wide range or a single individual. The size of the water ball is determined by the user's ability. Corrosion acid rain. Users can create high-intensity acid rain. Acid rain can corrode enemies, swords and steel warships. Weaknesses. More powerful fire, magma, comma. After seeing the fruit ability introduction, Yi Fei was a little surprised. Sensing rain. This is somewhat similar to Pain's perception in Hokage. This move is relatively safe to defend. After the ability is activated, once the opponent comes to sneak attack, as long as the opponent enters the rain, then you can know in advance and react. Rain of arrows works well against enemies in a large area. Rain gun. The weapon turned into rain can really fight. Yi Fei still has doubts about this. However, moves such as Rain Fist, Water Dragon, and Big Water Ball really look very powerful. Especially Gravity Rain can actually change the density of water, which probably consumes a lot of energy. Finally, Acid Rain. This trick is a bit damaged. It can not only corrode steel, but also corrode the enemy. It's too cruel. It's better not to use it as much as possible. Overall, Yi Fei is still looking forward to Yuyu fruit. Immediately, Yi Fei thought of Crocodile, the ability user of Sand fruit. His own Yuyu fruit should be his nemesis. Looking at the price, just like the burning fruit, it only needs 10,000 experience points to exchange. Yi Fei didn't think too much, and directly chose to exchange. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Host successfully redeemed Yuyu fruit. Close black lens bracket. Following a reminder, a transparent water-like devil fruit appeared in Yi Fei's hand. It is soft when pinched, and under the shining of the stars, it is shining like a diamond. Rain fruit. Advertisement. Yi Fei held it in his hand and didn't rush to eat it. Instead, he started to think about it. I already have the ability to burn fruit. You know, it's the fire element. And the one in his hand is indeed a water attribute fruit. Once eaten by oneself, will it be restrained? In the world of pirates, devil fruit has a restrained relationship. You know, water and fire are incompatible. Thinking of this, Yi Fei felt a little regretful. System, will eating the fruit of rain and rain have a restraint relationship with the fruit of burning? Yi Fei showed a worried expression. Turn to the system. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Won't close black lens bracket. Water and fire abilities are mutually exclusive, but they do not affect the performance of the host. It's just that the host should try not to use the two abilities at the same time. Once used, it may cause backlash. Host recovery ability is very strong, so it can't cause much damage to host. Since it was nothing serious, Yi Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Look at the fruit in your hand. Yi Fei bit down directly. It's still unpalatable, just like medicine. Yi Fei looked disgusted, but in order to gain more abilities, Yi Fei can still bear this bit of hardship. Devil fruit is all you need is one bite. Toss the rest aside. Yi Fei's body also changed accordingly. Advertisement. It is different from the first integration. This time, Yi Fei didn't feel much pain. Just a little bloated belly. In the body, it seems that several forces are swimming around. Ding. Open black lens bracket. Host successfully merged with Yu Fruit ability. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Does the host exchange all skills? Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Yi Fei was a little surprised. I remember that when I fused the burning fruit last time, those skills were all attached. This time, you have to spend experience points to buy it. This system is getting darker and darker. It's the same as starting to play the game for free. The further you go, the darker it gets. No charge. Yi Fei was a little speechless, but since he ate the Yu fruit, if he didn't buy skills, he had to learn slowly, and he didn't know when he would learn them. Just exchange them together. Exchange. Yi Fei answered secretly. Host spent 10,000 experience points. The exchange was successful. Open black lens bracket. Host gets Arrow Rain Max, Rain Gun, Rain Shield, Rain Lightning, Rain Fist, Rain God Big Water Polo Corrosion Acid Rain. Close black lens bracket. Skills and moves start to merge. Open black lens bracket. Skills and moves are being integrated. Close black lens bracket. Immediately, various moves and methods of Yu Guo's skills began to pour into Yi Fei's mind non-stop. Successful fusion of skills and moves. Accompanied by the system prompting success. Yi Fei smiled triumphantly. Not only can it fuse fruit abilities, but it's also so fast. The reaction was really fast. 16%. Chapter 74 Manipulation of Rainwater, Long Distance Attack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In this way, you don't have to spend a lot of time exploring and learning. With so many skills and moves, only 10,000 experience points are worth it. This can be as cheap as buying in packs. At the same time, Yi Fei also remembered the trick of buying Thunder 8 trigrams for the first time. S-level skills. Anyway, that was also a big move, and it was not a loss, and it also sent Akainu flying. Thinking about it, Yi Fei felt proud. However, Yi Fei didn't get the S-level skill prompt after eating the Yu fruit this time. It is also possible that the fruit ability has not been awakened. The fruits rewarded by the system are all incapable of awakening. So, it means that it may need to be developed by yourself. Yi Fei thought to himself. Now, let's try the Yu fruit. Because of the relationship between fusion skills and moves, Yi Fei quickly learned how to activate it. Stretch out your palm to activate the power of the water system in your body. Soon, a water polo the size of a fist appeared on Yi Fei's palm. The water polo rose slowly, and Yi Fei used his ability to knock it into the air. Soon, the rising water polo disappeared. At the same time, a dark cloud gradually rose in the night sky. The originally beautiful night sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Yi Fei looked up at the sky. The dark cloud was at least tens of kilometers in range. Then, the sky gradually began to drizzle. It finally appeared. This is the rain I made. Advertisement. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel proud. I can control the weather now. Next, is the ability to use perception. Then, Yi Fei slowly closed his eyes and began to feel where the rain fell. The headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, plus the 43 branch pirate groups, and the ships of the Red Hair Pirates are all within Yi Fei's feelings. Yi Fei felt that, except for the sailing crew, most of the remaining people were already asleep. In particular, there are ships nearby, and the crew's breathing, snoring, and Yi Fei's sense of rain can all be sensed. This made Yi Fei feel a little emotional. Sense rain works well as a detection defense. Just when Yi Fei was about to put away his ability, suddenly, Yi Fei felt a burst of hostility. This is about tens of nautical miles away. There are 3 huge objects that block the rain from Yi Fei. As soon as the rain fell, Yi Fei sensed it. The distance was too far. Yi Fei didn't know what it was. Immediately enhance your perception. Soon, Yi Fei sensed that there were 3 marine warships, one was larger and the other 2 were smaller. Originally, Yi Fei thought they would come for a sneak attack. But this idea was quickly rejected by Yi Fei. Because, the 3 marine warships did not drive towards this side quickly, but kept the same speed as this side. Besides, If it was a sneak attack, it wouldn't just send 3 warships over. You know, this is the Whitebeard Pirates. In addition to the pirate group in the headquarters, there are 43 other pirate groups under the banner. Plus Shanks' ship. Just 3 warships. It is estimated that it will be wiped out directly before it arrives. That is clearly to die. Around them, Yi Fei also found no other warships. Advertisement. Obviously, this was just sent by Marine to monitor. Yi Fei immediately thought of this question. Today, the Whitebeard Pirates made a big fuss in Marineford, sending warships to watch from a distance, which is normal. It is estimated that Sengoku also came up with it. They are also afraid of being suddenly killed by Whitebeard at night. How to deal with these 3 warships? Originally, Yi Fei planned to let it go. After all, their intention was not to attack. However, in order to try the ability of the Yuyu fruit he just obtained. Look at the effect of long-range attacks. At the same time, the 3 warships trailing behind the Whitebeard Pirates. Slowly following the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates. A drizzle of rain fell from the sky. Soon, it was discovered by the people on the warship. What's the matter? The weather was so good just now, but it started to rain suddenly. I was planning to enjoy the beautiful night view. I don't like rainy days the most, the room feels very damp. That's right, that cloud appeared suddenly. It's very strange. We haven't seen any behind us yet. Isn't the sea always like this? The sky was clear just now, and the rain suddenly came. On a marine warship, 2 marine soldiers discussed. In this regard, they thought it was just normal rain. However, the rain gradually increased. And, it seems, only near them. Make one of them feel that something is different. I think the rain is strange. Do you want to report the flying squirrel to Vice Admiral? Said one of them. But other people didn't pay much attention to it. Advertisement. But pull it down. Report it when it rains. It's a bit of a fuss. I was exhausted in Marineford today, but I was sent to follow up unexpectedly. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, is resting right now, and that woke him up. Don't forget, our mission is only to monitor Whitebeard. Even if it is discovered, our warship will drive faster than the pirate ship. Hearing that person is not good at talking. After the 2 discussed it, they didn't pay much attention to it. They just found a place to shelter from the rain. But soon, it rained harder and harder. The raindrops that were originally as big as beans gradually became the size of marbles, and then they became like fists. The smashed marine warship thumped. Fortunately, the quality of the marine warship is excellent, and the drainage system is also very okay. The rainwater that fell was quickly discharged into the sea. If it were an ordinary wooden boat, it might not be able to carry it. What's wrong? How could there be such a heavy rain? It hurts so much. Go wake up the flying squirrel, Vice Admiral. A few marine soldiers on duty finally realized that something was wrong. At the same time, the flying squirrel, who was resting in the room, was also awakened by the loud noise outside. What happened? The flying squirrel shouted angrily towards the door. He had just fallen asleep for less than an hour. Today's battle at Naval Headquarters has already made him exhausted, and since the end of the battle, he has been monitoring the ships of the Whitebeard Pirates non-stop. People wake up. 2 marine soldiers quickly opened the door. Report to Mr. Vice Admiral. Suddenly it rained heavily. The 2 soldiers reported in a hurry. 16%. Chapter 75 Flying Squirrel's Response, Urgent Avoidance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's just raining. Why make such a noise? Because of such a small matter, you are going to wake me up. The flying squirrel looked displeased. On the sea, encountering wind, waves, and storms are nothing more than normal. So flustered when it rains. Report. We have already had several soldiers injured by the rain. The face of the flying squirrel, who didn't care at first, suddenly changed. What, was injured by the rain? It's simply ridiculous. The voice just fell. The noise outside grew louder. Moreover, many people were heard shouting for help. Instinctively, the flying squirrel realized that something seemed wrong. On the deck above the head, there seemed to be a heavy object falling, and there was a bang bang. Soon, the flying squirrel also realized that something was wrong. Was it hit by the rain? It was clearly attacked by someone. Come out with me. The flying squirrel immediately stood up and walked directly to the door. Just as he stepped out of the cabin, a drop of water the size of a basketball hit his head directly. Bump. The flying squirrel was taken aback, and suddenly felt a pain in the forehead. This rain is not so heavy. The flying squirrel muttered to himself. Immediately, return to the cabin immediately. Looking at the basketball-sized raindrops, the flying squirrel looked shocked. What the hell is rain? Him is Marine Vice Admiral. After so many years of sailing on the sea, it is not uncommon to see strong winds and waves. Advertisement. Although I have seen a lot of bad weather. But it was the first time I encountered such a heavy rain, and it was really abnormal. In shock. Master Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel, our sails have been smashed by the rain. Master Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, the deck at the bow of our ship was damaged by the rain. Master Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, one of our crew members was knocked down by the rain, and now they are lying on the ground and cannot get up. The Marine soldiers ran towards the Flying Squirrel in a panic. Lower the sails now. Notify. Everyone will return to the cabin immediately. Open all drainage systems, and the water on the deck must be discharged into the sea immediately, and they must not be allowed to enter the cabin. The Flying Squirrel reacted quickly. Yes. The messenger immediately ran away, and at the same time, began to use the phone bug to notify the people on the other two warships. In the heavy rain, people screamed on the deck from time to time. The Flying Squirrel has realized that something is wrong. Such heavy rain can kill people at any time. If you want to go out, then only you can do it. The Flying Squirrel then activates armament hockey, covering its entire body with the armed color. You stay in the cabin, don't move around. I'll go out and have a look. After all, the Flying Squirrel rushed out of the cabin with armament hockey. Rescue several Marine soldiers trapped on the deck in a row. At an extremely fast speed, they were sent back to the cabin. Then, launch moonwalk and jump into the air. On the two warships next to the main ship, some Marine soldiers were using shields to resist the rain. Go back to the cabin, you can't stay outside. In the air, the Flying Squirrel yelled at them. But the rain was so loud that the Flying Squirrel had to jump down and take the men back to the boat himself. Advertisement. At the same time, he is also using moonwalk to avoid the huge rain. But there was still a lot of rain, hitting him. Even if he is covered by armament hockey. But he clearly felt that the rain was not so heavy. Moreover, it keeps falling down. If this goes on, it will definitely not work. In the air, the Flying Squirrel began to keep looking around. Soon, he discovered some clues. Such a heavy rain seems to only fall on the surroundings of the three warships. But not far from the warship, it was just a drizzle. This rain is so strange. Suddenly, a guess popped up in the Flying Squirrel's mind. It must have been attacked. And it was deliberately targeting these three warships. Immediately, use the 6 style, shaving, to quickly jump out of the range where the rain falls. Sure enough, that kind of rain can only be found around the warships, only within a few hundred meters. He looked at the warship, and then looked in front of the Whitebeard Pirates. Could it be them? Was discovered. Logia Devil Fruit ability. The Flying Squirrel didn't have time to think about it. Because, he heard the sound of rain getting louder from the warship. If this continues, then, the three warships will be sunk directly by the rain. The warship was sunk by the rain. Although he was a little unbelievable, it was true. Immediately, he launched moonwalk and hurried back to the ship. Pick up the phone bug and start commanding. All warships, retreat 200 meters. Advertisement. The warship that received the order immediately drove back. Until out of the range of the rain. They gradually stopped. Then the Flying Squirrel led the soldiers to the deck. Seeing the deck being cracked by the rain, the Flying Squirrel fell into deep thought. Among the flying squirrels, what happened to the rain just now? A few Marine soldiers asked in bewilderment. No one reacted to the sudden heavy rain. Don't ask. Let's count the losses first. The Flying Squirrel didn't answer. At this moment, he guessed that someone should have done it on purpose. You know, although the weather on the sea is bad, But it had never rained like this before. Moreover, the rain was not so heavy. He used armament hockey to hold it. Besides, if it is going to rain, it is impossible to only be above their warships. All of this must have been intentional. Soon, the flying squirrel got a loss report. Dozens of people were injured, the sails of the 3 warships were all smashed, all the decks were leaking, and water had entered the soldiers' rooms. The engine room of one ship was also flooded. Go back 1 nautical mile, we have to keep a longer distance from the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, report to Naval Headquarters what just happened on our side. Let them send new warships over here, the warships here must go back to rest. After the flying squirrel finished speaking, he looked at the Whitebeard pirates in the distance with an extremely serious expression. The people on that boat were indeed terrifying. It was originally thought that dozens of nautical miles would not be discovered. How did they know that they could launch an attack from such a distance? Now, the only way is to get a little farther away. At the same time, Yi Fei has also sensed that the flying squirrels are retreating to the rear. Since it was just a surveillance ship, and there was not much malice, Yi Fei didn't have the ability to launch Yuyu fruit to pursue it. 16%. Chapter 76 I will help you become One Piece, but. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Besides, Yi Fei didn't want to cause more trouble. Just put away the fruit ability. Behind him, there were footsteps. Yi Fei turned around and saw Luffy walking towards him with sleepy eyes. While yawning, Luffy muttered to himself. It seemed to be raining just now. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled secretly. It's just a drizzle here. In the rear, it just rained basketball. Of course, Yi Fei didn't say it. Beside him, Luffy didn't seem to notice that Yi Fei was right next to him. I saw him walking to the bow, unbuttoning his trousers. Beside him, Yi Fei looked a little embarrassed. Maybe I drank too much wine today. All in a hurry. Yi Fei. It was only at this moment that Luffy noticed that Yi Fei was standing beside him. Then he leaned against the handrail of the bow. Well, are you awake? Yi Fei asked awkwardly. Hey, I'm in a hurry. Luffy smiled honestly. Now Yi Fei is already his big brother. In front of him, there is no need to keep it, let alone be reserved. Ha ha. Advertisement. Yi Fei smiled lightly. Yi Fei has a good understanding of Luffy's character. Not only is he straightforward, but he also hates evil. For him, Yi Fei both likes and appreciates him. Yi Fei, your strength is very strong. Luffy leaned against the bow, looking at Yi Fei. He watched the battle at Marineford. Especially at the moment when Yi Fei suddenly turned into a dragon, Luffy's eyes were shining like gold. See Gai. Ha ha ha, don't you too? 3 years younger than me, defeated Shichibukai Gecko Moria and Clock Dar. Yi Fei laughed. Yi Fei, you know all this. Luffy scratched his head and looked at Yi Fei honestly. It seems that he still understands himself. Those 2 incidents were rewarded, how could I not know? Ace told me that too. Yi Fei nodded. Those, I can see from the original pirates. But you beat Marine Admiral Akainu. Yi Fei, why don't you be my master and teach me? Luffy said suddenly. Hearing this, Yi Fei looked embarrassed. He only worshipped himself as the eldest brother today, and now he is going to apprentice again. Isn't this all messed up? Luffy, what are you talking about? I'm your big brother. Why did you become a master again? Advertisement. Yi Fei was speechless. Oh, I just remembered, but, as a big brother, you can teach me too. How about you teach me something? I really want to get stronger power. Luffy said. He hopes that one day, he can become extremely powerful. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled. Yi Fei wanted to teach him. However, Luffy can only eat one devil fruit, and cannot obtain the ability to obtain other fruits at all. Otherwise, Yi Fei might give him a few directly. But now, it is impossible. He is a character in the original book and cannot eat the second devil fruit. However, Luffy's talent is extremely high. With rubber fruit, he can slowly develop the rubber fruit to ultimate. Sometimes, being able to develop the ability of one fruit to ultimate is more important than having multiple fruits. Although Yi Fei also had the idea of letting Luffy join the Whitebeard Pirates like Ace. But he knew that with Luffy's personality, he would never agree. He is someone who wants to be the One Piece king, and if he is asked to be inferior to others, he will definitely not agree. Therefore, Yi Fei had already dispelled this idea. What do you want to become so strong for? Yi Fei asked. Luffy looked excited. I am the man who is going to be the One Piece. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled slightly and nodded silently. I thought to myself. I have heard this sentence countless times. After being impassioned, Luffy looked at Yi Fei with great interest. Yi Fei, what do you think? After thinking for a while, Yi Fei replied, your goal is One Piece, then, I will reluctantly become the overlord of this world. The voice just fell. Advertisement. Luffy immediately jumped up. What? If you want to be the overlord of the world, wouldn't my identity as One Piece be inferior to you? However, Yi Fei was not in a hurry. Yes, that's right, what's wrong? Then, Luffy said to himself with a dejected face, One Piece. World Overlord. Who asked you to save Ace, or my big brother? Hearing this, Yi Fei understood. The kid seemed to agree in his heart. Ha ha. Suddenly, Yi Fei felt the urge to laugh. Fortunately, I held back, and then patted Luffy on the shoulder, and said with a serious face, Luffy, don't worry, I will help you become the One Piece. Of course, there is also the second half of the sentence, which Yi Fei didn't say. That is, before that, I must first become the overlord of this world. Luffy sighed. Then you won't teach me more powerful moves. Yi Fei smiled and said, it's okay, someone will teach you. Luffy looked puzzled. Will someone? Who? Hearing this, Yi Fei froze for a moment. In the original book, after the death of Fire Fist Ace, Luffy completely collapsed and was taken by Trafalgar Law to Amazon Lily, the domain of Shichibukai Boa Hancock. Then, Pluton Rayleigh found him. And taught him to use Haki, and taught him to develop the fruit ability in depth. But due to his appearance, Luffy's plot line has deviated. Now, he's aboard the Whitebeard Pirates ship. So, his original plot line has been completely messed up. With Luffy's character, he would never run to find the Empress alone. Well, now there is only one way to pull back his plot. For Luffy's growth, especially Rayleigh's guidance to him, Yi Fei did not want to interfere. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fei finally replied. Luffy, do you know Boa Hancock? Yi Fei asked intentionally. 16%. Chapter 77 Pulling back the Luffy plot line, Sengoku comes to Mariajoy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I know, she's the one who took me into Impel Down. Yi Fei, you won't let me go and learn from her. Hancock, she's no match for me. I don't go. Luffy reacted immediately and turned his head to the side. Boa Hancock's ability has no effect on him. Moreover, this woman made him feel a little weird. As for where, for Luffy, whose relationship between men and women is barren, he can't tell at all. What can I learn by following her? For this, Luffy is very disdainful. Hearing this, Yi Fei looked embarrassed. In front of such a beautiful woman, you don't know how to cherish it. Tell me, are you still a man? I told you to find Boa Hancock. I'm not asking you to do something else. It's telling her to come to Pluton Rayleigh. Yi Fei felt helpless. Of course, I asked him to find Boa Hancock only for Pluton Rayleigh. As for what happened between Luffy and Boa Hancock, he wasn't interested. Pluton Rayleigh? You mean the uncle with the Whitebeard? Luffy asked curiously. This man, he knew, had previously saved Zoro by Pluton Rayleigh in the Sabayati archipelago. At that time, Admiral Kizaru almost wiped them out. Fortunately, Rayleigh made a timely shot. Advertisement. Yes, you can also go directly to him. By Boa Hancock too. Yi Fei replied directly. According to the original plot, the relationship between Boa Hancock and Pluton Rayleigh is very good. As long as Luffy is willing, Boa Hancock will definitely agree. Because, she has long been fascinated by Luffy. And she keeps fantasizing about marrying Luffy. Therefore, as long as Luffy is willing, the Empress can do this very easily. If it's that uncle, I think it's okay. He won't lose against Kizaru. Luffy nodded, suddenly intrigued. He had heard that Rayleigh had previously been Roger's deputy in the pirate group. The strength is extremely powerful. You should have no problem finding him. Before Yi Fei could speak, Luffy looked suspicious again. Yi Fei, how do you know so much? Hearing this, Yi Fei froze for a moment. This kid reacted so fast today. It's a bit too late to deal with. Previously, Luffy was really so smart. I heard about Sabaodi's island on the Whitebeard Pirates. They said, it seems to be Ace. Luffy, Ace cares about you very much, and often mentions your name on the boat. Yi Fei had no choice but to fool around. It just so happened that Ace was also talking about Luffy a lot on the boat before. Well, Yi Fei just took advantage of this to cover the past. Oh, so that's it. Okay, foo-foo. After that, Luffy fell asleep directly. Advertisement. On the side, Yi Fei was taken aback. Why did he fall asleep? It's really the same as the original. Halfway through the conversation, just go to sleep. This is actually the same as Ace. The heart is too big. However, it seems that Luffy has been fooled. Of course, Yi Fei hoped to pull back his plot line, and it seemed that this kid seemed to be listening. For the next 3 days, the carnival of the Whitebeard Pirates continued. This also allows Yi Fei, who is a time traveler, to experience the feeling of being on the Whitebeard pirate ship. Very good. At the same time, Marine Marshal Sengoku has arrived at the Holy Land Mariajoy. This is where the headquarters of the world government is located and where the World Summit is held. Residents are the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world. As soon as he arrived at Mariajoy, Sengoku arrived at the Five Elders' residence without stopping. General Manager Kong. As soon as Sengoku entered the door, he met his superior, Kong. Kong, the current commander-in-chief of the world government. The direct superior of Marshal Buddha Sengoku. However, Marshal Sengoku decides the matters within the marine. Kong nodded. This time, it was the Five Elders who had recruited him. Walking into the lobby, the Five Elders are already waiting. My lords, in the middle of your busy schedule, you recruited me in such a hurry. What's the matter? Sengoku asked deliberately. Advertisement. Sit down first. Among the 5 people, an old man in a black suit said. Sengoku didn't say much, and sat directly in front of the 5 elders. Sengoku, how is Marineford doing now? Asked the blue suit. Marineford has been severely damaged. I have arranged for urgent repairs. Kuzan and Borsalino are there. Sengoku replied somewhat depressed. This summit war, although it is an arrangement of the world government. But as the Marine Marshal, he is the specific executor. However, this time the Whitebeard Pirates hit naval headquarters directly. And Marine spent such a high price this time, not only did not kill Ace and Whitebeard. Instead, naval headquarters suffered a major blow and got kicked by Blackbeard. It is not even known where Akainu is now. As the Marshal, he cannot escape the blame. But the 5 elders and Air Marshal in front of him didn't ask too much about this matter. I just said. The Marineford incident made the whole world laugh. Of course, they are most concerned about the next situation. Especially the Whitebeard Pirates, who was named Yi Fei. What do you know about the young man who brought down Sakazuki? We've never heard of him before. Asked the bald old man holding a sword in his hand. A few days ago, the scene where Akainu was knocked down, they can't forget for a long time. You know, Marine Admiral was blown away in front of the whole world. This will definitely shake Marine's image in front of the world. This is about the face of the world government and Marine. This matter is by no means trivial. Chapter 78 Let Yi Fei become 7 warlords of the sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I don't know yet, or I don't know anything, but I have sent someone to check it out. So far, no news has been received. Sengoku looked strangely embarrassed. I don't even know why there is such a super combat power in the Whitebeard Pirates. It is also because of this young man. His plan to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates fell through. But as for his identity, so far, there is no news. You don't need to send someone to check on his identity. We have informed CP9 to investigate the matter. The bald old man said. From the moment Yi Fei hit Akainu, they realized the seriousness of the problem. Immediately summoned the new CP9 to verify Ye Fei's identity. All right. Sengoku nodded. As a marshal, he is naturally very clear about the identity of CP9. That is cipher pulled directly under the world government. Marine can't control them at all. And their direct superiors are the 5 old men in front of them. However, the previous Enies lobby incident caused all CP9 members to be expelled. World government also had to recruit new members. Advertisement. Even Sengoku doesn't know about these new CP9 members. Of course, he didn't want to deal with so many secret spies. Now that this matter has been handed over to CP9, he doesn't have to worry about it. The sudden appearance of this young man has indeed disrupted our plan to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. Same as the young man named Straw Hat. However, this man named Ye Fei is more dangerous than him. His appearance has most likely disrupted the balance of the existing sea. This is exactly why we asked you to come here. After the man in the blue suit finished speaking, the remaining 4 old men nodded. That's why you asked me to stop at that time. Sengoku replied. If you continue to fight at that time, well, Marine, the Whitebeard Pirates, the 2 sides must be fighting to the death. In this way, the 2 sides must have killed 1,000 enemies and self-damaged 800. And this time Marine, in order to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates. Almost all the elite forces have been gathered. Once a huge loss is suffered, it will definitely become a problem to contain the remaining 3 sea overlords. In this way, the balance is very likely to be broken. Therefore, we can only stop and keep our strength. That's exactly what the 5 elders thought. Sengoku, what do you think should be done with this person? Asked the old man in the red suit. Hearing this, Sengoku was slightly taken aback. Advertisement. Immediately asked back. This is exactly what I want to ask the 5 adults. For the question of how to treat Ye Fei. Sengoku didn't think of a good solution either. Even if Marine's elite forces were dispatched, there was probably no way to eliminate Ye Fei. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, the venue fell silent for a while. After a long time, someone spoke. Can you pull him into the banner of the world government and use it for us? Sengoku was a little puzzled. What do you mean? The old man in the black suit made a suggestion. How about giving him a Shichibukai title? Hearing this, the expression on Sengoku's face was a little stiff. 3 days ago, that young man named Ye Fei made a big fuss in Marineford and knocked Marine Admiral into the air. How long has passed, and now, these 5 old men are going to choose him as the 7 warlords of the sea. If this spread, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud? Besides, he's a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Earlier, Marine had just caught their Fire Fist ace. Now, not long after the battle ended, he wanted to win over Ye Fei. Isn't it a bit of fantasy? Sengoku, as the marshal, was naturally extremely reluctant. You know, he has wounded too many Marine soldiers, cadre. 5 adults, I'm afraid there is something wrong with this matter. Although extremely reluctant, Sengoku did not attack, but wanted to politely refuse. How wrong? The people asked. Then, Sengoku finally expressed his thoughts. The battle 3 days ago must have been seen by several adults. Advertisement. He can fight Whitebeard and his crew to save Whitebeard, which shows that he respects Whitebeard very much. Also, in order to save Ace, I took Sakazuki's magma punch twice. Such a person will cooperate with us and become Shichibukai. In the end, he caused heavy casualties to naval headquarters. Marine soldiers already had a lot of resentment towards him, and this is not too easy to solve. From Marine's point of view, Ye Fei is their enemy. For various reasons, in Sengoku's view, it is absolutely impossible for the young man named Ye Fei to accept the title of Shichibukai. Also, if this is done, it will definitely be difficult for Marine to accept. The person who destroyed them just now transformed into 7 warlords of the sea. In any case, Sengoku couldn't accept this fact. However, Sengoku didn't say anything about Zephyr, but kept it in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised an objection soon. If we don't try, how do we know it won't work? The convenience of Shichibukai's identity, he must be clear. As long as he becomes Shichibukai, the mistakes made by the world government and Marine can be forgiven. At the same time, it is also possible to openly plunder within the specified sea area. Doesn't he want to? They're just pirates. We believe that in the face of interests, he will consider it. Thoughts on 5 elders. Sengoku is sniffy. This is the simplest lure method. In his opinion, too whimsical. Because Sengoku saw Yi Fei's behavior with his own eyes, he is definitely not the kind of person who can be tempted with benefits. Chapter 79. Whether he wants it or not, we have to give it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Teach wants to share the world with him, but he is not willing. Then it shows that this person's will is particularly firm. It is not easy to change. These 5 old men really only know how to sit at home and direct. The specific situation of the battlefield is not understood at all. Also, he is Marine Marshal. Also reluctant to cooperate with pirates. Of course, he knew what the 5 old men were thinking, trying to maintain a certain balance. But is that really sustainable? Sengoku is skeptical about this. Even if the one named Yi Fei is willing to accept the title of Shichibukai. Will he obediently work for the world government? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Also, the pain of the previous Zephyr made it impossible for Sengoku to accept Yi Fei as Shichibukai psychologically. For a long time, although the title of 7 warlords of the sea was bestowed by the world government. But most of them work independently. Facing Marine, they will often attack and fight against Marine. Contrary to others, this is 7 warlords of the sea. On the one hand, they use this identity to seek convenience, on the other hand, they fight against Marine privately, but Marine has nothing to do with them. This is the drawback of the Shichibukai system. Advertisement. Blackbeard Teach is the most direct example. So, this is a very embarrassing existence. And Sengoku has always wanted to abolish this system. Of course, his suggestion was directly rejected by 5 elders. They also want to use the Shichibukai to keep the 4 emperors at bay. I bet that person named Yi Fei would never accept this title. Sengoku said that at this moment he clearly felt that the 5 elders insisted on choosing Yi Fei as 7 warlords of the sea. He has no way to refuse. Sengoku, now is not the time to say this, whether he wants to or not. We all had to give him that title. Our purpose is to maintain the current situation. Originally, the world government's plan was to eliminate the Whitebeard Pirates. To enhance the world government's control over the sea. But this battle has made them understand that the Whitebeard Pirates have no way to eliminate them directly. Since there is no way to eliminate it, the only way is to maintain a relatively stable situation with the Whitebeard Pirates. Granted the identity of Yi Fei Shichibukai. That is equivalent to showing the attitude of the world government towards the reconciliation of the Whitebeard Pirates. It doesn't matter whether Yi Fei accepts it or not. Besides, bestowing Yi Fei Shichibukai, there is another benefit. That is, keep the other 3 sea emperors away from the Whitebeard Pirates. You know, in the Whitebeard Pirates, there is Shichibukai. What would they think? Advertisement. Will you join forces with the Whitebeard Pirates? Finally, once Yi Fei becomes a Shichibukai, maybe there is another benefit. Sengoku, the thinking of the 5 adults is correct. If we don't do this, once Whitebeard joins forces with the other 3 pirates, I'm afraid our marine status will be shaken. The best result is that he agrees to become 7 warlords of the sea, break away from the Whitebeard Pirates, and become our helper. Even if that doesn't work, his position in the Whitebeard Pirates must be bad. On the side, Commander Kong, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke. As the commander-in-chief of the world government and naval headquarters, he must take the overall situation into consideration. He knew that Sengoku didn't want to, and there might be some personal emotions in it. Because, indeed, Yi Fei took a heavy toll on Marine. But sometimes, you have to consider the overall situation when doing things. That's exactly what he and the 5 elders had in mind. Okay. Kong spoke and Sengoku finally nodded. He naturally had no way to refute this superior. As a Marine Marshal, sometimes you have to think about the entire Marine. It was a little selfish just now. But for Yi Fei to become 7 warlords of the sea, he was still unwilling. It's just how we handle Yi Fei at the moment. After CP9 finds out his identity, we will make the next step. After the 5 elders summed up, they said to Sengoku. These new CP9 members are not as good as the previous old members in terms of business. But there is no way, we still have to check. Advertisement. I see. Our Marine will not take action against the Whitebeard Pirates until his identity is clear. Compared to Yi Fei, what do you guys do with Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach? Sengoku asked. Previously, at Naval Headquarters, he directly dismissed Teach Shichibukai in front of everyone. This time, he crossed the line. Because Shichibukai is not a subordinate of Marine, they work together for the world government. You know, only the world government and the 5 old men in front of you have this power. As the Marine Marshal, he does not have this right. Removing the title of Teach, Sengoku has already waited for criticism. But the 5 old men in front of them did not blame Sengoku. You did a good job on this matter. But next time you encounter something like this, you must pass us. Blackbeard Tiki, the identity of Shichibukai, even if you don't do it, we will, and now we have taken back his Shichibukai title. Immediately resume the bounty on Tiki. As for the amount of the bounty, it is up to you Naval Headquarters to decide. The 5 old men replied. Tiki broke into Impel Down, took the prisoner away, and wounded Magellan, which is a heinous crime. To abolish his status is to serve as a warning to other Shichibukai. Violating the will of the world government will face huge punishment. Okay. I get it. Sengoku nodded. For Blackbeard, he's already prepared. As long as the 5 old men agree, then he can take action immediately. Chapter 80 Garp resigns, Blackbeard's embarrassment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The meeting just ended. Sengoku's exclusive phone bug rang. Blue 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 blue. It's Garp. Why did you call yourself at this time? Sengoku didn't think much, and connected directly to the phone. Garp, I'm still in Mariajoy, what's the matter? Sengoku asked strangely. Originally, he was going to bring Garp to Mariajoy. However, Garp chose to stay at Naval Headquarters. Nominally Aftermath Marineford. In fact, Sengoku knew that Garp didn't want to see the Celestial Dragons here at all. Garp's attitude towards the world government has not been good since the events of the Rocks Pirates. And, it's for that reason that Garp has been reluctant to upgrade, even though the world government is very fond of him. So Sengoku didn't bring him here, it was a bit embarrassing to bring him here. So, let him stay at Naval Headquarters. Sengoku, I want to resign from Vice Admiral. On the other end, Garp went straight to the point. Resign. Why? Facing Sengoku's questioning, Garp was silent for a while on the other side of the phone bug. Then he said, Sengoku, I'm getting old. It's time for the young people to step up. If we don't step down, how long will this group of young people have to wait? Garp's explanation, leaving Sengoku a little speechless. My old partner for so many years still said these things to me. It seems that you are beginning to have reservations about me. Advertisement. Could it be because of what happened last time? Your grandson is a pirate, we are Marine, we have different positions. Garp, I can't help it either. You have to understand my difficulty as the Marine Marshal. As Garp's friend for many years, Sengoku naturally knew that this was not the real reason why Garp wanted to leave. As for the real reason, I am afraid that he does not want to be an enemy of Ace Luffy. In this embarrassing position, Garp is indeed in a difficult position. On the one hand, as a Marine, it is his duty to catch pirates, on the other hand, his grandson has become a big pirate. Sengoku understands Garp's situation very well. Garp, resign your words. You should talk directly to Commander Kong. I was just with him, after a meeting. Marshal Sengoku sighed, and did not directly agree or refuse, but threw the question to the above. Although Garp is just a vice admiral, but his status in Marine is no less than his own. He and I were sailors of the same period, fighting side by side for decades, and rarely separated. There are some things that needn't be said. This kind of thing must be told to the Commander-in-Chief in person. I see. After Garp finished speaking, he hung up the phone bug. Sengoku was lost in thought. Garp, The old boy actually wanted to leave just like that. Leave a mess to yourself. In fact, he also wanted to leave. Sengoku, as the marshal, also bears important responsibility for the defeat of Impel Down and Summit War. Now that Garp is leaving, what's the point of staying in Marine? But the war had just ended and the reconstruction had not yet begun, so he immediately offered to resign. Advertisement. I am afraid that the 5 old men are not willing either. Let's talk about it after Naval Headquarters is finished. Garp, you're right, it's time for the new guy to come up. Sengoku murmured to himself. At this moment, he seems to have made up his mind to follow in Garp's footsteps. Some people are happy and some are sad. Just when Yi Fei and the Whitebeard Pirates were celebrating their victory. The Blackbeard Pirates are also sailing on the sea. However, their situation seems to be quite embarrassing. Captain, our ship doesn't seem to work well. Ghost Security Officer, Lafitte said worriedly. When they left Marineford, several shells from Marine hit the hull. Originally, their pirate ships were only made directly from big trees. After being hit by shells, the hull was on the verge of disintegration. Wolf, you hold some back. Teach looked at the crumbling hull, and then said to the huge figure behind him. At this moment, San Juan Bad Wolf is floating in the sea, moving forward with the boat. Even if he only showed half of his body, he still looks as tall as dozens of floors. Yes, Captain. San Juan Bad Wolf agreed, and then supported the hull with both hands to prevent it from disintegrating. Captain, where should we go now? Evil King, Avalo Pizarro asked. Previously, like Shiryu of the Rain, he was a prisoner in Impel Down. Seeing Shiryu of the Rain was sent in again. He was worried, and he was put in Impel Down again. New World. Teach took out the wine bottle on his waist and drank 2 consecutive gulps of spirits. This trip to Marineford was not smooth. Advertisement. All the original plans fell through. No benefits were gained, and 2 important subordinates were lost. Captain Badgers of Number 1 and Shiryu of the Rain, Captain of No. 2. It was the person named Yi Fei who caused such serious consequences. Previously, Teach and Zeng were his companions. And the relationship with Yi Fei is very good, the 2 often drink together until dawn, talking about their dreams. For more than 2 years, they have not discovered that Yi Fei has such a strong strength. Unexpectedly, he could easily kill his 2 captains directly. Originally a team of 10 people. Now there are only 8 people left. This made Teach very surprised and depressed. Captain, New World is Whitebeard's territory. If we go directly there, will we be wiped out? Abalo Pizarro was extremely worried. You know, the current Blackbeard Teach is Sage who killed the Whitebeard Pirates. In Marineford, Whitebeard wanted his life all he wanted. Going to New World now, wouldn't it be a pistol and death? Thief ha ha ha, Pizarro. The most dangerous place is, sometimes, the safest place. New World is too big. Except for the headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the 43 pirate groups below him are not our opponents at all, so there is nothing to worry about. Teach laughed wildly again. This time Marineford lost, and the mentality of these crew members was extremely unstable. What he has to do now is to stabilize everyone's hearts. But even Teach said so. The expressions on the faces of these members are also very complicated. It's hard to believe. After all, some just escaped Impel Down not too long ago. Mutual trust has not yet been established. Chapter 81 Akainu appears in Dressrosa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain, can we really gain a foothold in New World? September Hunter. Katrine Diame asked. She also escaped from the underwater prison Impel Down. I also doubt Teach's words. You know, before going to Marineford, Teach promised them that he would kill Whitebeard and take his fruit ability. But his now, Teach promises haven't been delivered. For him to say such words again, Catherine Diame was very suspicious. Is this captain reliable? Don't forget, I have the ability of Dark Fruit. At that time, I can help you get whatever fruit ability you want. New World, no one is my opponent except that old man. If you want to leave, I will never stop you. However, I also want to tell you that the world government will not let the matter of Impel Down be let go. I hope you will be aware of what you should have. Teach said coldly. The implication is that you can figure it out on your own. If you don't follow me, Marine may cause trouble for you. After all, then activate the ability of the dark fruit, dark water. Suddenly, the whole body was enveloped in darkness. He is extremely confident in his own strength. At the same time, he was showing his strength to this group of subordinates. See this scene in front of you. The attitude of the people changed accordingly. Advertisement. Captain, don't be angry, we are just expressing concern about our future. Have no other thoughts. The evil king, Abaro Pizarro, was a little scared. That's right, we're just asking. Captain Teach, you rescued us, we will never forget you. ... Immediately, everyone also echoed. It didn't take long to join the Blackbeard Pirates. But it can be explained from the fact that he killed his companion. Teach is an extremely cruel person, and he may shoot his own people at any time. It is very dangerous to follow such a person. But they have no choice at all. Join other pirates now, they don't necessarily get accepted. You know, they ran out from Impel Down, how many people have the courage to accept them? Once accepted, how could Naval Headquarters let them go? The only way is to choose to continue to believe in Teach. As soon as Abaro Pizarro finished speaking, the rest of the people also nodded. At this moment, they had no way out. Thief, ha ha ha, that's good. I can assure you that we will have our own territory soon after we reach New World. The strength will definitely be balanced with the 4 emperors, with my strength, at least the 5th emperor of the New World. When we are strong enough, I will take Whitebeard's head off with my own hands and take his shock fruit. Thereafter, we occupy Whitebeard's territory, and coexist with the other 3 sea emperors. Teach smiled proudly and made plans for the future at the same time. Advertisement. His words had the effect of stabilizing everyone. But even so, Teach knew that returning to the New World was extremely risky. First of all, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely stop at nothing to find him. Secondly, New World, there are 3 other sea emperors. These people are also a threat to him. But even so, he was going. Because, as a pirate, he really wants to get the legendary secret treasure, One Piece. Can only be found in New World. Compared with the dangers of New World, he is more willing to take risks. As the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, he is indeed a very smart, and ambitious Whitebeard. Ye Fei, one day, we will wipe you out one by one. As Blackbeard headed towards the New World, Dressrosa, a large man in a Marine Admiral uniform, is lying in a hospital. This person is none other than Marine Admiral Akainu. 2 days earlier, he had landed on Dressrosa, knocking down a building. And he himself has been in a coma. Everyone was shocked when they saw that the fallen person was Admiral Akainu. Because, the video broadcast of Summit War was spread all over the world at that time. From Marineford to Dressrosa. How far is this distance? Everyone couldn't believe it. But it is indeed Akainu, the Admiral of Headquarters, who is unconscious in front of him. Advertisement. Immediately thereafter, report to King Doflamingo of Dressrosa. But at this time, Doflamingo was still on the way back. Everyone had to report to the cadres of his family. As for how to deal with Akainu, the Dover family had a discussion. Someone proposed to kill it, because Dressrosa has many gray industries, such as man-made devil fruit smile production, arms trading, and human trafficking. Akainu knew about it, and it did not end well. There were also objections, since it was Marine Admiral after all. You know, if you kill him while he is unconscious, once Marine is attracted, it will not end well. In addition, some people proposed to send Akainu away directly, which soon attracted opposition from other people. They worry that if Marine asks about it, they won't be able to explain it. Akainu is already in a coma, you don't go to treat him, but want to send him away in such a hurry, what do you mean? Or is there a secret? You know, Doflamingo's current identity is 7 warlords of the sea, and naval headquarters, both belong to the world government and belong to the same camp. If the world government blames it, it will be more harm than good to abolish Doflamingo's Shichibukai status. At this moment, Akainu is like a hot potato in front of them. Send him to the hospital first and monitor him. Contact Dover as soon as possible and wait for him to come back," said Torre Pole, one of the top officials of the Doflamingo family. How to deal with Akainu? Everyone did not reach a consensus, so they decided to wait for Doflamingo to come back. After all, he is the king of Dressrosa. Torbol's proposal was quickly accepted by everyone. And Doflamingo, after learning about it, immediately, using the fruit ability to fly back to Dressrosa. Where are people? Back at Dressrosa's, Doflamingo's first words were to ask about Akainu. Chapter 82, Doflamingo's decision. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Get Akainu getting hit on his turf. Doflamingo felt incredible. Marineford is a few days away from Dressrosa, the fastest boat. How did that young man do it? Is he a devil? This time, Yi Fei made him a big trouble. Still in a coma, but the doctor said that he should wake up in the next 2 days. However, there are some seastone fragments in his body, which should have hit a building with seastone, and it will take a while to get them out. Hearing this, Doflamingo immediately said, "Send someone to monitor everything about him." The notice goes on, "These few days, all Smile production lines will be closed. Also, all other transactions are temporarily suspended." Although Doflamingo's identity is the former world noble celestial dragons, or the 7 warlords of the sea. But Doflamingo is still quite afraid of Akainu. You know, this marine admiral will not let go even if it is one of his own. Of course, he dared not kill Akainu. Because, the people in Dressrosa basically already know that Akainu is here. If you kill Akainu, once the word gets out, whether he is celestial dragons, or Shichibukai, world government and naval headquarters can wipe him out of this world in an instant. Now is definitely not the time to be careless. Doflamingo realizes something is serious. Moreover, his title of King Dressrosa is not so justifiable. Once the truth is discovered, everything about him will be destroyed. Stop Smile production. So, Governor Kaido, what should we explain? The family cadres are very worried. Advertisement. You know, Smile Factory, that's where Zone Devil Fruit is produced. Moreover, Doflamingo's biggest trading partner is 4 Emperors Kaido. Once the supply is stopped, Kaido will inevitably blame it. Although Doflamingo is huge, but compared with New World's 4 Emperors, it is simply an existence that can be ignored. As a dark middleman, he absolutely dare not offend Kaido. As soon as Kaido was mentioned, Doflamingo's face immediately turned down. The whole person frowned, and his face was extremely gloomy. This is indeed very difficult for him. On the one hand, the Marine and World Government, and on the other, the 4 Emperors. In 2 respects, he can't afford to offend. Marine, 4 Emperors. Oh, that's interesting. Doflamingo, who had been dull for a long time, suddenly let out a magical smile again. The family cadres were dumbfounded. What happened to him? Hey, don't let me just lose Dressrosa. Damn kid, I'm really surprised that he was beaten here. Why don't you just kill him? That way, I'll save one more trouble. Doflamingo said half-jokingly. At this moment, he already began to complain about Yi Fei in his heart. If it wasn't for Yi Fei to hit Akainu here, he will not face this problem either. Just when Doflamingo was depressed. Advertisement. The family cadres quickly put forward their own suggestions again. Dover, there is nothing we can do. We just have to let the Marine pick them up. Virgo is Marine Vice Admiral now, let him come over. Hearing this, Doflamingo frowned. Let Marine come to Dressrosa. Doesn't this lead to fire? As a Shichibukai, it is absolutely impossible for him to let Marine's ship come here. You know, there are too many secrets here. Also, Virgo is his spy in Marine. There is no need to let him be exposed. So let Virgo come over, he absolutely can't. After thinking for a while, Doflamingo finally said, instead of asking Marine to pick him up, we might as well send him to Marine base directly. Soon, someone asked again. Dover, will Marine suspect our purpose and start an investigation? Doflamingo sneered. Suspect. As long as they don't have proof. Don't forget, I am 7 warlords of the sea. Marine warships can't just step into our territory, so how can I let them enter my territory on their own initiative? So what if they doubt? As long as we send Akainu away, all problems will be solved. Sending Akainu straight away is, of course, risky. But it's much less risky than waiting for Marine to come over. Even if the world government asks, it needs to be easy to explain. After all, it is common sense to send people back. Hearing this, everyone finally nodded in agreement, and felt relieved. From now on, do what I just said. Also, pay close attention to whether there are spies from the world government sneaking into Dressrosa. Everyone who comes in must be interrogated. Besides, you must have absolute control over those toy people. Advertisement. Once the toy man is found to be suspected of leaking information, he can be killed directly. Over the arena, you also need to keep an eye on it. There are quite a few of King Riku's subordinates there. Doflamingo arranged one by one. At this time, there must be no surprises. Especially those toy people, they all have memories. Attracting Marine, that's a big problem. Dover, don't worry, we will take care of this. After proper arrangement, Doflamingo still doesn't feel safe. So he decided to send Akainu back to the nearest Marine base himself. Bring people and bring the hospital out from Akainu. At this moment, Akainu still hasn't woken up from the coma. Then, just like that, he was taken directly to the boat. At the same time, Doflamingo contacted world government immediately. Ask the nearest Marine base to come over. In this way, they can return people to them at sea. A few days later, the two sides met on the agreed sea. Your admiral is just unconscious, nothing else. Facing these Marines, Doflamingo specifically explained. Of course, he was worried that Marine asked why he didn't wait for Akainu to wake up. It can only dispel their doubts in advance. Seeing this, Marine who came to greet him didn't say much. They also knew about Doflamingo's temper, and they didn't dare to ask about it. After receiving Akainu, we will start our return flight. On the way, the next day, Akainu suddenly woke up. Chapter 83 Seastone incapacitated him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Where is this place? The first time Akainu woke up, he was touching the back of his head. Still in great pain. Moreover, there were several wounds on his body, which seemed to have been operated on. Report Sakazuki Admiral. Doflamingo sent you to our ship. We are now on our way back to Naval Headquarters. The guarding Marine soldier immediately replied that facing Admiral Akainu, he was extremely nervous. You know, this Marine Admiral has a more terrifying temper than Doflamingo. Doflamingo. That Shichibukai kid. Akainu looked puzzled. Why didn't he wake himself up? Instead, he directly stuffed himself into such a small warship. How did he know that Doflamingo would never dare to wake him up directly? Compared with this, he suddenly remembered the Marineford incident. That young man seems to be called Yi Fei. One move knocked me out of Dressrosa. It's really not as simple as a monster. In doubt, the person beside him suddenly spoke. Doflamingo sent you here. What about others? Already back to Dressrosa. Where's your officer? Vice Admiral is still at Naval Headquarters now. The headquarters will hold a meeting in the past 2 days, and he won't be back until a few days later. Summit War. Jimmy Vice Admiral was transferred to Marineford. These days have been dealing with the aftermath since the fighting ended. Advertisement. Meeting. Why didn't you wait for me to go back? Akainu was a little puzzled, and suddenly felt dissatisfied. Sakazuki Admiral. I don't know. The Marine soldier replied nervously. High-level meetings are beyond his knowledge. You inform the power room and let them return at a faster speed. Akainu didn't say much. After all, their level is not enough. Then let the Marine soldier go out. Just after the Marine soldier, Akainu touched the back of his head again. It seems to be in labor pain. Only then did I start to think back slowly. I remember that a few days ago, I was beaten into the air by that young pirate named Yi Fei. At that time, my consciousness was still a little clear, and my body didn't suffer much damage. He also remembered that he had flown to Dressrosa. But what happened after that seemed unclear. It seemed that his head had hit something hard. Only then did he pass out. A seastone building. Akainu slowly remembered while rubbing his head. As a marine admiral, he has also heard that Dressrosa has a few buildings made of seastone. It must be so. Akainu muttered to himself. His guess was right. Originally, if it fell on an ordinary building, with his body, there would be absolutely nothing wrong. But he just bumped into the seastone building. Advertisement. Not only did he injure his head and passed out, but he also lost his ability. In the original book, Dressrosa does have buildings that do use seastone. When Doflamingo launched the birdcage cut, some buildings were difficult to cut. Luffy also encounters some buildings that are incapacitated. Among them is Seastone's sake. You know, Seastone is the nemesis of ability users. After thinking it through, Akainu didn't continue to think, the back of his head still hurt. Instead, he began to think about Yi Fei. This little-known pirate actually has such a powerful strength. Damn brat, beat me to Dressrosa. That move seems to be Kaido's ability. Not only has the thunder element, but also the ability of the fire element into it. It's not easy. Akainu was a little emotional. At the same time, his whole head was filled with the image of Yi Fei knocking him into the air. No matter how powerful that move is, it won't beat him to Dressrosa. Thunder 8 trigrams. Akainu immediately thought of Kaido's moves. He knows Thunder 8 trigrams, Kaido's best move. Akainu has seen it once before. It is impossible for Thunder 8 trigrams to knock people down this far. Only the meatball fruit of Bartholomew the Great Bear can do it. Could it be that Yi Fei has connections with Shang and Kaido? A series of questions rose up in his mind. It made his aching head even more chaotic. I can no longer think about it. Advertisement. Then, he took out the golden phone bug that he carried with him, and contacted Naval Headquarters as soon as possible. Since you have nothing to do, Naval Headquarters is going to call a meeting, you should come back as soon as possible. On the phone bug side, Sengoku didn't ask much. However, he was taken aback when he later learned that Akainu had been knocked out by Dressrosa. There are enough exaggerations. After a few days, Naval Headquarters, Marineford, meeting is scheduled. Akainu also returned to Naval Headquarters before the meeting. The reason why you stay here. That's because I have something important to discuss with everyone. Sengoku looked at everyone blankly. In addition to the 3 Marine Admirals present today, there are more than a dozen Marine Vice Admirals including Garp, as well as Marine cadres from various sea areas. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what he was going to say. They all noticed, though, that Marshal Sengoku had been very unhappy since his return from the Holy Land of Mariajoy. But at this time, no one asked a question, and everyone just nodded. The world government has decided to take back the title of Gecko Moria Shichibukai, and at the same time give the pirate named Yi Fei of the Whitebeard Pirates as 7 warlords of the sea. After a moment of silence, Marshal Sengoku finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the venue. What? Let Yi Fei be Shichibukai? He wounded so many of our marine soldiers and cadres last time, just let him go. What do those old men in the world government think about all day long? How can a person like that make him a Shichibukai? He's a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, it's only been a few days, are you going to make him a Shichibukai? I disagree, he injured too many of us, I can't explain to my subordinates. Marshal Sengoku, this will definitely not work. Chapter 84 Provoking Internal Contradictions in the Whitebeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. People don't understand very much. Especially Akainu, who directly knocked over the cup in front of him. Let such a dangerous pirate become Shichibukai, what's the face of Marine? It really makes people laugh out loud, it's so ironic. What are those 5 old men thinking? Akainu flew into a rage. The hatred between him and Yi Fei has not been resolved. The world government actually wants Yi Fei to become 7 warlords of the sea. How can it be that the original enemy has become an alliance? Now, actually want him and Yi Fei to be allies. Faced with doubts and opposition from everyone, Sengoku didn't say much, just waited calmly for Akainu to vent his emotions. He had long predicted that everyone would object to what he said. Especially Akainu. But this kind of thing, there is no way, it is the decision of the world government. After Akainu finished venting, everyone fell silent again. HMPH, I can't understand this matter. If you want to continue talking, please go to the world government and talk to each other. Seeing everyone's silence, Sengoku said. In fact, he didn't want to do this either. Previously, Marine left for this reason. But the decision of the world government can only be followed. When it comes to world government, the people present were speechless. Even if they are high-level Marines, they have no way to compete with the world government. If not, then so be it. Now let's talk about teach. Advertisement. Just when Sengoku was about to speak, Akainu suddenly interrupted him. Sengoku, since Yifei becomes Shichibukai, it means world government. Their decision has been made, and I have nothing to say. So, I want to make a request. Hearing this, Sengoku and everyone present looked puzzled. Say it. Sengoku motioned. What if he doesn't accept the title of Shichibukai? Akainu asked. Judging from Yifei and his desperate posture, this kind of person will never accept the title of Shichibukai. Of course, Akainu's idea is that once Yifei does not accept the title of Shichibukai, then Marine can justifiably arrest him. Hearing this, Garp frowned slightly. Sure enough, this guy had already figured out how to take revenge. But it also makes sense. After all, after losing to the opponent, it is only natural to find a way to retaliate. However, this purpose seems too obvious. However, Sengoku's words made Akainu's face drop instantly. Whether he accepts it or not, the world government still gave him this title. Everyone present was stunned. You know, once someone refuses the title of Shichibukai, there is absolutely no way to get that title again. Previously, world government had invited Fire Fist Ace to become Shichibukai, but since Ace declined, world government has reclaimed the title. But this time, the world government actually wanted to impose this title on Yifei. This is something that has never happened before. The world government wants to make an exception for Yifei. Something that never happened, really happened. What exactly does that mean? Everyone present was a little confused. Do you really value him so much? Akainu has a black line on his face. Advertisement. On the side, Vice Admiral Garp, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke. Sengoku, does the world government mean to provoke a conflict between Yifei and Whitebeard? Garp said coldly. Force the 7 warlords of the sea on Yifei. Well, it's clear that Yifei is expected to leave the Whitebeard Pirates. Will 7 warlords of the sea be allowed in the Whitebeard Pirates? Sengoku nodded silently. That's right, Yifei has made the world government feel dangerous. CP9 has been dispatched. The best way now is to split him from the Whitebeard Pirates. At the same time, keep the other pirates away from the Whitebeard Pirates. Say it, Sengoku. Only then did everyone present understand the intention of the world government. At the same time, Akainu's attitude relaxed a little. Since this is the case, even if he is Shichibukai, then we can still place a bounty on him. I propose to offer a reward to Yifei. Akainu said. Sengoku looked puzzled. After becoming a Shichibukai, all bounties will stop. Sakazuki, you should know this. Hearing this, Akainu nodded silently. Yes, I know. However, Yifei has never been on a reward order before. After he mentioned it, everyone remembered it. Previously, there had never been a bounty on Yifei. What Akainu said is true. This individual has caused significant damage to Marine and is an extremely dangerous individual. We can arrest him as soon as the world government releases his status. Akainu continued. In his view, the world government just wants to use Yifei. His Shichibukai status can be lifted at any time. Offering a reward is nothing more than normal. Akainu's words were quickly supported by some hawks inside Marine. Advertisement. Sakazuki Admiral is right, there should be a reward for this kind of person. That's right, Yifei made a big fuss at Naval Headquarters and made us lose face. This kind of person must become a bounty criminal. The members of the Hawk faction immediately echoed. Kuzan, what do you think? Sengoku asked. Until now, Aokiji has not said a word. In Marine, the feud between Akainu and Aokiji has not been a matter of a day or two. Sengoku wanted to hear his opinion. However, Aokiji's reaction was far beyond Sengoku's expectations. Sakazuki's idea, I agree. As Admiral's Aokiji, he doesn't know Yifei well. There is no need to protect him at all. And, this time it's about Marine. Yifei inflicted heavy casualties on Marine. At this moment, Yifei is a pirate who should be captured in the eyes of all Marines. If he raises a different opinion, it is bound to affect his reputation in Marine. Then, he has only one choice, and that is to agree. Besides, he doesn't like to take care of the mess. As soon as Aokiji agreed, a group of Vice Admiral level cadres under him immediately nodded in agreement. On the side, Garp just nodded silently. As Marine, he hates pirates. But he really couldn't hate this pirate named Yifei. You know, if it wasn't for Yifei, his grandson and adopted ace, he would have died under the lava of Akainu. His mood was happy when he saw it. If Yifei doesn't show up, his grandsons Luffy and Ace may not survive. Then how could he have the face to meet Long and Roger in the future? But he didn't speak because he was Marine. Chapter 85 5.1 billion Baileys, surpassing Whitebeard, second only to Roger. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Since everyone agrees, let him be a Shichibukai while offering a reward to him. I want to clarify that the current reward is only suspended. So, let's discuss now how much reward is appropriate for Yifei. Sengoku looked at the crowd again. How much is the reward for Yifei? Everyone was at a loss again. You must know that the amount of bounty offered by pirates is determined according to the degree of danger. Therefore, for some powerful pirates, there is a huge difference in bounty, and here it is. For example, Shichibukai Boa Hancock, the bounty is only 80 million Bailey. With her strength, it is definitely more than this number. As for Yifei making a big fuss in Marineford this time, it is obvious that the degree of danger has already surpassed that of Fire Fist Ace. This pirate is not easy, at least 600 million Baileys. Standing behind everyone, Smoker spoke first. Yifei sent him to the hospital with 2 strokes. At the moment, he still has a bandage wrapped around his chest. No 600 million, I'm sorry for the wound on his chest. 600 million Baileys. It would be appropriate to add the bounty offered by Straw Hat Luffy. The two of them together are no match for Yifei. Not only have we defeated so many Marines, they have also defeated many of our cadres. This kind of dangerous pirate must offer a high reward. Doghead Mask Vice Admiral Dalmesia just finished speaking. Immediately someone picked up the call. Fire Fist Ace's current reward is 550 million berries, and Straw Hat Luffy's reward is 300 million berries. Does that mean Yifei's reward is 850 million berries? 850 million Baileys. In Shichibukai, there is no such high reward amount. For Yifei's bounty amount. Everyone had a heated discussion. Because before, in all the reward orders, there was no such person as Yifei. Sudden havoc at naval headquarters before it was noticed. Advertisement. Naturally, this bounty cannot be judged by previous standards. Are you finished? Too underestimated this pirate. The pirate who can make this old man look like this, you just offer this little reward. Aside, Akainu said angrily. They discussed for a long time just now, and Yifei's bounty has not exceeded 1 billion Baileys. This made Akainu a little bit hard to listen to. With such a low bounty, whose face are you hitting? Could it be that I was beaten to Dressrosa by a pirate of less than 1 billion? It's not that you look down on Yifei, you look down on the old man who is Marine Admiral. Is there anyone who despises me so much? Hearing this, everyone looked at Akainu in bewilderment. Sakazuki Admiral, how much bounty do you think Yifei is suitable for? As the senior cadres of Marine, they are somewhat afraid of Akainu. Just now when discussing Yifei's bounty, it just didn't mention Yifei's defeat of Akainu. If you say it, maybe this weird admiral will get mad at him. Therefore, they dare not speak. However, to their surprise, Akainu himself said it out. A pirate who can knock the old man to the ground twice and beat the old man to Dressrosa. Are you really paying the price of Shichibukai? He can at least reach the level of 5 billion Pele. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. Among them are Sengoku and Garp. They didn't expect that Akainu would set Yi Fei's bounty so high. 5 billion Baileys, that's a reward at the Four Emperors level. Advertisement. You know, the highest reward offered by One Piece Roger before was only 5.5 billion Baileys. It was the result of his lifetime of struggle. And the one named Yi Fei, who offered a reward for the first time, gave 5 billion Baileys. Just becoming a Shichibukai, offering a bounty at the Four Emperors level. Is it too much money? Inflation. Our Sakazuki Admiral, are you afraid of being beaten by him? Sakazuki Admiral, 5 billion Baileys, that's the same as Whitebeard. On the venue, some people soon raised doubts. So far, Whitebeard has a bounty of 5,046 million berries. 5 billion, almost the same as him. This is the first reward offered to Yi Fei, so it must be set so high. Neither Kaido is that scary. However, in the face of Marine's high-level questioning, Akainu replied directly, Whitebeard can't beat me to that extent, this young pirate is more dangerous than Whitebeard. Hearing this, everyone was completely speechless. They did indeed see Akainu being kicked out of the field. Moreover, Akainu let them search for several days. On the side, Sengoku, who was waiting for everyone to discuss, nodded silently. Sakazuki said it shamelessly. It can be seen that his attitude towards Yi Fei is the same as that of Whitebeard, even higher. This point is exactly in line with the thoughts of those 5 old men. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly had a new idea. Sakazuki is right. Yi Fei is indeed as dangerous as Whitebeard. Even, this person is more dangerous than Whitebeard. Whitebeard is 72 years old, and he has reached the end of his life, and he can't make much trouble. But Yi Fei, only in his 20s, he still has a lot of time. Advertisement. This kind of opponent, we must not underestimate it. Hearing this, everyone nodded again and again. What Marshal Sengoku said was very reasonable. In my 70s, it was time to go home for the elderly. Life in your 20s is just beginning. Seeing this, Sengoku nodded silently. Akainu's words, although there are some personal emotions in it. But what he said was basically true. Then he continued. Then, I propose to set the amount of his reward at 5.1 billion Baileys. Who is for and who is against? Sengoku had already made up his mind. What he meant was to make everyone agree with this decision. But the bounty of 5.1 billion Baileys did scare many people present. You know, this is the first time Yi Fei has been offered a bounty, and it has directly surpassed Whitebeard, who has struggled all his life. He only had a reward of 5 billion, and Yi Fei surpassed him by 54 million Baileys. What a terrifying existence. Yes, Akainu was the first to raise his hand. At the same time, very satisfied. Sengoku has always been partial to Aokiji, but this time he is in line with himself. This really surprised him. Of course, to show support. Both the Marshal and Admiral agreed, and there was no one who dared to object. Then, everyone raised their hands one by one. Yes. Yes. Chapter 86. The whole world is in an uproar, the attitude of the 4 emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji, who was originally unwilling, had no choice but to raise his hand. Aside, Garp could see what Sengoku was thinking. His real purpose is not to offer a reward. It's about the relationship between Yi Fei and Whitebeard. You know, the bounty of 5.1 billion Baileys surpasses Whitebeard and becomes the top existence in the pirate world. The bounty on the crew exceeds that of the captain. What would Whitebeard think? Even Whitebeard Edward Newgate is generous. What would the crew below him think? This is where Sengoku is clever. Then, Garp slowly raised his hand, and glanced at Sengoku at the same time. To outsiders, you're the resourceful general, but to me, you're AF** King Old Fox. Aside, Akainu is also very proud. It's not a shame to be defeated by a pirate who offered a reward of 5.1 billion Bailey. Everyone unanimously approved the bounty for Yi Fei. Next, the Blackbeard Teach bounty was discussed again. Meanwhile, Yi Fei and the Whitebeard Pirates have just arrived on their new world turf. The Whitebeard Pirates have also separated from the Red Hair Pirates. Advertisement. Luffy and Yi Fei also parted ways and rushed to Amazon Lily to find Rayleigh as a teacher. The day Whitebeard arrived in New World, the world government announced that Yi Fei is the new 7 warlords of the sea. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. What? The guy who defeated Akainu in Summit War became a Shichibukai. It's only been a few days since the end of the Summit War, and the world government is going to kneel and lick him. Hee, it's so interesting. Making that person Shichibukai mean that the world government has reached some sort of settlement with the Whitebeard Pirates. Is this the justice of Marine? If you can't win, just ask for peace. It really makes people laugh out loud. Just before everyone reacted, Naval Headquarters also announced the amount of Yi Fei's reward, 5.1 billion Baileys. Moreover, Naval Headquarters carried out extensive reports through various media. Did I hear correctly? Whitebeard's reward is only 5 billion Baileys. That person actually has more than Whitebeard. That is second only to Roger. Once the bounty comes out, the 4 emperors will lose face, haha. What the hell does that mean? Putting a bounty on him while making him a Shichibukai? I don't get it. World government and Marine are 2 different organizations, there should be no agreement, otherwise, such a joke would never come out. What does it mean to suspend the bounty after the bounty is out? That is to say, once Yi Fei's Shichibukai qualification is disqualified, the bounty will take effect immediately. This has surpassed the current rewards of all 4 emperors. Naval Headquarters is really rich. If they are so rich, why don't they know how to improve the treatment of soldiers? Advertisement. Yi Fei's head is so valuable. Needless to say, for the 5.1 billion Pele, Yi Fei's head, I accept it. If Yi Fei's head can be taken down, then it must be the existence that aspires to the world. Pull it down. You can't even deal with a pirate with 500,000 Baileys, and you don't even deserve to lift Yi Fei's shoes. I hope that one day my bounty will exceed 5 billion. Your life is impossible, Shichibukai, and the super high bounty, immediately became the talk of all the pirates after dinner. Grand Line, the great pirates of the New World. Immediately attracted by these 2 news. Wanokuni, Beast's pirates, and Kaido took a gulp of spirits. Damn it, it was overtaken by a brat. Who the hell is he? He actually surpassed my bounty. Whitebeard really sucks. If it wasn't for Shanks' stop, I've already won the territory. New World, Wangguo, Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin just took a bite of a delicious dessert. Mama, and this kind of thing. Go find out where this pirate is from. World government, such a person, shall I agree to your request and become a Shichibukai? Shanks, who had just bid farewell to the Whitebeard Pirates, was a little shocked when he got the news. Yi Fei, you may have changed the entire pattern of the sea. And Blackbeard Teach, who was heading towards the waters of the New World, also got the news on board, and was at a loss for words for a while. Then he laughed happily. The thief, ha ha ha, Yi Fei, you really can't see it. You actually defeated Akainu, and the bounty is more than that of Dad. No wonder you can kill badgers so easily. Fortunately, you didn't fight with you in Marineford stand up. Meanwhile, the Holy Land Mariajoy, the 5 elders, also saw the Naval Headquarters bounty on Yi Fei. Originally, they were angry. Naval Headquarters privately offered a reward to Yi Fei without the consent of the world government. But after seeing the bounty, they chose silence. You know, this kind of bounty is very likely to cause conflicts within the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement. Once Yi Fei and the Whitebeard Pirates had internal strife, then, the probability that he will transfer to world government and naval headquarters will be greater. 5 elders' guess was right. This incident indeed caused quite a shock among the Whitebeard Pirates. Yi Fei's reward exceeds that of Dad. How is this possible? Fire Fist Ace, the first to jump out. You know, in Ace's heart, Whitebeard has long been regarded as the One Piece. Now, Yi Fei's reward has surpassed that of Dad. This is indeed too embarrassing for the old man. As Whitebeard's son, he was pissed off. At the same time, some captains of the Whitebeard Pirates also found it difficult to accept this matter. But for Yi Fei, Ace didn't know what to say. Because Yi Fei saved him. For a while, Ace was suddenly very conflicted. But the anger in my heart couldn't dissipate. Team 3 Diamond Joes. Let Yi Fei become 7 warlords of the sea. We are pirates. Isn't this making Yi Fei an enemy of us? Marine is really ridiculous. Team 5's. Foil Sword. Vista. The reward is higher than Dad's. Marine is a bunch of bastards, so what the hell is going to happen? Team 6 Bramank. It's horrible. Team 7 Rakyo. Marine is too deceitful. Dad, let's gather troops to attack naval headquarters again. Team 8 Namur. There is such a high reward for defeating Akainu. Daddy is equal to Roger. What kind of thing is Akainu? He doesn't even deserve to give Daddy a shoe. Chapter 87 Yi Fei's Attitude. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Whitebeard Pirates have 16 captains, and most of them feel aggrieved for Dad. You know, as a pirate, the level of bounty, apart from the degree of danger, the most intuitive feeling is the level of ability. Now, Marine has set Yi Fei's bounty higher than Dad's. So does it mean that, in Marine's eyes, Yi Fei's strength has surpassed that of Whitebeard? They couldn't accept it for a while, and it was common sense. On the side, Yi Fei suddenly didn't know what to do. He knew after the events of the Summit War ended, naval headquarters would definitely offer a reward to himself, but he didn't expect that the first time he was offered a reward, there was such a high price. It seems that my own head is quite valuable. Surpassing Whitebeard, then, is there any suspicion of being a master of meritorious service? But it was more embarrassing for Yi Fei. Because his bounty exceeds that of Dad, and most of the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates can't accept this fact for a while. In addition, Yi Fei really didn't expect the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea given by the world government. Then I started thinking about what was going on. Just when everyone was talking about it, Marco suddenly stopped everyone. Stop making noise, now is not the time to make noise. Marco, we can't swallow this breath. Ace clenched his fist, and the flame in his hand burst out. Of course, he wasn't targeting Yi Fei, he was very upset with Marine's behavior. Ace, we need to calm down. This thing doesn't seem right. Marco finished. The reason why he didn't rush to say it was entirely because it was so puzzling. Father, what do you think of this matter? Whitebeard on the throne. The catheter is still inserted in the nose. Marine. Advertisement. I'm afraid only Sengoku can come up with this method. Whitebeard said flatly. The expression on his face was not angry but prestige. Hearing this, the noisy captains immediately stopped arguing. Everyone's faces looked at Whitebeard at the same time. Dad, what's going on? Whitebeard, who was originally silent, suddenly burst into laughter. Marineford, Yi Fei's performance, you have all seen it. They're scared. Shichibukai, and high rewards, are the best proof. Whitebeard, who has a wealth of experience, can see the purpose of marine and world government at a glance. It's just trying to drive a distance between Yi Fei and himself. Compared with the bounty offered, he valued Yi Fei more. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate is well past the age of envy. And Yi Fei is exactly the person he needs. At this moment, the Whitebeard Pirates really cannot do without him. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, half understanding what they heard. However, Marco, who has followed Whitebeard for many years, immediately understood what Dad meant. Then explain it to everyone. After some explanation, everyone quickly woke up. Damn it, damn Marine, they actually want Yi Fei to turn against us. Dad is right, they just want Yi Fei to leave our Whitebeard Pirates. Should we teach Marine a lesson? Hee, I can even think of such a clumsy trick. Yi Fei will never leave us. Aside, Marco walked to Yi Fei. Hey, Yi Fei, should you say something at this time? Marco raised an eyebrow at Yi Fei. Yi Fei raised his head slowly, looking a little embarrassed. Frankly speaking, in this kind of thing, it is obvious that the other party wants to leave the Whitebeard Pirates by himself. Advertisement. The more things were like this, the more he couldn't leave. Originally, he planned to keep silent. Maybe the more I explain myself, the more chaotic it will become. Simply did not intend to say. Fortunately, Dad and Marco made this matter clear. This is better than explaining yourself. Seeing Marco speak, Yi Fei could only smile. Father, captains, I don't have much to say. Whitebeard Pirates is my second home and I will never leave here. No matter how the Marine and the world government are separated, I will never betray the Whitebeard Pirates. As soon as the voice fell, everyone cheered immediately. This is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yi Fei, I approve of you. Marine's miscellaneous fish, your plan has failed, ha 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 ha. Comma. Facing the cheers of the crowd, Yi Fei just smiled lightly. Although Yi Fei didn't know if that sentence was true, but at this moment, Yi Fei had no intention of leaving the Whitebeard Pirates at all. Besides, Yi Fei has his own reasons for staying with the Whitebeard Pirates. Just when everyone was cheering, a marine warship slowly approaches the headquarters where the Whitebeard Pirates are located. The crew in charge of guarding them soon discovered them. Marine, outpost crew, shout out. Ready to shell. Another group of crew members immediately set up their cannons and aimed at the warship. At the same time, the crew has already reported the matter to Whitebeard Edward Newgate immediately. A warship. Whitebeard rested his chin, thinking. Advertisement. Father, let me go down and have a look. Marco spoke first. After getting permission, he flew to the shore. It was just a small marine warship. Moreover, the turret on the side of the warship was put away. Obviously not to fight. The battle is also unlikely to come with only one small boat. I saw people shouting constantly on the warship. Marco signaled the crew not to fire yet. Then, fly directly onto the warship. What are you doing here? Marco saw those marine soldiers who were frightened into a cold sweat. By order of the world government, we have brought Yi Fei's commission. The group of marine soldiers said tremblingly. Facing the first captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, they were naturally terrified. Marco was slightly taken aback. It wasn't long before Yi Fei was announced as Shichibukai. So soon, it's time to deliver the letter of appointment. Are you really in such a hurry? Simultaneously, right. Come in with me. That being the case, Marco did not stop him. After all, he has no way to decide on such a matter, and he still has to wait for his father to make a decision. Soon, these marine soldiers were brought before Whitebeard. Father, this group of guys sent a letter of commission to Yi Fei under the order of the world government. Marco took the commission from the marine soldier and handed it to Whitebeard. Whitebeard took the commission and opened it to take a look. This is indeed a commission from the world government. There is nothing wrong with the blueprint above. Chapter 88. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei agrees to become Shichibukai. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the commission in his hand, Whitebeard became lost in thought. On the side, the captains under his banner couldn't sit still. World government, what does the Whitebeard Pirates think of us? Dad, rip off, Yi Fei won't be Shichibukai. The mere title of Shichibukai is rubbish in the eyes of our Whitebeard Pirates. That's right, in my opinion, tear up the agreement directly, kill these Marines in front of you, and let the world government see the determination of our Whitebeard Pirates. Didn't Ace refuse before? I believe Yi Fei will also refuse. Some captains shouted loudly, and those marine soldiers who came to deliver the certificate of commission were scared to death. You know, this is Whitebeard's lair. They can do anything. Killing a few people is nothing to them. I have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes, and came here to give this kind of thing. Previously, every time it was given to other Shichibukai, they were treated with good wine and good meat. This time, it is possible to die. We are just here to deliver the letter, no malicious intentions. Also, we are the world government. We just hope Master Shichibukai Yi Fei can give a reply. A few marine soldiers replied tremblingly. Whitebeard Edward Newgate didn't look at the terrified soldiers. It doesn't make much sense to kill a few of them. For this kind of thing, he is really a little difficult to deal with. After all, this is Yi Fei's business and has nothing to do with him directly. He turned to look at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, what do you think? Advertisement. This is a letter of commission from the world government to Yi Fei, and of course Whitebeard had to ask him what he meant. At this moment, Yi Fei seemed to be thinking about something. Father, let these marine soldiers go down first. Yi Fei replied. Whitebeard's eyes were slightly puzzled, but he soon realized what was going on. Immediately let Marco take those Marine soldiers down. Tell him to bring them over later. Marco followed Whitebeard's words and took the Marine soldiers away. Those people just left. Yi Fei spoke up. Daddy, I think I can accept the title of Shichibukai. Hearing this, Whitebeard froze. On the side, the captains were stunned by Yi Fei's words. Yi Fei wants to accept becoming 7 warlords of the sea. Shocked, everyone immediately expressed their views. Yi Fei, what do you mean? Yi Fei, as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, you have replaced Sarge. Do you want to cooperate with the world government and Marine to deal with us? Yi Fei, you have let me down so much. Father has given you such great trust and even planned to make you the vice captain. You actually. Yes, Yi Fei, you must give us a perfect explanation today. Facing the doubts of the captains. Yi Fei smiled lightly. I have long foreseen that these people will object. After all, the title of Shichibukai was given by the world government. Accepting it means becoming a lackey of the world government. They can't accept it psychologically, of course. Yi Fei also resisted the first time he got the news, which was obviously to destroy the relationship between himself and the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement. Captains, let me explain to you. At first, I refused. However, after thinking about it, I think it is acceptable. Hearing this, several captains stared wide-eyed, waiting for Yi Fei's perfect explanation. Yi Fei, if you don't give me a perfect explanation today, don't leave. The high reward, and the title of Shichibukai, the ultimate purpose is just to make me and everyone have internal strife. This, you should be able to see it, the old man also said it. The news from the world government is very clear. If I refuse, they will also default me to 7 warlords of the sea. Therefore, my personal rejection and acceptance are completely irrelevant to them. That is, if I say no, they won't care. Then why can't I accept it? The title of Shichibukai, the right to plunder publicly without punishment. This should be clear to all of you. The world government wants to use Shichibukai's title and let us create internal conflicts. We can also use the convenience of Shichibukai to secure our position on the sea. Currently, in New World, we're facing Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, and Blackbeard Teach in addition to Marine. Once I become 7 warlords of the sea, the world government and naval headquarters will definitely not make any big moves against the Whitebeard Pirates in a short period of time. From the current situation, we will temporarily lose the enemy Marine, so why not do it? Also, we have more time to deal with other great pirates from New World. Yi Fei gave you a detailed explanation based on the current situation. Only then did everyone slowly recover. Indeed, what Yi Fei said makes sense. As the largest pirate group in Grand Line New World, the Whitebeard Pirates face many sea forces. Marine, pirate. At present, the forces in the sea can still maintain a relative balance. Previously, it was because of Whitebeard. Now, it's Whitebeard and Yi Fei. Advertisement. In the current situation, no matter in terms of strength or number of people, the Whitebeard Pirates are well-deservedly the largest. This has already made the world government and Marine nervous. Therefore, they plan to let Yi Fei become Shichibukai and break away from the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, Yi Fei must not be used by others. If you don't become strong, then there is a danger of being wiped out at any time. Yi Fei did this because he didn't want to make enemies on multiple fronts. Be 7 warlords of the sea and confuse the world government and the Marine, at least temporarily. And, more importantly, Yi Fei can also use the convenience of being a Shichibukai to achieve his own goals. Hula la la. Yi Fei, worthy of being my son. You become Shichibukai, I approve. On the throne, Whitebeard Edward Newgate suddenly burst out laughing. Such an analysis by Yi Fei. That's exactly what he was worried about. At the age of 72, his body is not as good as before, and he will not be able to gallop on the sea for long. He has to think about all his family members. The Whitebeard Pirates have made enemies on all sides. Now, it's time for a change. So, he didn't directly make up his mind just now. Just to see what Yi Fei has to say. As a result, the two thought of a piece. This kid really has a set. Dad is so happy. These captains naturally have nothing to say. Yi Fei, it turns out that this is your idea. I was careless. I misunderstood. Or Yi Fei has an idea. Yi Fei, I just spoke a little louder. I just have a few more drinks with you in the evening. 19%. Chapter 89. The attacked Whitebeard Pirates rear area. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The people who got the explanation started to apologize to Yi Fei one after another. Yi Fei agreed to become a Shichibukai, which is good news for the Whitebeard Pirates. Besides, once they knew it well, if Yi Fei really wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. Now, the Whitebeard Pirates cannot do without Yi Fei. Since everyone agrees, then let those marine soldiers come over. Yi Fei replied. Then, Marco brought those marine soldiers over. You go back and report to the world government. I can accept the title of Shichibukai, but I have one condition: you are not allowed to attack the Whitebeard Pirates. Other than that, I would never agree. Those marine soldiers nodded again and again. Definitely, definitely. Then you can go. With a big wave of his hand, Yi Fei sent these people away directly. Immediately, the Whitebeard Pirates let out a deafening cry. Yi Fei, you are too loyal. You are worthy of being a member of our Whitebeard Pirates. It should be like this, Marine, in the future, when you see us, you have to give way directly. Whitebeard Pirates, the first Shichibukai out, I can still be so happy, ah ha ha ha. Comma. In front of Marine, he directly expressed his loyalty to the Whitebeard Pirates. This is undoubtedly a great inspiration for all members. Advertisement. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Originally, Yi Fei still had something to say. That is, do not accept the mandatory call of the world government. The reason why he didn't say it was because he just became a Shichibukai, and he didn't want to get into trouble with the world government yet. After all, sometimes gestures have to be made. And whether to accept the compulsory convening of the world government is not up to you. Even if the status is lifted by then, so what? Meanwhile, Yi Fei is already thinking about it. Next, it's time to secure the Whitebeard Pirates' position on the sea. If you want to increase your own strength, you must first weaken your opponent. 4 emperors. There are 3 sea emperors left. They are Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, and the red-haired Shanks. Besides Shanks, Yi Fei doesn't want to be an opponent at the moment. The other 2 sea overlords. Yi Fei was planning to bring it down. Now, then, is the time to think about how to weaken your opponent. Of these 2, who is he going to deal with? In fact, Yi Fei had already made plans in his heart. That is Kaido of the Beasts by Wano Kuni. However, the Whitebeard Pirates just finished Summit War. Now attack Kaido directly. Even if the pirate group in the headquarters can bear it, what about those affiliated pirate groups? As for how to bring down Kaido, Yi Fei already had a preliminary plan in mind. Advertisement. Of course, what Yi Fei needs now is an opportunity, an extremely sufficient reason. Yi Fei is very confident. The opportunity will come to him soon. Just when the Whitebeard Pirates were celebrating Yi Fei as 7 warlords of the sea, Whitebeard Edward Newgate received a report from his 43 pirate groups. Just when the Whitebeard Pirates attacked Marineford and launched the Summit War, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, leading the Beasts Pirates, attacked Whitebeard's rear. Although the Red Hair Pirates of Shanks stopped the Kaido headquarters, some sites under Whitebeard were attacked by the Beasts Pirates and suffered heavy losses. Soon, more than a dozen pirate groups under Whitebeard found Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Father, my territory has been attacked, you have to speak for us. Mine too, all my treasures were robbed by that bastard Kaido, you have to help us make the decision. Father, if we hadn't followed you to naval headquarters, now we have lost, you must help us. Dad, let's deal with Kaido directly and let them know that we Whitebeard Pirates are not that easy to mess with. The captains of the pirates under Whitebeard were furious. The property they got from the sea was looted by Kaido and his gang. If he hadn't gone to Marineford with his father, he wouldn't have been attacked in the rear. It is natural to ask the old man for help. Kaido, you brat, how dare you touch Laozi's territory? Whitebeard's eyes widened and he said angrily. 40 years ago, Whitebeard and Kaido were partners. Whitebeard naturally understands Kaido's temper. This time, he didn't expect that this guy would dare to move his mind. Sure enough, that guy thought he was old, so he dared to touch Laozi's territory. Advertisement. Whitebeard was furious, which provided an opportunity for Yi Fei. Kaido sneak attack Whitebeard, then, there is reason and excuse to deal with him. For a long time, the headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirate Group and its 43 pirate groups have been affiliated. They all listen to Whitebeard. Summit War is the best proof. But this time, in order to go to naval headquarters with Whitebeard, they brought most of the elites there, leaving only a weak force to defend the rear. This also created a sneak attack opportunity for Kaido. On the side, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates headquarters began to make noise again. Kaido, he has become more courageous recently. Before that, he never dared to provoke us. HMPH, do you think we will be defeated by Marine? That's why you are so unscrupulous. This kid, he's been irritable recently, he needs to give him a good beating. Did you see that daddy is getting old and think we can't do it anymore? Don't forget, Yi Fei defeated Akainu. Our daddy is still very good at fighting. Besides daddy, Yi Fei, we also have Marco and Ace. Time to teach Kaido some lessons. The captains shouted to attack Kaido again. However, Whitebeard, who was originally angry, remained silent at this time, and did not seem to be in a hurry to do anything. Seeing this, the captains of the pirates under the banner were a little unhappy. Father, are you talking? Aren't you willing to go? If you are not willing to go, then just say, let's find Kaido ourselves. That's right, anyway, it's the pirate group of our branch that suffered the loss. Dad doesn't want to, so we can go ourselves. Sure enough, the sons of the headquarters are close. Chapter 90. The first goal, take down Doflamingo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Some captains were puzzled by Whitebeard's behavior. At the same time, there are some complaints. Summit War, we've got you covered. But this time we suffered a huge loss, and you refused to express your opinion, which is very disappointing. The atmosphere at the venue suddenly seemed a little tense. Some of the captains, seeing Whitebeard's reluctance to speak, began to fidget. I was about to leave, but fortunately, I was stopped by the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't worry, everyone, Dad must have his own ideas. Aside, Marco comforted. The reason why the father is silent must be because of his considerations. Marco's conjecture was indeed correct. Whitebeard has a mind of his own. That's whether now is the time to attack Kaido or not. After all, they just finished fighting Marine. Yi Fei, who was sitting next to him, already understood what he was thinking. The reason why Dad is silent is not because he doesn't want to trouble Kaido. It's because of the current situation. He's not one to get carried away easily with anger. This time, the Summit War, the Whitebeard Pirates and its subordinate pirates suffered heavy losses. At present, it has not fully recovered. Just finished attacking Marine and going to attack Kaido right away. This is indeed a huge consumption for the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if you can beat Kaido, it is estimated that the loss will not be too small. Summit War saved Ace in naval headquarters. The Whitebeard Pirates had already turned against Marine. Advertisement. To attack Kaido at this time, the rear will undoubtedly be left to Marine, and Blackbeard and the others are also ready to move. Attack Kaido rashly, the risk factor is extremely high. In addition, under the current situation, it is not easy to defeat Kaido. The reason why Kaido's pirate group became Beast's Pirates is precisely because it has hundreds of super demon fruit power, and the man-made demon fruit power is still increasing. Yi Fei, what do you think of this matter? Whitebeard Edward Nugay hesitated, then looked at Yi Fei. In his opinion, Yi Fei is not only extremely powerful, but also very smart. The case of Shichibukai shows that Yi Fei has many ideas. And, very true. Therefore, he intends to listen to Yi Fei's opinion. Daddy. After Yi Fei motioned to his father, he immediately stood up. Captains, we will definitely fight Beast's Pirates, please rest assured. Yi Fei patted his chest and gave them a reassurance first. The voice just fell. Originally, those captains who stood up to leave also began to sit down one after another. The entire venue also became quiet. Everyone wants to hear what Yi Fei will say. You know, at this moment, Yi Fei has become a hero. In the Summit War, not only saved Ace and Whitebeard father, but also beat Akainu and taught Blackbeard teach. All this shows Yi Fei's loyalty to the Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, his strength, even the world government and naval headquarters are afraid. At this moment, the image of Yi Fei is already second only to Whitebeard in the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone is willing to listen to his words. But now, it's not the time to directly attack them. After the venue quieted down, Yi Fei said unhurriedly. But we just swallow it like this now. Advertisement. Under the stage, someone responded in a low voice. Being attacked from behind, no matter who it is unbearable. Yi Fei heard it clearly, and immediately shook his head. Of course not, I know everyone must be very sad now. Of course we will fight Kaido, but not now. Although we can't shoot Kaido directly, we can shoot indirectly to weaken his strength. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Indirect shot, what exactly do you mean? Captain Yi Fei, let's be honest, I'm scared to death. Some people in the audience couldn't hold back their restless hearts. Yi Fei's words have already aroused their great interest. As long as they can engage in Kaido, they are interested. But Yi Fei still didn't rush. Doflamingo is our most important goal at the moment. At this moment, Yi Fei finally revealed his purpose. Doflamingo. 7 warlords of the sea. Why not target Kaido, but target Doflamingo? Everyone said they didn't understand. The reason why the beast's pirates are powerful is that apart from Kaido himself, the hundreds of Zone Demon fruit power under his banner are the biggest trouble. If we go to war directly, the losses will not be small. As far as we know, the vast majority of Kaido's devil fruit is produced by Doflamingo. As long as we get rid of him, Kaido's demon fruit power plan will come to a halt. Also, by taking out Doflamingo, we can cut off Kaido's arms supply. We just finished Marine, it's not suitable to face Kaido head-on now, but it's easy to take down a Doflamingo. Yi Fei explained one by one. Doflamingo is known as the middleman of the Dark World. Advertisement. Not only dealing in arms, but also producing man-made devil fruit. Cutting him off has positive implications for weakening Kaido. This is why Kaido was furious after Doflamingo was defeated by Luffy in the original book. Of course, Yi Fei only expressed his guess to these captains. Doflamingo helps Kaido to produce devil fruit. Although there is no substantive evidence, there have been rumors. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They have also heard about Doflamingo producing devil fruit. Therefore, many people are still quite confused. Is Doflamingo really producing artificial devil fruit? We've only heard rumors. Captain Yi Fei, is this true? Everyone was a little puzzled. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled slightly, and asked back. Otherwise, Kaido's subordinates, why are there so many capable users? And, are they all zones? So many zones man-made devil fruits, just appearing in his pirate group. So, Doflamingo's artificial fruit must be real. For Yi Fei, who is familiar with the plot of the original work, it is natural to know it all too well. But to these people in front of him, Yi Fei naturally didn't want to speak directly, but responded to their questions with rhetorical questions. According to Yi Fei's guess, the reason why Doflamingo will produce Zone's fruit instead of Logia or Paramisha's devil fruit. That should have something to do with the attributes of the fruit. Zone may be able to study genes directly from animals. On the contrary, Paramisha and Logia are difficult to extract, and it will definitely become more difficult to produce fruits. Seeing this, everyone nodded in agreement. At the same time, some people have raised doubts. Captain Yi Fei, what you said is right, we have no problem solving Doflamingo just by fighting alone. But the problem is, Doflamingo is now the 7 warlords of the sea. Moreover, he still has the identity of celestial dragons. If he shoots at them rashly, I'm afraid it will attract hostility from the world government. If he shoots rashly, the world government and celestial dragons, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to give up. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled slightly. 7 warlords of the sea. Celestial dragons. Hee hee. If the world government knew that Doflamingo helped Kaido make devil fruit, what would they think? Besides, Doflamingo's celestial dragon status. This is a bit ridiculous. You must know that his father was abolished as a celestial dragons. Chapter 91 Garp resigns, Sengoku decides to go. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although he always calls himself celestial dragons, but in my opinion, the real celestial dragons may not recognize him. Based on these 2 points, I estimate that solving Doflamingo is not a problem at all. Even if these 2 points do not work, Yifei still has the ultimate trump card. That's Dressrosa, which Doflamingo took too insidiously. Dressrosa, that was taken directly from the former king, Liku Dold III. Although the strength of the Liku family is not strong enough, its historical origin can be traced back hundreds of years ago. Their family, but participated in the establishment of the world government. Once the world government found out why Doflamingo really took Dressrosa, what will they think? What would the kings of other countries think? Of course, it is also possible that the world government knew early on why Doflamingo occupied Dressrosa. Maybe you just don't want to care about it. Well, Doflamingo don't want to protect his status, it's good if he can keep it. All this is clearly explained in the original book. Yifei intends to take advantage of these and directly pull Doflamingo down. But above today's conference, Yifei didn't say this directly. Otherwise, people will really be suspicious. At that time, people will ask again, Yifei, how do you know so much? In this regard, Yifei also took the trouble to explain to others. These days, I have explained a lot to others, and it feels too annoying. Simply did not say it. Everyone nodded in support of Yifei's remarks. On the throne, Whitebeard Edward Newgate immediately agreed. Yifei, I leave Doflamingo to you. Asking Yifei to solve Doflamingo is much more reassuring than asking Ace to go to Diki. From the past few days of understanding, he found that Yifei is very intelligent. Advertisement. Whitebeard looked at everyone. Sons, let's get ready first, recuperate, and wait for Yifei to solve Doflamingo, and we will fight Kaido at any time. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, thunderous shouts erupted from the boat. Woohoo! Dad really didn't forget us. In the evening, after drinking 3 rounds. Yifei, come with me. Whitebeard Edward Newgate drank the wine in his hand. It is good. Afterwards, the two entered Dad's oversized room together. When are you going? Tomorrow. So anxious. How many people are you planning to bring to Dressrosa this time? Hearing this, Yifei didn't think too much, but replied directly, I can do it alone. Whitebeard froze. Are you alone? Yifei smiled and said, Father, are you worried about me? Whitebeard looked a little embarrassed. Although your strength is strong, but you are facing the entire Don Quiggith family, I am a little worried. No matter how strong the strength is, he is also afraid of being overwhelmed by others. You know, it's hard for Whitebeard to fight alone. Sure enough, he is still young and vigorous. In this regard, Dao is somewhat similar to Ace in character, and he likes to be alone when he goes out to perform tasks. But in the face of the entire Dressrosa enemy, Whitebeard also has to worry about Yifei. What Yifei said at the venue today is indeed very reasonable. But who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? Father, there are too many people, I'm afraid of attracting attention, it's better to be alone. Yifei replied. Too many people, going to Dressrosa, too ostentatious. Advertisement. Seeing that Yifei had made up his mind, Whitebeard didn't say much, but said with concern, be careful. Dad, don't worry, I will come back safely. Yifei laughed. Originally, he was going to go with Fire Fist Ace. But this trip to Dressrosa. People who may come into contact with world government. It may be inconvenient to bring Ace with you. You know, Fire Fist Ace was a wanted criminal of naval headquarters before. Although the world government has remained silent there. But Yifei can't guarantee whether they will attack Fire Fist Ace again. Since that's the case, then it's inconvenient for me to say more. Once you encounter a problem, you need reinforcements and contact me immediately. I'll send someone to pick you up anytime. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he handed over the white phone bug prepared in advance to Yi Fei. Father. I know. Yi Fei accepted the phone bug. Afterwards, the two had a conversation, and then left the room together. Meanwhile, word of Yi Fei's acceptance of the title of Shichibukai quickly spread back to the world government and naval headquarters. The five elders remained silent. Sengoku learned of this news only at night. After hearing the news, he was depressed instead. In his opinion, Yi Fei would definitely reject the title of Shichibukai. But now the situation is quite the opposite. Being slapped in the face, Sengoku didn't feel ashamed. At this moment, he was more worried about Yi Fei's purpose. Because the scene where Yi Fei maintained Whitebeard in naval headquarters before, he could see it clearly. Advertisement. This kind of person actually accepted the title of Seven Warlords of the Sea. Suddenly, he felt like he couldn't figure out Yi Fei. What the hell is that kid trying to do? Lying on the bed, Sengoku tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In my mind, I kept thinking about this matter. He couldn't figure out why someone like Yi Fei would accept the title of Seven Warlords of the Sea so quickly. Obviously not that kind of person. How? Forget it. I still don't want to think too much. Sengoku sighed secretly. I'm not in the mood to meddle in other people's business. Just as Sengoku was about to put this matter aside and go to sleep, the phone beside him rang. Empty, Commander. Sengoku was a little puzzled that the commander-in-chief would call so late. Sengoku, did you know about Garp's resignation? On the other end of the phone bug, Kong asked directly. Report to the commander-in-chief. Garp told me about this. I don't think I can make a decision. Sengoku answered truthfully. Previously, Garp did talk to him about his resignation in person. Sengoku pushed the ball to the air coach at that time. Unexpectedly, the efficiency of Garp can be so fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called so late. Kong didn't say much. Garp came to me today. He offered to resign from the position of Marine Vice Admiral. Sengoku hurriedly asked. Commander Sora, do you agree? The other end of the phone immediately said. I kept him for a long time, but he still insisted on leaving. I have no choice but to agree. Chapter 92 Marine's new marshal candidate, Yi Fei departures de Dressrosa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sengoku's heart sank. This old partner who has been fighting with him for decades is really going to leave. The two joined Marine at the same time. It's been an old friendship for decades. This may be the relationship between Straw Hat Luffy. Marine, the relationship with the pirates, really made Garp very embarrassed. In Marine, his identity is an extremely embarrassing existence. Now, Garp is leaving, Sengoku is very sad. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly said to the phone bug. Commander, Garp is gone, I don't think there is any need for me to stay in Marine anymore. Hearing this, Kong on the other end of the phone bug was stunned for a while. Sengoku said the same thing to him right after the Summit War. Kong didn't care either. He just thought he was blaming himself. Asshole, do you all want to leave? On the other end of the phone bug, Kong suddenly cursed. Being scolded by superiors, however, did not change Sengoku's mind. Garp is gone, it's time for me to step down. Let the new era be handed over to the young sailors. I can't stay in this position, just stay forever. Facing Commander Sora, Sengoku responded directly. The old man leaves, the new man takes over, everything is just the law of nature. There is no need to occupy the position and hold on. After hearing Sengoku's words, the phone bug fell silent. Kong didn't speak for a long time. Advertisement. He knows Sengoku and Garp's relationship. That's a dead friend. When one person leaves, the rest will definitely think about leaving. In addition, five elders also had a lot of excuses for the failure of the Summit War this time. This puts Kong in a dilemma. Where do you plan to go after resigning as marshal? Sengoku thought for a while. Let's go back and rest for a while before talking. Sengoku would like to take a break from all the work he's been doing with naval headquarters for a while now. If you really want to leave, I can approve your resignation as marshal, or let you go back and rest for a while, but after that, you must come back. In this regard, Kong does not ask too much. Because he knows Sengoku's character well. No matter how much you tell him, it's useless. Since it is useless, then we must accept the fact. Hearing this, Sengoku was a little confused. Come back. Then, Sengoku heard the other end of the phone yelling suddenly. Bastard, among the Marines, you two are the strongest. You are going to leave at the same time. How can I explain to those 5 old men? Sengoku blinked in embarrassment. In naval headquarters, it was still rare to be scolded by the old superior. It was really embarrassing to be scolded suddenly. Commander, what do you want us to do? Sengoku asked curiously. Garp is going to leave, I agree, but his vice admiral position is still reserved. From now on, he only stays and guides Marine newcomers, he agrees. What about you? Do you want me to say more? Commander Kong asked angrily. If such important 2 people are allowed to leave, Marine is afraid that they will fall into chaos. They must be allowed to stay, but the position is different. Sengoku also reacted immediately, following Kong's words. Then I will also stay in Marine to teach newcomers. It is said that the phone bug is satisfied. The departure of the 2 of you is indeed a loss for naval headquarters. Advertisement. I will approve. Once you leave, the position of Marshal Marine will be vacant. The most urgent thing is to avoid chaos in Marine. The most important thing is, who do you think is more suitable for Marine's new admiral? Kong asked. In fact, he knew that it was unnecessary for him to ask such a question. In Marine, Sengoku has always favored Aokiji. And, at the bottom of Marine, Aokiji is more popular with them. But this time it's a big deal, and Kong decides to let Sengoku speak for himself. Sengoku immediately replied. I think Kuzan is more suitable. To this old superior, Sengoku did not hide anything, and directly stated the candidate for the marshal in his heart. He has always believed that Akainu's view of justice is too extreme and does not conform to his philosophy. So, he leans more towards Aokiji. Really? I'm afraid it's hard to say about the world government. Kong said. As the head coach, he also agrees with Sengoku's idea. But the position of Marine Marshal must be decided by the world government and 5 elders. I know, this matter is difficult. I hope the commander-in-chief can discuss it well with the world government. Sengoku nodded. He has always known that in the world government, there are people who secretly support Sakazuki. It's just that they didn't intervene directly. Moreover, the dispute between the 2 factions within Marine has a long history. This matter is really not easy to solve. Whichever side wins, it could be a loss for naval headquarters. I will go to them, but you have to be prepared. Kong gave a reminder, and then hung up the phone. I know. Sengoku said something to the closed phone bug. Advertisement. At this moment, he couldn't fall asleep at all. Then stand up. Go to the balcony and look out to sea. Then, dialed Aokiji's phone bug. At noon the next day, New World, Whitebeard Pirates. Father, captains, it's time to go. Yifei is carrying a huge package and is waving goodbye to the Whitebeard Pirates. Yifei, why don't you leave after lunch? That's right, it's already here. It's not too late to leave in the afternoon. We can have a few more drinks. Among the crew, many people began to persuade Yifei to stay. No, if I eat again, I guess I won't be able to leave today. Yifei smiled awkwardly. Originally, it was scheduled to leave in the morning. But they drank too much last night, and everyone overslept. I will eat again at noon, and I guess I will have a few more drinks. Maybe after sleeping, it's night again. Then I have to wait until tomorrow, and if I drink a few more glasses tomorrow, I have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Yifei is a very efficient person and doesn't want to waste time. Yifei, we haven't tried it yet. Fire Fist Ace came forward. Since Yifei rescued him, he didn't say much about his gratitude, but he kept it in his heart. Moreover, he was curious about Yifei's ability to possess the fire element. Almost exactly the same moves as myself. Let Ace be a little bit overwhelmed. He knows that he is not Yifei's opponent, but he really wants to compete with him. Moreover, he really wanted to know whose fire was stronger than his own and Yifei's. Chapter 93 Whitebeard's plan to make Yifei his successor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Don't worry, you must have a chance. wait for you to challenge me. If you're free, go back to Windmill Village and have a look. Yi Fei laughed. Being recognized as Big Brother by Luffy, the relationship with Ace is naturally drawn closer. Moreover, Yi Fei also felt that Ace seemed to adore himself. Maybe it's because of what happened last time. Hearing this, Ace curled his lips. That old woman, forget it. When they were young, the old woman named Curly Dayton always looked for opportunities to teach the three of them a lesson. After leaving Windmill Village for so long, I never went back. Although Ace's mouth is blunt, he really misses her. Yi Fei smiled slightly. The kid was quite stubborn, but he didn't say much. I looked at the time, it was already late. Then Yi Fei jumped off the boat prepared by Whitebeard's father. Then, he waved goodbye to everyone and drove the boat to the sea. Father, Yi Fei will go alone this time, there won't be any danger. Looking at the back of Yi Fei going away, Marco looked a little worried. After all, it is a single-handedly. It's okay, he'll be safe, we have to trust him. Don't you believe him? After Whitebeard answered, he asked back. In fact, he was really worried. On the side, Bramank, the captain of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, suddenly said something. Advertisement. Yi Fei left this time, what if he doesn't come back? Hearing this, everyone turned their heads with shock. Then someone began to refute Bramank. This is impossible, Yi Fei is now the star of the Whitebeard Pirates, so he just left. But soon, some people also expressed different opinions. Yi Fei doesn't want to be the vice captain, and this time I went to Dressrosa. I didn't take anyone with me, it's a bit like a precursor to leave. As soon as this statement came out, a heated argument immediately ensued among the Whitebeard Pirates. Yi Fei is very loyal. If he leaves, he will tell his father in person. He won't just walk away like that. But why didn't he become the deputy captain? Is it because Dad is here? He felt that he had no prospects for development here. That's why he refused Dad's request. On the side, Ace was a little annoyed, and then argued loudly. Stop talking, I believe Yi Fei. The relationship between Yi Fei and Ace is not as simple as that between the crew. You know, he is Ace's savior and now his brother. Ace naturally does not allow others to speak ill of Yi Fei in front of him. Sons, stop arguing. Yi Fei is the biggest hero of our Whitebeard Pirates, no one can question him on this point. Even if one day he has to leave, as long as he doesn't do anything to harm us, he will always be our family. Whitebeard raised his arms and immediately stopped the argument. Yi Fei's contribution to the Whitebeard Pirates in the Summit War deserves the respect of all crew members. Even if Yi Fei has a compelling reason to leave, Whitebeard Edward Newgate would never blame him either. In his heart, he has already regarded Yi Fei as his son, just like Ace and everyone else. Advertisement. Besides, until now, Yi Fei has never done anything wrong to the Whitebeard Pirates. So, for so many days, Whitebeard didn't say a word about how Yi Fei became so powerful. In his opinion, as long as Yi Fei is not an opponent, then he is his family. The reason why everyone is so anxious is nothing more than worrying that Yi Fei is gone. If he really leaves, it will definitely not be good news for the Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, Whitebeard Edward Newgate had to face a new problem. That is how to treat Yi Fei. Now he is replacing Saki's position and becoming the captain of the 4th team. Frankly speaking, with Yi Fei's current strength, let him be the captain of the ship. He was indeed a little bit wronged. And the vice captain, Yi Fei, was unwilling. This kid probably wants my place. Whitebeard Edward Newgate muttered to himself. Yi Fei's reason for rejecting the vice captain was simple, the title was not acceptable. This reason seems reasonable, but when you think about it, it is a bit far-fetched. There is a high probability that this kid wants Lousie's position. Little devil, you are really greedy. Whitebeard smiled crescent again. In this world, men always need to be ambitious. If he did, Whitebeard would be happier. Whitebeard, who felt that he had guessed what Yi Fei was thinking, was not angry. On the contrary, he finds Yi Fei very interesting. In his opinion, Yi Fei did not show his position that he respected himself. Advertisement. Right now, the Whitebeard Pirates really need a young leader to take their place. You must know that the forces in the sea are unpredictable. No one can guarantee that they will always be strong. If you want to ensure that you are strong, you must retain people with strong strength. Retaining talents is the key to development. Whitebeard can see Yi Fei's strength. And he was witty. The most important point is to stand up bravely in times of crisis. At this moment, Whitebeard already felt that it was necessary to reserve the position for Yi Fei. Little devil, let's talk about it after this matter is over. Whitebeard chuckled again to himself. On the side, more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard Pirates looked bewildered. Dad, what happened today? Why bursts of laughing secretly? What's the matter? Dad, can you just say it and make us happy too? Whitebeard's conjecture is mostly correct. Yi Fei really wanted to be the boss of the Whitebeard Pirates. Because only by becoming the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, Yi Fei can compete with the other 3-4 emperors for supremacy at sea. Of course, Yi Fei can also choose to form his own pirate group. But in that case, it will take a long time. You know, it takes a lot of time and energy to form a single-minded pirate group. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has been in business for a lifetime, and there is today's Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 94 Going to Germany Dressrosa, Yi Fei acquires the string fruit ability. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The same is true for the other 3 sea emperors. This also proves the difficulty of forming a powerful pirate group. However, Yi Fei went straight past these. The Whitebeard Pirates have a unique group advantage. These are exactly what Yi Fei needs. Became the second closest figure to the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. In this regard, Yi Fei is ambitious. However, the reason why Yi Fei refused Papa Whitebeard's promotion of himself as the second captain. The main reason is that I don't want others to see that I am too utilitarian. Too eager to get, sometimes, will be counterproductive. After all, Marco's qualifications and Ace's blood relationship are there. Wanting to overcome these methods, Yi Fei can only choose to make contributions. You know, only by making contributions can you win people's hearts. Yi Fei is very clear about this. Therefore, he will take the initiative to plan to attack Kaido and solve Doflamingo. Just take out Dover and take down Kaido. In this way, at least he can win the absolute trust of the 43 pirate groups under the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and his position in the Whitebeard Pirate Group will not be shaken. Everything. Yi Fei has his own plan. At this moment, Yi Fei is on the sea. Originally, Yi Fei in this world was one of the navigators under Whitebeard. With the memory of this world, Yi Fei quickly knew the direction of Dressrosa. It's just that the speed of the small boat I'm sitting on is really too slow. With this speed, it is estimated that it will not be able to arrive in 10 days and a half months. If you want to reach Dressrosa quickly, the easiest way is to directly switch to the dragon form and fly over. Advertisement. But in the form of a dragon, he is at least several hundred meters long. In this way, the target is too large and it is easy to be found. Maybe he was discovered by Doflamingo before he arrived in Dressrosa. It's nothing to be found though. But Yi Fei still doesn't want to be known. After all, Yi Fei plans to act secretly this time. There is no way for Summit War to ace the Fire Fist. But now Yi Fei has better options. Looking at the white clouds all over the sky, Yi Fei smiled slightly. Open System Panel. Yi Fei secretly called the God-level system. Previously, in the system mall, Yi Fei remembered that there were still a lot of experience points left. Today, he wants to exchange for Doflamingo's string fruit. Thus taking advantage of the ability of string fruit to fly. In the original book, Doflamingo used the ability of string fruit to fly directly from Dressrosa to Punk Hazard. If you use this ability, at least it won't draw too much attention from others compared to the incarnation of Shenlong. With a familiar voice, the red system panel opened in front of Yi Fei. There are still 20,000 experience points on the book. I don't know if it can be exchanged for string fruit. Then, Yi Fei opened the column of fruits. Soon, a gray fruit appeared on the system panel. Open black lens bracket Paramecia string fruit close black lens bracket. Ability Introduction. Create various transparent and opaque threads, which can be used for attack or defense at the same time. Skill Introduction. Yi Fei, who has read the original book, naturally knows the ability of String Fruit. Doflamingo's fruit ability made Luffy suffer a lot. If Luffy can't block 4, he will basically die under Doflamingo's hands. Advertisement. Especially under the fruit ability awakening, the strength will be even stronger. I looked at the price, 10,000 experience points. Without thinking too much, Yi Fei directly chose to exchange. Ding. Host successfully exchanged String Fruit, deducting 10,000 experience points. Suddenly, a gray devil fruit appeared in Yi Fei's hand. Take a bite and throw the rest away. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining the String Fruit ability. Close black lens bracket. Host acquired skill. Sky's Path, automatically merging. Host acquired skill. 5 color strings, automatically merging. Host acquired skill. Super Strike Whip, automatic fusion. Comma. With each reminder, it kept ringing in Yi Fei's mind. At the same time, the moves of various skills were continuously integrated into Yi Fei's mind, and they were successfully integrated one by one quickly. String Fruit. Yi Fei stretched out his hands proudly. Secretly activated ability. The seemingly empty hands are covered with tiny threads. Of course, only Yi Fei can feel this. Doflamingo's ability I got. Yi Fei smiled slightly. However, this time he discovered that the ability of the system to automatically integrate was the skill before the fruit awakened. However, Yi Fei did not acquire the skills after fruit awakening. Yi Fei's fruit ability has not yet awakened. The String Fruit has not awakened, which means that the fruits that Yi Fei ate before have also not awakened. It shows that the few fruits Yi Fei ate have a lot of room for development. Advertisement. At the moment, the most important thing is to gain the ability of Doflamingo. Among his many skills, what Yi Fei likes most is the ability to bounce and fly in the sky. Countless times, in Yi Fei's dreams, he would dream that he was bouncing and flying in the sky. This moment is finally coming true. Manifest the Sky's Path skill in the fruit ability. That's much better than Marine's 6 forms. Marine 6 style skills can only stay in the sky for a short time. But with the ability of Sky's Path, as long as there are clouds or objects in the sky, Yi Fei can achieve the purpose of flying. Today, however, there are many clouds in the sky. Come and try. Yi Fei murmured to himself. Stretch out your hands, facing the clouds in the sky. Countless thin transparent lines, bound clouds. Yi Fei grinned. Take a leap. Stepping directly on that invisible thin line. Shaking your fingers, the clouds in front of you are tied with thin threads again. Using the bounce, every time Yi Fei jumps, he can fly hundreds of meters away. Looking down from a high altitude, the blue sea rolled under his feet like a whole sphere. This bouncing feeling is as real as a dream being realized. At this moment, Yi Fei finally realized why Doflamingo was so dragging. Not only because of his strength, but also because he can run fast and can reach all parts of the world quickly. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo would not have been sent to Impel Down if he had realized that Luffy was better than himself and had escaped earlier. With his escaping speed, how can people from the world government catch up to him? It can be seen that he is still very conceited. 20%. Chapter 95 Incarnation of a Sword Fighter. Yi Fei successfully infiltrated Dressrosa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In an instant, Yi Fei felt as if he had flown hundreds of nautical miles. In this way, it is estimated that it will take less than half a day to reach Dressrosa. While flying, Yi Fei was also thinking about how to capture Dressrosa. With Yi Fei's strength, defeating Doflamingo can be said to be as easy as pie. But the real purpose of Yi Fei's plan is to bring the entire country of Dressrosa and the surrounding waters under its banner. Dressrosa is not only known as the subjugation of love and passion. In the original book, it is even called a hard island. Such an island is very suitable for a base camp. Setting the base camp here is several times safer than the headquarters of the pirates before. In addition, Doflamingo has been operating here for many years, building underground munitions factories, devil fruit smile factories, shipyards, and various other trading places, plus his identity as a dark middleman. occupying Dressrosa. It is estimated that he is very rich. As long as the overall situation is won, it will be of great help in terms of military and financial resources, as well as enhancing the overall strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. Therefore, Yi Fei hopes to take it all. But it is indeed very difficult to win Dressrosa completely. For Yi Fei, eliminating Doflamingo is not difficult at all. If you go forward alone, you can destroy them all directly. For the current Yi Fei, this matter can be regarded as easy as pie. But what is difficult right now is not Doflamingo, but King Liku. You know, the original king here was King Liku. Their predecessors participated in the construction of the world government more than 800 years ago. Although they are not celestial dragons. But it is an existence recognized by the world government. That said, the world government will recognize their status at Dressrosa. At the moment, it's possible that the world government is simply being fooled by Doflamingo. Once discovered by them in advance, they may immediately restore King Liku's position in Dressrosa. If Yi Fei squeezes Doflamingo away, then the world government must return this country to King Liku. This is what Yi Fei doesn't want to see. If that's the case, isn't it the same as the original work 2 years later? Of course, Yi Fei refused. Advertisement. However, it is not an easy task to successfully take down this country. But Yi Fei was determined to try. As the evening approached, the sky gradually darkened. An island surrounded by boulders appeared above the sea. Dressrosa, what a solid island. Yi Fei said secretly. Exactly like the original, the island is surrounded by huge boulders. Like an iron wall, if you want to attack it directly, it may not be an easy task. However, this also strengthened his determination to take the island. Fly and land on the boulder. Yi Fei didn't rush in. Instead, he took off the backpack and mace on his back. Opened the system panel and put the mace into the system warehouse. Then, take out the backpack prepared in advance, which contains clothes and hats. Change the original clothes on your body, and then put on the prepared clothes. It was a cloak for gladiators, and he put on a hat to cover his face. Of course, the purpose of all this is that Yi Fei just wants to disguise himself. Just like when Luffy and his party just landed on the island. Before that, he was too noticeable at Marineford. Moreover, it has become 7 warlords of the sea, and the bounty has reached 5.1 billion Baileys. It is estimated that Doflamingo already knew it within a few steps on the street. This is probably not a good thing for my own plan. Therefore, Yi Fei needs a disguise. And the best disguise is to pretend to be a gladiator. The bullfighting arena in Dressrosa is famous all over the world. Gladiators from all over the world come here to fight duels for prizes. For this reason to come to Dressrosa, most of the past. As soon as he entered the city, Yi Fei was stopped by several soldiers. They are all Doflamingo's men. Advertisement. Stop. What are you doing here? Those soldiers stood in front of Yi Fei with their swords. Hearing this, Yi Fei stopped and looked at the two of them. Just an ordinary fish, not a Don Quixote cadre. I heard that the arena here is famous all over the world. I'm here to compete. Yi Fei replied calmly. I have already made a disguise. Unless they come by force, it is estimated that it will be difficult to discover their identity. However, Yi Fei will not allow them to force it. Once their identities are revealed, these people in front of them must be killed, and they cannot leave dead bodies. Participating in the competition, you alone. Those soldiers looked Yi Fei up and down and said, Yi Fei. Yes, it is said that the rewards here are rich, so I want to try my luck. Soldier. Where's your sword? As a swordsman, you don't have a sword. What kind of competition are you here for? Yi Fei. My sword is too ordinary, I thought Dressrosa could get a good one. Soldier. Where are you from? Have you been here before? Yi Fei. East Blue came on a merchant ship, I haven't been here before. The soldiers kept asking questions, but they refused to give way to Yi Fei. This made him feel a little impatient. If he continues to ask like this, I will be annoyed to death. Then, he simply took out some money from his backpack and handed it to one of them. The eyes of those soldiers brightened. Yes, you are here to compete. Okay. Let's go in. The soldier said sternly. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Sure enough, money can turn ghosts around, no matter which world you are in. Advertisement. Just as he was about to hurry, he looked towards the street. Turn around and go back to those soldiers. Those soldiers were opening Yi Fei's money bag. Seeing Yi Fei come back, he looked cautious. I heard that Dressrosa didn't seem to be so strict before, why is it now? Yi Fei asked curiously. In the original impression of this world, Dressrosa doesn't seem to be so strict. I saw soldiers questioning everywhere with swords all over the street. Yi Fei was a little unbelievable. Could it be, what happened here recently? In the world journal these days, nothing was mentioned. Therefore, Yi Fei asked tentatively. The soldier who collected the money felt relieved when he saw that Yi Fei didn't come back to ask for the money, and then walked up to Yi Fei mysteriously. Big things have happened in our Dressrosa lately. Marine Admiral Akainu, you know, got hit with us recently. The king ordered us to strictly guard all traffic arteries these days to prevent people of unknown origin from entering. I thought you were honest, so I let you in. Comma. The soldier was about to continue talking, but was quickly stopped by his companions. Okay. Stop talking. Gladiator, if you're going to compete, get in quickly. If the family cadres come, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The soldier waved to Yi Fei and told Yi Fei to leave quickly. Yi Fei nodded and didn't say much. Turn around and leave. Thinking Akainu was beaten here. Could it be my last masterpiece? Chapter 96 Key Person, Rebecca. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Behind, the words of several soldiers came again. This time, let us investigate the suspects. We must not let Marine get in. You have a big mouth, stop talking nonsense. If the family cadres find out, you will be killed immediately. Sorry, I can't control my mouth, I won't do it next time. When is this going to end and I have to go drink? It's okay, that person gave me a lot just now, we can drink more after get off work. Comma. The other Yi Fei didn't listen carefully. But Yi Fei could hear the word Marine clearly. Akainu was beaten here, what does it have to do with Marine? Yi Fei thought as he walked. Soon, Yi Fei analyzed some. You know, Doflamingo has a lot of gray industries in Dressrosa. Besides, Doflamingo's throne, that was stolen. If only the naval headquarters and world government spies found out. That's worth it. Coupled with the fact that Akainu was beaten here, he was naturally nervous that his secret would be discovered. HMPH, quite cautious. Yi Fei couldn't help sneering. Since you're so afraid of Marine coming over. Well, it's time to bring Marine over. Advertisement. Look at the sky. At this moment, the sky has completely darkened. Yi Fei walked to the sword shop on the side of the road. He picked a sword at random, and tied the sword to his back like a gladiator, so that he looked more like a gladiator. Of course, the purpose of Yi Fei's visit this time is not for the arena. This trip is to take the whole of Dressrosa. If you want to win here, you must find the former king of Dressrosa, Liku Dold III, referred to as Liku King. Because only by finding him can he finally get the most authoritative approval from the original owner of this land. Once Doflamingo is eliminated, the world government will immediately restore him to the throne. He will be king of this country again. If you want to gain the power of Dressrosa, you must go through him. Even though King Riku is now a forgotten king. In Yi Fei's view, the current king of Liku is his rare commodity, which is a rare commodity to live in. As Yi Fei of the Whitebeard Pirates. Of course, you can also choose to directly lose sight of the library king and directly occupy Dressrosa. But in that case, world government and celestial dragons will definitely not let it go. Even though King Riku is not the real celestial dragons, he is also a king recognized by the world government. Under the current situation, Yi Fei didn't want to have a hard time with them. Even if they turn their faces, at least after solving Kaido and Big Mom. Now Yi Fei's plan is to exchange the entire country with the smallest price. The first step is naturally to find King Liku. Advertisement. In the original book, at this moment, King Liku should have disguised his identity and become an arena sword fighter. And it was wearing a mask. I want to find King Liku in the huge Dressrosa. I'm afraid it will not be an easy task. Although Yi Fei has read the original work, he has some understanding of Dressrosa. But being there, it feels so strange. The Yi Fei in this world had never been here before. Therefore, for Yi Fei, this place can be counted as a place that has never been here. The first thought, Yi Fei's plan was to go directly to the arena, to find King Liku. But in that case, it will definitely take a lot of time, and it may not be possible to find it. Then, he must come to him through his son-in-law, the gladiator Cyrus. Dressrosa has a super gladiator, Cyrus. This man has an unbeaten record of 3,000 matches in the bullfighting arena. Not only that, he is also the son-in-law of King Liku. When Doflamingo conspired to attack Dressrosa, Cyrus tried to save King Liku. He didn't hesitate to cut off his right leg to attack Doflamingo. Unexpectedly, he was turned into a toy man by the ability of Doflamingo's subordinate Granos to use the childlike fruit. As long as you find the toy man Cyrus, then finding King Liku is as easy as pie. You know, Cyrus is not only the son-in-law of King Liku, but also the commander of his army and his personal guard. Cyrus should have known the whereabouts of King Liku in Dressrosa for decades. But I want to find a one-legged toy man in the vast Dressrosa. Advertisement. Moreover, this one-legged toy man is still wanted everywhere in the city. He naturally hides everywhere. Finding him is not an easy task. But for Yi Fei, who is familiar with the plot of the original work, this matter is not difficult. Want to find the toy man Cyrus? Just find his daughter Rebecca. And Rebecca's residence is located on the outskirts of Dressrosa, the sunflower field. Thinking of this, Yi Fei already has a direction. Early the next morning, Dressrosa, a suburb, a sunflower field. A young girl with pink hair pushed open the door and slowly walked out of the house. She is the granddaughter of King Liku, Rebecca, the princess. At the same time, in her hand, there was an extra wooden sword. Since being abducted by human traffickers as a child, and she practiced swordsmanship outside the house every day. Of course, that's what his Mr. Soldier, his real father, Cyrus, taught her. In front of the wooden house, Rebecca took a serious look, with an extremely serious expression on her face. Soon, sweat covered her forehead. But she still didn't stop. But more seriously, at this moment, in her heart, there is only one purpose, and that is to defeat Diamante, the murderer who once killed his mother, and Doflamingo, the real murderer. Chapter 97 Meeting Rebecca and being confronted by the sword. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For this reason, she never stopped. Today is no exception. She also practiced very seriously. She didn't notice at all that someone was already looking at her. Good practice. However, this is not enough. A voice came from behind Rebecca. Rebecca turned around in surprise. A bearded man in a gladiator cloak and hat was sitting by the wooden door of her house. This person is Yi Fei disguised as a swordsman. This morning, Yi Fei made a special trip to the suburbs. I came here after looking for a lot of sunflowers. Rebecca looked a little surprised. She had never seen the sword fighter in front of her before. Moreover, she didn't even feel how this person suddenly appeared at her door. Who are you? After reacting, Rebecca instinctively pointed the wooden sword in her hand at Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled lightly. And no action. Instead, he looked up and down at Rebecca. According to my own impression of the original work, Rebecca should be only 14 years old at this moment. Compared with her in the bullfighting arena 2 years later in the original book, her face looks a little immature. Who are you? Advertisement. Rebecca tightly held the wooden sword in her hand and asked again. To be looked at like this by a stranger. It was really embarrassing and extremely stressful for her. I'm here to help you. Yi Fei replied lightly, then stood up. Walk slowly towards Rebecca. Don't come here. If you come again, I will not be polite. Following Yi Fei's walking, Rebecca instinctively moved backwards. Yi Fei froze for a moment. This girl is quite alert. However, look at her nervous look. And of course, her mother was murdered when she was very young. And, all this time, only the toy soldiers are taking care of her. For others, it is normal to be highly alert. I'm really here to help you. Seeing that she was avoiding him deliberately, Yi Fei had no choice but to show that he was not a bad person. Originally, Yi Fei's plan was to sit and chat with Rebecca, waiting for the toy man Cyrus to come over. In the original book, the toy man will often come to find Rebecca. So, wait here, Yi Fei will definitely be able to wait. Unexpectedly, Rebecca was so vigilant. You help me. Who are you? Seeing Yi Fei stop, Rebecca relaxed her vigilance a little. But Yi Fei's words made her feel very strange. Yes, see. I will help you. Yi Fei was a little helpless, and replied directly. Advertisement. Of course, he didn't say his real name. Everything is just to not want to be known. Otherwise, all the previous work will be in vain. Maybe Doflamingo would do something if he found himself. Then can you take off your disguise? Rebecca said directly. She is also paying attention to Yi Fei, knowing that Yi Fei is in disguise. Hearing this, Yi Fei froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Rebecca is quite a smart girl. To be able to recognize his disguise so easily. Those stupid soldiers didn't see it. It seems that this camouflage has really failed. Fortunately, those interrogators didn't see it yesterday. In order to make the other party believe in themselves, Yi Fei had no choice but to take off his hat and pull out his beard sticking to his face. A young and handsome face immediately appeared in front of Rebecca. Rebecca was a little surprised. Then, said coldly. Look at you are only a few years older than me. Want to help me? Do you know who my opponent is? For so many years, Rebecca has practiced hard here every day. Originally, Mr. Soldier taught her to let her learn to protect herself. At the same time, it is to defeat that formidable opponent. To avenge my mother. The man in front of him doesn't look big, nor does he look very powerful. You actually said you wanted to help yourself. Just rely on him, okay. Advertisement. Doflamingo, Don Quixote family, I'll clean it up for you. Yi Fei grinned and replied without thinking too much. Although this is not the original intention of Dressrosa. But solving Doflamingo and helping Rebecca along the way is a good thing. Hearing this, Rebecca was stunned, and immediately put down the sword she was holding. Doflamingo and his family were so easily spoken out by the person in front of him. And, so relaxed and calm. Could it be that he is really that powerful? Afterwards, Rebecca shook her head desperately. It's not that easy, he must be lying to me. Do not make jokes. Mr. Soldier is not his opponent, just rely on you. You better go, I don't want to hear this again. No matter what, she did not believe that the person in front of her could defeat Doflamingo. Suddenly, Yi Fei felt a little speechless. Don't you watch the news? You don't even know about such a big deal in Marineford. The one who knocked Akainu into the air is standing in front of you right now. You still don't recognize him. Lousy is a pirate with a reward of 5.1 billion Baileys. However, regarding this matter, Yi Fei also felt that there was no need to explain too much to her. Otherwise, she would think that she likes to show off. It's okay whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I won't leave today. Yi Fei replied directly. We must wait until Cyrus comes. Only by finding Cyrus can it be possible to find King Riku. Chapter 98. It's time to test your skills. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After finding it with great difficulty, Yi Fei will never leave. Aside, Rebecca seemed to understand something. If you want to have sex with me, just say so. Don't try to impress me with words like that. That would make me feel disgusted. Rebecca said with some contempt. When she was young, many little boys confessed to her. But every time he was beaten by Mr. Soldier. At this moment, she seemed to think that Yi Fei used the Doflamingo incident to arouse her interest because he wanted to seduce her. I don't know where this person got the news from. But Doflamingo is not so easy to be solved. That was the 7 warlords of the sea, and, now, the most popular king in Dressrosa. Obviously just trying to f*** me. Sure enough, it was boring enough. It would be better if you confessed directly. For this reason, it will make people even more annoying. Faced with Rebecca's contempt, Yi Fei was ashamed. You really don't have any interest right now. Yi Fei shook his head and replied disdainfully. In any case, he was not interested in a 14-year-old Rebecca. Hearing this, Rebecca's face flushed red. What the hell is going on with this man? Forget it, I don't want to talk to you. It doesn't matter if you don't leave, just don't disturb my practice. At this moment, she just felt that Yi Fei was a little strange. But it didn't feel like he was malicious. Rebecca simply ignored Yi Fei. Holding the wooden sword again, practice seriously. On the side, Yi Fei was also sitting there watching. After waiting for a long time, Cyrus still did not come. Yi Fei felt very bored. Advertisement. On the other hand, Rebecca never stopped. Watching her wielding the wooden sword, she was sweating profusely. Yi Fei couldn't bear it anymore, and shook his head on purpose. You can't practice like this. In the original book, in Dressrosa 2 years later, Rebecca is still very weak. It also means that if Rebecca continues to practice like this, there will definitely be no room for growth. Immediately, Yi Fei wondered if he should help her. Opposite, Rebecca stopped. While panting, he looked at Yi Fei. This is what Mr. Soldier taught me. He said that as long as I continue to practice like this, I will definitely be very strong in the future. Since being kidnapped by traffickers, Mr. Soldier began to teach her how to practice swordsmanship. Of course, the purpose is not to kill, but to defend oneself. But later, Rebecca also finally knew that the real murderer of his mother was Doflamingo. Therefore, her goal now is to become strong so that she can avenge her mother. Facing Rebecca's innocent and immature face, Yi Fei shook his head helplessly. If you practice like this for another 10 years, you may achieve a little success. But to defeat Doflamingo and his cadres, absolutely not. You know, Doflamingo not only ate devil fruit, but also has outstanding strength and talent. Moreover, most of the cadres under him are demon fruit power, and their strength is not weak. Even if Rebecca tried her best, it would definitely not work. Who are you? Rebecca stopped again and looked at Yi Fei suspiciously. He mentioned Doflamingo again. Yi Fei stood up again. He didn't explain his identity. Instead, he removed the iron sword from his back. Take this and kill me. After finishing speaking, Yi Fei threw the sword in front of Rebecca. Kill you. Advertisement. Rebecca was completely dumbfounded. It was the first time in her life that she saw someone make such a weird request to herself. For a moment, she stood there, not knowing what to do. Why don't you do it? Just imagine me as Doflamingo or Diamante. If you don't even dare to touch me, then let alone the two of them. Yi Fei provoked her on purpose. What are you talking about? Rebecca started to get agitated. Isn't it? You are just a coward who dare not even hold a sword. What qualifications do you have to take revenge? Yi Fei continued. Don't think I dare not. Sure enough, Rebecca was irritated by Yi Fei soon. He stretched out his hand directly and grabbed the sword stuck in the ground. So heavy. The moment Rebecca picked up the sword, she knew the difference between a real sword and a wooden sword. Before that, she had been practicing with a wooden sword. Never touched a real sword. This sword weighs at least 10 kilograms. Originally, she was already very tired from practicing today. Coupled with this sword, it was difficult for her to hold it. Okay. That's it, come here. Seeing her holding the sword in her hand, Yi Fei stood there motionless. Just wait for Rebecca to come over. That sword was just an ordinary sword bought at a sword shop. But when Rebecca actually took that sword and pointed it at Yi Fei, she hesitated. You know, this is a real iron sword, which is completely different from the wooden sword I used every time before. This one can really kill people. Before, Mr. Soldier just asked him to practice with a wooden sword. Never let her touch a real sword. This is the sword that can really kill people. Advertisement. Bring it on. Since you pick up the sword, you must be conscious. Or don't practice at all, hide, and when you grow up, just get married. Yi Fei snapped. At this moment, he wanted to arouse Rebecca's will to fight. You don't even have the fighting spirit to pick up a sword and attack the enemy. In the future, how can I take up the sword for revenge? Forget it, it seems that you really have no talent. I can only stay here, Practicing every day is just for self-entertainment, just for entertainment. You can only watch your enemy get away with it every day. Yi Fei's words all stimulated Rebecca. Enough. Rebecca raised her sword angrily, and slashed at Yi Fei. When the sound of metal clashing sounded, Rebecca slowly opened her eyes. She cut down with her eyes closed for the sword just now. She thought Yi Fei would run away. But when she opened her eyes, Yi Fei didn't dodge. Instead, he directly caught the blade with his hand. 5 black fingers were firmly grasping the blade. No matter how hard she tried, the sword would not budge. What's the matter with your hand? Rebecca asked in shock. She had never seen such black hands. Moreover, she also noticed just now that Yi Fei's hands were originally the same as normal people. But in an instant, it turned black. At that time, Rebecca felt that her hand seemed to have cut some metal substance. But never expected that it was Yi Fei's hand. Chapter 99. It's okay to teach you. You need to help me find the toy soldiers first. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Armed color. Yi Fei replied blankly. Now he has the advanced armament hockey. You can arm your body anywhere as you like. No matter how hard Rebecca cuts, nothing will happen. Armed color. What's that? Rebecca blinked her big eyes. For all these years, Uncle the Toy Man had never told her this. Just let her practice those boring swordsmanship repeatedly every day. Although it was boring, she still practiced very diligently. In her opinion, it may be because she is too young. Armament hockey. Activate ability. Harden body. It can resist the opponent's swords and guns, and at the same time, it can also launch an attack. Yi Fei replied flatly. Then can you teach me? Rebecca looked at Yi Fei expectantly. Although she couldn't figure out how Yi Fei did it. But she saw that Yi Fei took the sword directly with his bare hands. She wants to learn. Doflamingo is only possible if you learn it. At this moment, the original image of Yi Fei in her mind has changed drastically. Originally, she thought Yi Fei was just bored. But since Yi Fei shot, Rebecca was extremely shocked. Armed color training is harder than ordinary ones, and it takes a lot of time. Some people can't learn it in their entire lives. Yi Fei replied directly. At this moment, in his mind, the way of armament hockey has automatically merged. Advertisement. Therefore, he doesn't need to study, he just needs to continue to practice and fight to increase hockey's level. Rebecca nodded immediately. I do. Can you be my master? Hearing this, Yi Fei was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, she was so proactive. However, Yi Fei soon felt relieved. Rebecca bears a great enemy, so how can she not want to become stronger? It can be seen from the situation on the battlefield 2 years later. Rebecca stood on the arena in order to get the Mara fruit. This also shows that she really wants to become stronger and avenge her mother. I can promise to teach you. But before that, I want you to help me find someone. Yi Fei nodded, and then revealed his real purpose. As for whether to teach Rebecca, Yi Fei has not yet decided. People. Who? Rebecca looked suspicious. Didn't you come to see me today? A one-legged toy soldier. That's your Mr. Soldier. Yi Fei replied directly. Hearing this, Rebecca froze for a moment, and then looked at Yi Fei warily. Are you here to catch him? Earlier, Mr. Soldier injured the trafficker in order to save himself. According to Dressrosa's existing regulations, toy people who attack humans are wanted. Could it be that this person in front of him is here to arrest Mr. Soldier? Immediately, Rebecca regretted wanting to seek him as a teacher. Just too impulsive. Yi Fei chuckled at Rebecca's naive question. Catch him. How is it possible? Advertisement. I have something important to talk to him about. But Rebecca was dubious. In this regard, Yi Fei had no choice but to explain. I came to find him, and I wanted to find someone through him. Find someone? Asked Rebecca. Yes, will he come over today? Yi Fei nodded, then asked. Now, Rebecca should know that she is the granddaughter of Prince Riku. But Yi Fei didn't say it directly. Looking at Yi Fei, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Rebecca thought for a while. Finally replied. I don't know where Mr. Soldier is. But he will come to see me every 1 or 2 days and teach me swordsmanship. He came yesterday. I don't know if he will come today. For a long time, Rebecca couldn't tell where the toy man was. But every time she needs help, Mr. Soldier is there. Moreover, her daily expenses are all earned by Mr. Soldier for her. So, she doesn't have to go out to work. Aside, Yi Fei thought about it. Since I came yesterday, I might not come today. Then, he said to Rebecca. Since you don't know, then I will teach you how to practice swordsmanship. Most of your toy uncles only teach you defense. Then, I'll teach you to attack. Seeing that she has practiced for so long, most of them are defensive moves. Yi Fei wanted to teach her some ways to attack. Although Yi Fei at this time is not very familiar with swords. Advertisement. But teaching Rebecca was enough. All right. Then we'll wait here, Mr. Soldier. Rebecca smiled happily. Yi Fei doesn't feel like a bad person to him. Maybe because of the contact just now, she thinks Yi Fei is easy to get along with. You keep this sword, Yi Fei replied. How about you? I still have a lot. Oh, comma. Throughout the day, Yi Fei taught Rebecca to practice beside her. They waited until dark, but Cyrus did not come. Yi Fei looked at the darkened sky. Looking at Rebecca again, she was already sitting on the ground to rest. Today, she didn't stop all day. She practiced for a day with the iron sword that Yi Fei gave her. During this period, let alone eating, she rarely stopped. It seems that she really wants to become stronger. Immediately, Yi Fei was touched in his heart, thinking about whether to give her a devil fruit. As long as there is the ability of fruit, it must be faster than this. But then, Yi Fei quickly dismissed the idea. Giving devil fruit to her, Yi Fei didn't know if it was a good thing for her. In addition, the two met for the first time today. Just give her devil fruit, which will make others think that she has some dark secret. Or wait for a while. Immediately, Yi Fei dismissed the idea. Chapter 100 Heading to the City, Rebecca's Scruples. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's getting dark, let's go eat together. Throughout the day, Yi Fei practiced with her like this. I was already starving. But seeing her practice so seriously, Yi Fei couldn't bear to interrupt her. The city is far away from here, it will take a lot of time to get there. I still have something to eat at home, how about I make some for you? Rebecca said, although he is not very familiar with Yi Fei in front of him. But Rebecca has a good feeling for Yi Fei. Not who she first thought she was. Today, without even eating, I practiced with her all day. Made her improve a lot. Regarding Rebecca's words, Yi Fei just smiled and shook his head. It doesn't take much time. Come on my back, I'll take you there. After finishing speaking, Yi Fei stuck the beard he had prepared on his face. Then put on the hat. Yi Fei's move made Rebecca feel very puzzled. Why are you pretending? Hearing this, Yi Fei chuckled. I don't like being recognized. At this moment, there should be many Doflamingo's men in the city. I'm afraid it won't work if I'm recognized. In case Doflamingo finds out. Closing the Smile Factory, or running away with money ahead of time, or killing King Liku, are really tricky for Yi Fei. So, you have to pretend. Advertisement. Seeing Rebecca standing there motionless, Yi Fei didn't say much. Instead, he walked directly to Rebecca, turned his back to him, and made a half-squat position. Carried me. Rebecca froze for a moment. For the first time, an unfamiliar person wanted to carry her on the back. Immediately, I felt a little uncomfortable. It's okay, I won't do anything to you. Don't you believe me now? You don't think I'm a human trafficker, sell you off. Yi Fei smiled awkwardly. All right. Rebecca didn't say anything. Today's practice is with an iron sword. I don't know if I will be able to raise my hands again tomorrow. Besides, I was already starving. I don't know if I have the energy to cook for Yi Fei. Rebecca approached Yi Fei slowly, and then slowly put her hands on Yi Fei's shoulders. At the moment when her hand rested on Yi Fei's shoulder, Yi Fei has already jumped into the air. Rebecca, who didn't react at all, screamed in an instant. Put me down. Instinctively, Rebecca yelled. She had no idea how she got there. Advertisement. At this moment, she was really worried about falling. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Yi Fei comforted, and then fell silent. I don't have the ability to activate string fruit yet. At night, there are no clouds in the sky, so it cannot be used at all. Oh, Rebecca responded, and then tightly held Yi Fei's neck. Along with Yi Fei, head towards the city of Dressrosa. In the night sky, Rebecca was the first to look at Dressrosa from the sky. It was brightly lit and beautiful. But, it doesn't belong to me. Rebecca suddenly felt a throbbing in her heart. Who is this person behind his back? Why is there a feeling of special security and security? Along the way, the two did not talk. Soon, the two landed together on a rooftop in Dressrosa. Okay, here we are. Yi Fei took Rebecca and jumped off the roof. The two have already come to the street. The passers-by on the side of the road were a little surprised by the two who broke in, but they quickly recovered. Not many people were willing to care about things that had nothing to do with them. As the two walked on the street, Rebecca seemed a little cautious. She rarely comes to the street. Especially during the day, she is even more reluctant. Seeing her dodging, Yi Fei couldn't help being curious. What's wrong with you? If I come out, I will be scolded by many people. Advertisement. Rebecca said, looking left and right. It's not that he doesn't like being on the street. But every time she came, someone would point at her and scold her. In the past, she didn't know very well, she just felt very scared. But then, finally found out. A few years ago, when Doflamingo occupied Dressrosa. Originally, the king of this country, King Liku, not only asked all the residents for money. Later, they murdered and set fire to all over the city. This also caused all Dressrosa's people to hate King Liku extremely. And the news that Rebecca was his granddaughter spread like wildfire. As a result, many people followed her and scolded her. It was for this reason that Rebecca seldom came out on the streets. Listening to Rebecca whispering in his ear, Yi Fei also immediately remembered in the original book. As soon as Rebecca was in the bullfighting arena, she would be scolded. Because in the hearts of the people of Dressrosa, she is a disgrace. Yi Fei suddenly felt sympathetic. Rebecca's childhood was indeed a bit miserable. Not only was her mother killed, but she was also hated by so many people. Thinking of this, Yi Fei took off the hat on her head and put it on her head directly. This hat, if you wear it, others will not recognize you easily. This way, you can spend as long as you want on the street. Yi Fei comforted. At that moment, Yi Fei had already regarded her as his younger sister. Putting on the hat, Rebecca nodded, feeling extremely moved in her heart.